Hi. Thank you for allowing me to be a speaker this afternoon. I have a few things to say and a couple of questions. Maybe I should just DM Gunny and ask him about when he might show up today if he's available. I have a question that I wanted to ask him last night and I did not get up to speak, so I couldn't ask him the question.
Well,
And
give us the question now.
well, it's really a naval question, and it's about naval maps in pretty much the entire world. And it was just something I heard from an associate in the OSINT groups. And so, but that's a question, and I'd really like to um, say a couple of, to make a couple of statements. And first of all, I want to thank Axel for bringing up the issue of education and especially some of the problems that we have in the United States. And most recently, he was talking about the something we call a diaspora of Germans. And here in the Rocky Mountains, we have quite a few people um, who moved here from Germany, like in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. We have alpine environment, and they come here and they really just love it, and it feels like home in some respects. So I just wanted to get that out there because Axel was speaking about German culture and German history, and it's very interesting to me. But I also really wanted to ask a question about now. Biljana is going to be here on Tuesdays. Is that correct? On a regular basis?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I have made a note, and I went to her profile. I followed her for quite some time, but you know how it is. You don't get to everyone's profile even within a month or two. Um, but it's very interesting. And I had joined Twitter for journalists, following journalists, and my favorite U.S. senators and representatives, and national security. And I guess an expansion of that would be global security issues. So it's just an interest of mine. I'm not a professional, but I am a writer. So, it's just an interest of mine. So anyway, and then of course spaces since the beginning of this war here in the report for most of this year. So again, I would like to first of all go back to this problem of education in the United States. So when I was growing up and, in high school in the 70s, I'm in my 60s, we had very good public education in civics, history, the written arts, everything you could imagine. We had language studies, French, where I grew up in New Orleans, but it was something that we had in public education. And over the decades, our education system has really taken numerous hits. And that's why you see what you see, the rise of neo-Nazism in the United States. And it's very small. It really is a small segment of what's going on here. And I believe, Axel, you touched upon in the discussions with Biljana how the support here in the United States for arming Ukraine and for supporting Ukrainians has been very strong. And I know in all of my fundraising efforts, which is mostly what I do here in Spaces, Twitter Spaces, is trying to keep the support alive, trying to keep just the general, keep it in the forefront, because it is an issue. Just keeping that in the forefront in our elected officials, and of course, this is throughout the democracies of the world. And that's really all I wanted to do, is to say that. And I have this naval question, and I will ask it when I see Gunny later. So I'll ask him when he's going to be on. He he does respond when I send him a DM. So anyway, I'm very interested in the conversations that have been taking place today, and I just wanted to say thank you as well.
Thank you, Sky Kiss. I think there's a good chance Gunny will be here when Chuck Fair is here tonight
Yeah,
after
and
7 p.m. Eastern Time.
and I am usually here. I missed last Tuesday because I had the Android problem, and one of my pals in the OSINT community had given the instructions that Nick's has kindly kept in the forefront. So it's still, we still have to get that out there, that people on Android phones need to revert to the older app. So I did that, and it was fine. And I was here for Thursday's bullet points, and always really interesting. So thank you guys. Thanks so much. And thank you, everybody. And thank you, Prince Heather, for your excellent question. And I love when Iona's here. So in so many insights, and just excellent discussions.
Thank you again, Sky Kiss. And thank you, Nick Brown, who rode to the rescue of so many Android users around the world. Without Nick, they would still be silent, still cut off from MriyaReport in Twitter Spaces. Elon owes you a big thanks. And with that, Axel, you and I were just briefly talking about the visit of Prime Minister Kishida from Japan to Kyiv, and he invited Zelensky to participate in the G7 summit that Japan is hosting in May. Zelensky will, I think, join the summit online, but that's a significant invitation. And Kishida announced two pretty significant contributions of assistance to Ukraine, $30 for the purchase of non-lethal aid, and a $470 million grant to assist Ukraine's energy sector. So this is very, very strong support that Japan is showing for Ukraine. I think we also need to announce that Odessa was under attack just earlier, I think roughly 30 minutes ago. Two of four missiles were shot down, but two did strike a dormitory of an Orthodox monastery. I believe a Russian Orthodox monastery, but that's all I know now from Odessa. We have speakers, no hands raised. If you have a comment or a question, please raise your hand. Joanna, thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so today, besides the visit of Xi Jinping in Russia and the visit of Japan's Prime Minister in Ukraine, I was looking for news. I took a deep dive into the eternal dark of the Russian mind in some things very interesting there. For example, Putin decided to cancel a law that allowed citizens of LPR and DPR, this is Lugansk and Donetsk popular republics, so-called popular republics, to stay 180 days in Russia to the prior period that was of 90 days. And now I wonder, they annexed these territories to Russia. So according to them, these are Russian territories. How come that they are allowed to stay a certain period in Russia? Isn't this confusing? And another news also on Kommersant was about a cyber attack on Donetsk and Crimea. And they said that Ukrainian facilities were targeted. So I don't know, from the Russian point of view, are they Ukrainian? Isn't this confusing also?
So these cyber attacks occurred inside the so-called Donetsk and Luhansk uh, people's republics or occupied territory by Russia. And
Yes, exactly. Crimea and Donetsk. So of course they are Ukrainian. Of course, I think they are Ukrainians. But according to the Russian narrative, when they say that Ukrainian facilities were targeted in Donetsk and in Crimea, isn't it confusing? As well as the previous news that I gave you, uh, they are allowed to spend a certain period in Russia. So I think they are confused, aren't they?
they sound very confused to me uh, because because Russians cannot think themselves out of um, any difficulty or I'll put it this way: they I would call it a Potemkin problem. These people's republics are Potemkin republics. Well, Russia cannot think their way out of it, and they cannot see around the corner of the false borders that they have erected, and they now call it Russia. Um, how could they be so confused? Really, Joanna? I don't know. It's just typically Russian.
Yeah, and I'm really sorry I'm not on computer right now, and on telephone it's very difficult with Commerzant, but there are a lot of news and a lot to talk about how they present the news. It's not what is in the news because it's even not important, but the way they are presenting the news is very, very peculiar, and I think we should talk about this sometimes.
Oh, absolutely, and we should talk about it here, but we should really talk about it with the guest here earlier today, um, who will be back on Tuesdays. This is something that I think she would have a lot of knowledge about. And I am not familiar with Commerzant, so I don't know how to address it. I guess I need to familiarize myself with this media outlet. Is it widely watched in Russia? Is it held in high regard by Russians who watch the news?
Well, it's an important paper. It's more like economic oriented, and also it has some legal aspects to it. They publish modifications of legislation in it, so it's an important paper. Yeah, it's one of the main newspapers in Russia. And by the way, about the legal aspects, I have seen two news today. One that is given what sorry is declining responsibility of soldiers for doing a criminal act when they are following orders, and they give like an explanation that is very, very strange. I'll try to search for it. And another that is trying to incriminate civilians if they are doing things that they seem to consider to be against the military. So they have an issue also. They are confused also about responsibility, because the military should be responsible more than a civilian when doing whatever act they are doing. So practically they are whitewashing the crimes that the soldiers do, and in the same time they are trying to incriminate civilians for even small things. So it's really, really strange. I'll try to take the excerpts from this, and maybe we can talk tomorrow, because on the phone is really difficult.
Thank you, Joanna. I would love to be talking about these topics. in a militarily occupied part of Ukraine, how the Russians can possibly implicate Ukrainian civilians in whatever way they are attempting to is absolutely ridiculous. And so, in a way, I guess Kommersant then is a newspaper more or less like the Financial Times or something like that, a financial and legal newspaper, but one that that also has headlines about the day's news. Just
Exactly.
I'm going to look for it. Meanwhile, I want to go to KB. Thank you for coming up. Go ahead.
Hi, just doing a mic check.
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much, Ellen. I actually had just a comment about the previous guest that was on earlier. I had to sign off earlier, so I wasn't able to bring up a comment before, and perhaps it was brought up during the post-guest discussion. But I was listening to her speaking about the Russian propaganda and misinformation and disinformation that's been going on worldwide for many, many years now, which we all know and are aware of. We know they're lying. They know we know they're lying. And at this point, I sort of feel that their disinformation and propaganda, which is a nonstop overflowing product, it is becoming like a distraction for the masses. My avatar is a fella because the only way to deal with it is through ridiculous Shibu Inu memes. But it's so constant and nonstop, and it keeps the masses distracted. But world leaders in positions of and others in positions of power know what is going on. And I feel that other world leaders, such as the Baltic leaders, need to be calling out more other world leaders in Western Europe and other places to call them out, to call out those that are compromised and are slowing down the aid that we bring to Ukraine. I mean, at this point, we know countries that are moving slowly, that leaders perhaps could be compromised in different ways, whether economically benefiting from, or other people in positions of power in other countries benefiting from relationships with Russia through their energy sector. But I would like to see more things, for example, such as our Senator John McCain did on the floor of the Senate in 2017 when he called out Paul Rand for holding up and objecting to Montenegro joining NATO. So I feel like all this propaganda, which drives me crazy, that's a distraction for the masses. But world leaders, people in power, they know what's going on. And there are those who are benefiting from connections to Russia or monetarily. And I feel like we really need to be calling them out loud and clear on the world stage. And that is my comment. And I'd love to hear any response. Thank you.
Oh, I agree with you, KB, especially thinking about John McCain, who understood the power of a floor speech on the floor of the Senate. We have been talking about how senators and representatives in the House here in the United States can use just a minute of their time, 2 minutes of their time during morning business. Bernie Sanders spoke every single day about bank reforms that he wanted to pass, and
Did he,
eventually,
Alan? Did Bernie Sanders ever mention where he spent his honeymoon and what he did with the friendly people sitting around the table there?
I don't recall that from one of his floor speeches.
No, exactly. He didn't talk about the fact that he was happily going to the Soviet Union on a regular basis, right?
No, he didn't. I know that Bernie is from the far left.
He's as compromised as they come.
He may be. I mean that. I mean, he was a socialist mayor of Burlington, Vermont, of course, and he is a self-declared socialist, and is a member of the United States Senate as an independent candidate, but caucuses with the Democrats. But he is damn popular, Axel. Just damn popular.
Well, you should have voted those people who vote for Bernie Sanders should really look at those old videos. It's very nice. Dr. Nick will know.
Dr. Nick, go ahead, please.
Sitting happily after sauna with a lot of good old Russian food, and 4 people who all are part of the 5th Directorate.
Okay, so I didn't quite hear what you said. I'm like having some sort of connection problem. But all right. So what I came up here to say because um, I heard you talking about Commerçant earlier, and I kept trying to come up, and like it wasn't like really letting me come up. So all right. So Commerçant used to be owned by Boris Berezovsky. He was the same oligarch who owned NTV, um, independent news outlet, really popular. Um, and, he ended up selling it to this other guy. Um, but ultimately, it ended up in the hands of this other guy named Usmanov. Okay. And Usmanov, the guy who currently owns it, Boris Berezovsky, by the way, was basically, uh, you know, Putin took over all of Berezovsky's media holdings, okay, and turned them into state-run holdings, essentially.
Dr.
Usmanov,
Nick, would Putin ever have been in office without Berezovsky helping?
probably not. I don't know. Probably not.
Yeah, probably not, because he would not have advised Boris Yeltsin and would not have helped
Right.
the
Yeah.
Siloviki coming into power,
Yeah.
as he did.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But then, of course, he completely turned on him. That's the thing. It was like a lot of people thought that Putin, because he was so quiet and because he was loyal, but the thing is, he was loyal to certain people. He wasn't necessarily going to be loyal to like people, the likes of like Boris Berezovsky. Um, so anyway, Usmanov is the one who currently owns Commerçant. And it is considered a Kremlin-owned media outlet. So just thought I would sort of give that context in relation to that.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. And I'm going to have to take a look at Commerçant. I'm not very familiar with it. So, Axel and I were also just talking about Bernie Sanders because I used him as an example of a senator like John McCain from completely opposite sides of the floor on the Senate. Both understand the power of the floor speech, the power of a floor speech that is repeated day after day after day, and they have both used it to success. But Axel said, "Have I seen the photographs of Bernie Sanders in the sauna with FSB agents?" Well, I haven't. Maybe
it was the KGB still.
The KGB. Uh, is he compromised? He's probably as compromised as they come. I don't know, Dr. Nick.
I don't really think he's compromised. I
Did you
just
have
think,
your holidays? Did your holidays in Iran?
yeah. Look,
I mean, did you
think
go with your husband for your honeymoon into Iran? You didn't, right?
no.
Okay, but he went with his wife to have his honeymoon in the Soviet Union, and then came back to his hometown to hold a speech in front of people, highlighting the wonderful achievements of the Soviet Union on a regular basis, and highlighting the beauty of the Moscow underground and the likes, and completely blanking out any kind of gulags and the likes, and the achievements of the Soviet Union and the Soviet man, very important. You know that? But hey,
Yeah, I mean, but
they have
look,
lots of tape on him.
I mean, I know people who are very left leaning who were in who did travel to the Soviet Union for academia or whatever, who I absolutely know were never on the take. Were they watched by the KGB? Absolutely. Um, but I don't necessarily think that that means that he was on the take. Was he a useful idiot? Probably, definitely. But I don't think it necessarily means he was compromised. I think he's probably a useful idiot. Absolutely. Um, but I don't think it necessarily means that. Like, I mean, my professor used to go over there all the time. Um, my dissertation chair when it was the Soviet Union, he'd be there all the time. And he was definitely not
Well, he
compromised.
criticized American foreign policy in 1988. He traveled there on a regular basis. He was observed, yes, but he praised them as well. So we cannot complain about Olaf Scholz and Gerhard Schröder and the likes, and not highlight
No,
what
yeah, you
this
can
guy did in the
complain.
1980s. At a point in time when Ronald Reagan decided to go to Berlin after he had in Iceland, in Reykjavik, taken the measure of the man on the other side and then state what was necessary. I think we should, from time to time, just simply stay on the right side of history.
No,
And I
no.
don't mean this politically.
Well, no. Look. Like if Bernie Sanders today was still like doing like an Olaf Schultz and was slow rolling stuff, I would say maybe. Um, but when it comes to uh, you know, when push comes to shove politically, um, he immediately will roll over and fall right into line. So that's why I would say I don't think he's compromised. Whereas maybe I might suggest that if I had to pick between Olaf Scholz and Bernie Sanders, I would say maybe Olaf Scholz. But I don't know if Olaf Scholz is or not. But Bernie Sanders on political issues, he does roll over and fall into line right away. He will, make a speech. He will, say, well, this is how I feel, and da da da. But when it comes down to voting, he typically goes right into line. When push comes to shove, when it's an important thing, for example, like Ukraine, for example, like, the student loan thing or whatever, he didn't like totally stick to, it's got to be all or nothing, or healthcare, or, these other issues that were really important issues for him, and his voter base or whatever, he will fall right into line. So to me, that gives me the idea that he perhaps might not really be compromised.
That's
But
that is the most evasive speech I've ever heard from you, and I respect you dearly, but I'm sorry. Mr. Sanders, Mr. Corbyn, and Gerhard Schröder, from my perspective, as someone who's been watching this critically and for decades now, do fit pretty much in the same sack.
I mean, I think that Schroeder would fit it better than Sanders. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. I'm willing to be swayed. But at this point, just because of the big those important issues, he doesn't you know he
The
doesn't.
Democrats were smart enough to put him into cold storage, just like the squad.
No, he's not. He's not in cold storage, Axel. And I'm with Dr. Nick on this one. Uh, Even though Bernie's best friend is the ice cream communist Ben Cohen, and Ben Cohen has pretty much bankrolled his campaigns for 3 decades now. I think that
Well
Bernie.
done, Alan.
Yeah,
Well
see, they
done.
disagree on these big
See?
topics, though. Like,
Do
they
they?
don't,
Do,
you
do,
know, at
do
the end of the
they?
day, like Ben Cohen
Do
and
they?
Bernie Sanders
Has somebody asked
disagree.
Bernie Sanders? Has somebody asked Bernie Sanders in the last 48 hours what he thinks about his biggest campaign funding machine and what stance they now take in their wonderful Russophiliac pro-genocidal polity? Has somebody asked that question in American media?
Not
Probably not.
Bernie
not
Sanders doesn't support Russia.
Ah, interesting. But his big supporters.
I mean,
I
like he comes out all of the time and says that absolutely Russia has to be completely defeated, like unequivocally. Like he doesn't even mince words about it. You know, like for him, it's like not even a debate. He doesn't mince words about it. He's like, there's nothing to discuss. You know, he says it very clearly. So I don't understand. Like, I don't know. What do you think, Alan?
I think you can depend on Bernie to support Ukraine, and I think he's primarily interested um, in socialist policies from the standpoint of a political philosophy. He's an important voice in the United States. The United States needs that kind of voice on the left. He has experience, he has intelligence, he's a leader. Without him, we probably wouldn't have come as far as we have come with national health care and you know excusing student loan debt and that kind of thing, and banking reform. So I don't think Bernie is compromised. He was interested in Russia uh, and in socialism purely from the standpoint of political philosophy, and he has
Socialist curious? Or authoritarian curious?
no. There's nothing authoritarian about Bernie Sanders. I can tell you that, nothing whatsoever. And he has not been asked about Ben Cohen. But you know what? I'll find a way to ask tonight, and I'll bring an answer to this space
Excellent.
tomorrow.
That is superbly appreciated because I think it is high time that those who've been funded by these people are asked. Just like we have to ask the other boys on the other side. We have to keep them honest because if we fail to do so, they will unfortunately play their game.
Indeed, they will. And now we have several hands to play with. I want to go to Prince, Dryfly, and Abdullah. Prince, go ahead, please.
Dr. Nick, you're one of my favorite people. But I haven't had time to read your thread on Ben and Jerry's and your very beautiful throwing away of the ice cream. Can Alan, Nick, Dr. Nick, give us an update on the current situation with Ben and Jerry's and the $1 million donation? I'm just wondering if anything has changed overnight. I
I
sort of
don't,
got. Go ahead.
Prince. I don't think anything has changed overnight. The contribution of $1 million was a personal contribution made by Ben Cohen, not by Ben and Jerry's ice cream. But when you're half of a famous ice cream brand, then you're going to have to expect your ice cream to melt. And that is what's going to happen. I don't care if Unilever owns Ben and Jerry's ice cream now. Uh, you know, Ben Cohen has to take responsibility for this contribution. He is a misguided pacifist in regard to this contribution and to the organization it is funding. He's terribly misguided, and Bernie should tell him, Ben, take your money back, give it to Ukraine, buy drones. Dr. Nick.
Yeah, so I had completely forgotten that I that he had sold this stupid thing so many years ago. I always forget about that. But see, that's part of this thing, though, right? That they sold to this company in what is it, Denmark or Sweden or wherever the heck it is, but they put it in the contract that Ben and Jerry
that they have to uphold certain political and social values. Okay, so they have they have this separate board that have these members that are supposed to like hold true to Ben and Jerry's political values, right? And as we've seen in the past, if this company that owns Ben and Jerry's technically goes against what Ben Cohen and whatever Jerry, whatever the heck his name is, whatever values Ben Cohen disagrees with politically, whatever, Ben Cohen will sue this company. So that what that ultimately means, what that effectively means, okay, is that Ben Cohen is holding Ben and Jerry's in a way kind of hostage to ultimately his political whims, his political beliefs, for better or for worse. His political values are still tied to Ben and Jerry. And, they bought the Ben and Jerry's name, and, people still associate Ben and Jerry's with him, with those values, with those beliefs. And, look, they are going to be tied to him like an anchor, again, for better or for worse, unless or until they change the name, do something else, really do some kind of a divorce and just either sell the whole thing or do whatever it is that they're going to do. And that means if Ben Cohen says something stupid, they're going to have to own it, number one, because his name is on their carton. And because of how this whole legal thing is, where they have to uphold Ben and Jerry's values, and also because we all know that they can go ahead and sue anytime. And the other thing that I have to say about this, that I mentioned on my post, that company is still doing business technically in Russia. When this whole thing first transpired, when the renewed invasion occurred, they made a statement right away in March 2022, and they said that they were going to be pulling out of Russia, that they were going to cease all business, they were going to pull out of Russia, etc. Well, last month, they went ahead and made an updated statement, and they let everybody know that they have not pulled out. The name of the company is Unilever. You did out of my brain. Anyway, Unilever updated and let everybody know that they had not pulled out because it was too complicated. Because, if they do that, then what's going to happen is the Russian state will take over, their factories and yada yada, and so that will mean that the Russian state will profit off of their factories, and then the Russians that work there will be affected negatively, et cetera, et cetera. And, my attitude to that is cry me a river. Other companies have had to deal with that as well, and they have done the morally upright thing and pulled out. You cut your losses and you leave. And that's what they need to do, especially given the ICC ruling, because anything else, they're dealing with a war criminal. And I think that just losing a few ice cream factories or whatever it is that they're dealing with, okay, soap factories, okay, because they also make soap and a few other things, is better than dealing with a genocidal, homicidal maniac. And it's better than your morals, losing your morals. So that's my attitude about that whole thing. I think they need to just up and leave.
I completely agree with you, Dr. Nick. You know, if Schlumberger and global oil companies can cut their losses and leave the oil fields of Siberia, certainly Unilever and Procter and Gamble, they are the two largest global consumer packaged goods companies. Certainly, they can give up an ice cream factory or two, a soap factory or two. They can not sell their diapers in Russia. It's an easy thing to do. The other thing I would say is I am so surprised to understand more about the contract that Ben Cohen apparently made Unilever sign. And this calls into question his socialist principles. What socialist would come up with a contract like that, a way to get your company and your money back if you're displeased with the owner's performance? Uh,
Right. So just real quick, on that, they sued Unilever because Ben and Jerry's was pulling out the ice cream shops in the West Bank um, because of Israel pushing into the settlements and all of this kind of stuff and pushing into occupied territories. And so Ben Cohen was suing them for that. And, they were like, well, we're doing this for human rights reasons because the UN says that these are occupied territories under international law, that the settlements are, illegal under international law. And so we thought that this was a human rights issue. And Ben Cohen says, well, I disagree. And so they sued, and it ended up being a situation where, he sued them and settled for like some millions of dollars or something like this. And so now, this company, they sold, Unilever sold the whole operation, was just like, screw it, and just sued the whole, sold the whole operation in Israel to some local company there. And now that company is going to be basically has the license to sell the formula of Ben and Jerry's in like the occupied territories, essentially, still. So it's like it's like he didn't really have a problem with it technically because they had to pay him. So it's like he settled and he got some money out of it. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's kind of like cheesy. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. I think it's less about human rights at the end of the day, because he didn't stop them really from doing what he said that he was morally opposed to, because it's still going to be happening, maybe not under his name, but his product will ultimately still be sold. It'll still be happening, but not under his name. And they're going to change it in a way that he probably wouldn't be very happy with. And he's going to make money off of making money off of it. You know what I mean? Like, I just think it's just kind of weird. But anyway, I digress.
it is sleazy, frankly. If you ask me, Ben and Jerry's ice cream should now start to publish on every package of all of their ice creams photographs of Ukrainian children who have been forcibly abducted into Russia. Then they could do a real service for people. No different than milk cartons in the past in the United States. All these children have gone missing into Russia. That's what I do with Ben and Jerry's ice cream packaging. We seem to have stimulated quite the conversation here, Axel, Dr. Nick, Prince. So I want to go back to Prince, then to Dryfly, and then and see where we go from there. Prince.
I just really quick wanted to say thank you, Dr. Nick and Alan, for that perspective, because it's it goes so much deeper and twists in so many different ways that you never had a clue about. And that's sort of what I got from skimming your thread that I haven't had time to read. but I just appreciate that. And just to also tell you, Dr. Nick, really quick, I love Edgar's fella. So yes, I'm a huge Edgar fan. I love Edgar's fella, and I look at it every day. Thank you.
Isn't it so cute? He makes the cutest fella.
Thank you, Prince. So Dryfly and then Skykiss. Dryfly, go ahead, please.
Hey, I just want to thank Axel for bringing up about Sanders. I consider myself a pretty extreme liberal, and I actually supported Sanders in some of his earlier presidential runs until I saw the videos in the interviews he had in Moscow in the 1980s. And at that point, I was just done with him. I still support his policies. I don't hate the guy. I don't know if he's compromised. I don't care. I don't care if Trump's compromised. All I do is I look at it. If it quacks like a duck, swims like a duck, looks like a duck, in my mind, it's a duck. And he has got a history that is extraordinarily problematic. And as a supporter, I can look back and say, he hasn't really walked that back. He hasn't explained. Now, if he had come clean and said, yeah, I was a dumb kid, I made all kinds of dumb mistakes, this is what I did, and I should never have done it, it was a huge mistake, I'd be a lot more forgiving of his past. I forgive people for making mistakes in the past if they come clean on them. But realistically, like I said, I followed his policies. I have not heard that. I've heard a lot of waffling and other people saying, well, he's not like that now, but I've never seen him come clean on that, on what was said in Moscow back in the 1980s. And it's the same problem I have with Trump going back in the 1980s and kissing butt, trying to get business deals, and then doing money laundering for the people in Trump Tower, who later on were shown to be close connections with both Russian intelligence and Russian mob. I mean, at some point, you just have to look at who they are and what they did and just say who it is. So, yeah, I would not support Sanders now, nor did I support him in 20. And I really cut him off in 16 because of the problems he had with the past and not coming clean on it. And I think we in the West, facing what we're facing now, we have to be a little bit more honest, even with the people who we like their policies. That doesn't mean we want to put them in a position of power to act on them. We might have to find someone else who's cleaner. And I would say that to people on the conservative side who are now going to be looking at DeSantis or Trump, you need to find somebody else. That's all there is to it, because those two guys have got problems too, and not be Ron and not be Paul. So anyway, that's my point, and I want to thank Axel for bringing it, because I think he's mostly right on this. I don't know if it's compromised. I don't really care, but there's a history there, and it's problematic, and he hasn't owned it. I'll listen.
He may never own it. I don't think Bernie Sanders will ever walk back his trips to Moscow in the 1980s. He just won't do it. He's not that kind of guy.
He actually uses it as a sign of, let's say, attractiveness for his Che Guevara, meaning an absolute criminal, a murderer, a war criminal, T-shirt wearing followers. Despicable.
T-shirts and bumper stickers are the only thing we have going for us in intelligent conversation in the United States, Axel.
Well, you don't have to wear Che Guevara on your shirt. Sorry, that doesn't ring true. And no one who's ever looked closely at what this guy did can tell me that wearing a shirt like that is a testament to sanity.
It's neither a testament to sanity nor to fashion. Dryfly, you have a follow-up?
I do. I want to comment on Axel, because he's right. When I was a kid in the 1970s, about 15, my sister was a protester in the war, okay? And she gave me a Che Guevara T-shirt and one of these fifth strike T-shirts. I remember wearing it at 15, okay? Not knowing any better and going out and, yeah, Che Guevara, yeah, rah, rah, long hair and all that kind of stuff. At that same time, my sister was a Marxist, okay? This is my middle sister. She went down to Costa Rica and Nicaragua and El Salvador and did research on the fruit farms and the government and all the stuff that was going on then at the time. She met tons of Marxists. She met tons of right wingers. Everywhere she went, she said she saw people with guns who were ready to shoot the other guy in a heartbeat, and their children, and blow up the villages. And it didn't matter whether they were extreme left or extreme right. When she came home, okay, she told me to tear up those shirts, okay, and to start studying real liberal democracy, not necessarily left wing or right wing, but the center will hold kind of a way of thought. She then went on to work, get a law degree, and went to the Department of Justice, and she worked on white collar crime, and she did that for about 15 years before getting a PhD in economics. And I look back at that as one of the most influential parts of my life, having a big sister who kind of gave me guidance on how to think at an early age and not be susceptible. I think it's possible to have made mistakes, but own them, move on from them, and recognize them. And I just have not seen that enough of that from either side of the spectrum of the extremists in America. And it's just time for that. And I think Ukraine, Europe, the rest of the world would be a lot better off if we did. And I will listen.
Thanks, Dryfly. Skykiss, go ahead and be concise, please.
I will try. Thank you, Dr. Nick, for your expertise in this discussion. It's very interesting. And I have similar history as Dryfly, except I was the big sister. So I had to look to my mother, my microbiologist mother, who read widely in philosophy and history. So there were many discussions with my mother. And she was young, as many women were, but she had a college degree, 4-year college degree, at the age of 20 when she married my father and had me a year later. So, there was a lot to be said for having a mother who I watched the evening news with, and we would discuss not only national politics, but world politics and things that were happening in the world. So she engendered in me this, questioning, being skeptical, doing your research, doing your homework. So again, I have to say that here in Colorado, when Bernie Sanders ran against Hillary Clinton, we voted for Bernie, largely because of the healthcare issue. And it was a really, really tough struggle for so many of us. And then we voted for Hillary as a state. And we have 2 Democratic senators who are doing excellent work, and they both had real political and public service experience, which I want to say something. I think that when someone runs for prime minister or president of a country, not just here in the United States, but especially here, since we're this shining city on the hill and the beacon of democracy, et cetera, that someone who runs for that highest office of the land has to have experience, You can't just be a businessman. You got to start as a representative for your local region, your mayor of a city, etc. So thank you so much, guys. This has been very. Would you let me finish, please? This has been very interesting, and Dr. Nick, I I really want to thank you for becoming a fella, and I know it's been a while. So and Pat Edgar Allan Pig for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Skykiss.
Will do.
Maybe you can't be a one-term senator and have the qualifications you need to be president either. I don't know about that. We'll go on to Hunter and then on to Abdullah. Hunter. Hunter? Are you with us?
Yeah, I had to pull you out of the pocket. I was doing some gardening and sifting soil. So, yeah, well, espionage is a long game, very long game, generational. Small moves over time, the concept of boiling the frog. Just because he doesn't outwardly present as dirty, it doesn't mean he isn't. There are many other people it doesn't outwardly show being compromised. Okay, he hasn't made major missteps. He's in a position of power and influence, and sometimes that's all you need. You don't have to be preaching to the choir. You only sing your song quietly. And look at the following of socialism that he's developed in the country. Okay, maybe that's his only job, is to change the minds of many and steer them towards those ideas and plant those seeds in those young minds and older minds too. So keep that in mind. It's a generational upon generational game. Putin plays chess, Russia plays chess. Sometimes we play checkers, sometimes we play backgammon, sometimes we play other games too. But we do it too. And from the US side, we also do manipulation, long game. But that's how a lot of this works. Espionage, change, societal change. So I'm not saying, I'm not going to go against, I'm just giving you more information and more food for thought about how long-term influence plays. And it does work. There have been generations of foreign agents in the United States doing surveillance over the term of generations. Families, entire families doing that type of surveillance, doing the subliminal things like Russia outwardly brought 10,000 people across the border into Georgia to influence and subjugate the native population so that they could push and they move in, they subjugate, they get themselves into places of power, sometimes very noticeable. So that's the idea, but I'll let it go with that.
Yeah. I kind of get what you're saying. I don't think that any of Bernie Sanders' proposed policies, which I regard as alternative policies here in the United States, are going to make the United States an authoritarian country. I do think what Donald Trump did and wants to do, and what Ron DeSantis is doing, and what Greg Abbott in Texas is doing, that is the path to an authoritarian government in the United States, and we're not going to walk down that path. But Bernie Sanders is not going to lead us to authoritarianism, in my opinion. But I thank you for your comments, Hunter, and good luck with your gardening.
Thank you. We have some what we call black gold, which is the composted manure from our horses on our farm. So we have to treat it with good hands, and it provides a lot of vegetables for many friends. But yeah, it's there's a difference in approaches, Alan, and some pieces on the chessboard perform one function, and some pieces on the chessboard serve another function. Some are more valuable, some are more outright. And I've talked to a lot of people that were close to the Aldrich Ames situation, and then the downside impact of exposure of our intelligence networks, and it's a long game, and optics.
That is purely
Can
a
the
strategy.
expert get in here and say a word?
Yeah, Dr. Nick, go.
All right. So, Hunter, would you mind putting your mic on mute? Thank you so much. Okay. So first, I just want to say that from a quantitative standpoint, right, when we're talking about politics and the different types of political ideologies that translate into regime types, Bernie Sanders is on the social democracy type. Social democracies exist in places like Norway. They exist in places like Iceland, Sweden. Okay. Don't cut me off, Hunter. Keep yourself on mute. Okay. I let you speak. So they exist in places like Norway, Sweden, that kind of stuff. Quantitatively, there is no slippery slope between Norway, Iceland, and Venezuela. Okay. That just does not happen. Those countries in the Nordic states are still capitalist regimes. Okay. When I teach about these things, okay, so let me explain it this way. You have what's liberal democracy. Okay. And Australia is a liberal democracy. Canada is also a liberal democracy. So basically, liberal democracy means you've got it's liberal democracy is your bare bones form of democracy. Any country that wants to claim itself a democracy has to meet this bare bones set of standards, guarantees some basic rights, okay, related to things like freedom of speech and, right to a fair trial and, various stuff like that, right? Okay. Then you have what's called social democracy. Now, social democracy, you get all the stuff that a liberal democracy gets, but then you get extra rights. Okay. In political science, we call it liberal democracy plus. Okay. So it's just a variant of liberal democracy. That's all it is. Okay. It's not a variant of socialism. It's not a variant of communism. Social democracy is a variant of liberal democracy. Okay. It has a capitalist economic structure. Okay. And so that is why it is a variant of liberal democracy. They just guarantee more social and economic rights to their citizens. That's it. Okay. There isn't a slippery slope between social democracy and communism. It doesn't happen. It's not going to happen. It just really doesn't work that way. All right. And so whatever, Sanders may have advocated for at one point or another when he was younger, or may have been interested in one point or another when he was younger, or what have you, may have read at one point or another when he was younger. Okay. That's not what he's actually doing in practice, because you can read Marx and take some of the social stuff, okay, related to, say, fair economic treatment of citizens or something like this, and that has nothing to do with a political economic type system that translates into, say, a centrally planned economy called communism. Those are completely different things. Political Marxism is completely different from social things that people take out of Marxism. They are completely different things, completely different animals. So I just feel like I really have to disabuse people's ideas about these concepts like immediately, because they are not the same thing. I mean, factually, in the literature, we can measure these things. They are not the same thing mathematically.
Axel, go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is factually untrue, and I'm happy to correct you, Dr. Nick. Not having finished my PhD on this matter because I really wanted to work in investment banking. I'm, of course, a capitalist. But the good thing is we fortunately have the data. The crisis of social democracy is that it, at a very early stage in its structuring, embarks on entitlements, positive rights given to people who then should be supported by the state. And as in the Niskanen model of electioneering, entitlements become then a self-serving proposition, which lead to more and more politicians on various levels, specifically if you have a non-first past the post, i.e. non-alternative voting system, to then create more and more coalitions of those who are mediocre at best, but definitely economically unsound in constantly catering to the next election, and therefore having to create more entitlements. Now, entitlements are essentially burdens. They are a burden for the future. In coalition governments and in social democracy, often enough, there is no way to redress them and turn them back. It's like a ratchet. This is what not only Hayek proposed, but Milton Friedman very clearly always criticized. And fortunately, we've seen this many times. That it can only be redressed if and when there's alternatives, clear alternatives in government. Social democracy leads to the lack of an alternative because the entitlements are proposed by both sides, even if there's only two to choose from. And they are just simply bidding higher for the elections and therefore their groups in order to gain more entitlements, meaning written into the budget and therefore reducing discretionary budget capacity, therefore leading to a complete and utter rampant overburdening and therefore a need to constantly create more debt, because otherwise you cannot finance those entitlements in future. And therefore it leads to an economic climate which is not equity based, but it's debt based. And that's bad in that regard. And you know it, and I know it, that liberal and social democracy do diverge on these paths. One is a society of freedom and creation of equity and limited government, and the other one is one where people vote for a government to protect, preserve, and constantly give them. And that constantly give them then leads to less and less budget capacity. That's the main failure. And this is, by the way, well, wait, hold on. You've been speaking. It's fine. And I take it you're not an economist. That's fine, because economists, as you all well know,
I teach international political economy too.
I know. International political economy, meaning you're not an economist. It's political economy. So we know both where it comes from, because I did study both of that as well.
Oh, Lord.
I did quantitative economics. All right. And we both have been teaching it. That's fine. It's completely okay. What I'm saying is that states such as Sweden had to do 2 hard turns in their last 40 years. Finland did 1 hard turn in the last 30 years in order to redress the overburdening of their budget capacity and their spending capacity by changing the way their social democracy constantly impugned their future capacity to spend. This had to be done. Even Germany had to do this twice. This is no surprise, but it's an effect. It's not curing the symptom. We have to do it. Fortunately, America has many different states, and you have blockages. You have a constitution. Despite all the debt and everything else, you still have more freedom in your markets and more competition in your markets than the rest of the world. Keep it that way. It'll serve you well.
Okay, so let's talk real quick about some of this stuff, and then I think we should move on. But so number one, yes, if there's no doubt that, for example, when you have situations like your technology improves and you have an aging society, that is going to create a burden on a social system, where you have these various quote unquote entitlements that aren't really entitlements because you are paying them with your taxes. That's number one. Number two, requires you to have leaders who have the political to reform. So that's number two. This doesn't necessarily mean that there is a problem per se with the system of social democracy. What it means is that you have a problem with specific political leaders. Number two. Now, if we look at, for example, liberal democracies are what we call LMEs, liberal market economies. Liberal market economies do have major problems. For example, when they don't really invest in their workers. Number one, they really expect a lot of high turnover. This can be good. It can have some benefits because they expect for things like innovation that can be good when the economy is good. The problem is that that doesn't always happen. And when the economy starts to have trouble, it just, it's pretty much every man for himself. You
Which LMEs do
also
exist? Because you use this term. This is a fighting term of the hard left in economics. It's interesting that you
wait, can
propose
I
that.
finish
Yes,
and
you can. But
talk?
would you please
Uh,
explain to the audience who uses LMEs and which LMEs exist?
LMEs are liberal democracies. Okay, and then there are these. Oh gosh, see now it just yeeted out of my brain. The CMEs. The no, yeah, Christian market econ. What is it? See, now I've completely forgotten what it's called because you my cut off my train of thought. Anyway, and that's like Germany and these other ones. And, they actually invest in their workers, they invest in their workforce. And, when there is some sort of downturn in the market, they have a tendency to try to work together. So that way there aren't things like mass layoffs, number one. Another positive of these type of or coordinated market economies, another benefit of these type of economies is that they really invest in their workers. You can they help pay for your they pay for your college because you tend to go to these. I mean, you are in one of these states where you have your college paid for. Companies also will invest in some instances for additional training, etc. And you um, get out of college, and in many instances, that job that you get out of college is the place that you retire at. And, if there's a downturn in the market, they will do things like try to do like job sharing and things like that to help people out. It isn't a sort of every man for himself. It isn't a right to work type economy. There is a lot less uncertainty in the job market. And let me tell you, as somebody who has been living through all of that, and, with, a lot of people I know over here, um, you know, it's not so great always living in these LMEs. It can work for certain types of people, but it's not as great as it's cracked up to be all the time. Um, but anyway, coordinated market economies really have lots of benefits, not just across the board for average person. It can be great for big type companies. For example, when in Germany, when there was the economic downturn, I forget which one of those car companies over there was going to go out of business. Was it Volkswagen or um,
Volkswagen was not
r-
at risk, but it's a state-owned entity, so it's
right,
irrelevant in
because
that
it's a
regard.
corporate.
No,
Yeah.
but it's irrelevant in that regard, and it's only partially
Well, they were
state-owned.
having economic
It's a bad
trouble.
example. It's actually no, no, it's not. Actually, Volkswagen didn't have the trouble. Opel had, but it doesn't matter. It's a bad example.
It's not a bad example.
It
They
is because it's
all
run by trade
pulled.
unions and the social democrats you otherwise deplore. Mr. Schröder was the one who handed Volkswagen to Chinese investors and Russian money in the past. So you're actually highlighting an entity as a good advantage of great training, which only currently lives because 25% of all its cars are made in China by slave workers. So that can't be the example you can make. And Germany is not a so-called coordinated market economy. That is not even a term in quantitative or in economics anymore because it's political economy. That's a different term. And we don't use it for these nations because Germany
Okay,
is that
so
I'm sorry, I disagree.
Axel, when economics happens, does, I don't know, do states make policies that impact economics in any way?
That's a slap-down argument. Of course, states rule into the economy,
Right.
but funny enough, you're wrong because they can't stem the tide. States cannot make economics; they can break economics. That's the rule.
When they don't do anything, look
That
what
is not the
happens when
point. That
they.
is what you would wish for, that somebody would argue. I never argue this, but they should do less than they're doing because
Hey,
the things they are doing is limiting freedoms.
order.
Dr. Nick, this is better than point counterpoint. It is Dr. Nick's turn to speak. Axel, you will have the rebuttal. Dr. Nick.
I just don't think that this is a good idea that we talk about this anymore because I love Axel to death, but if he's gonna, I can't debate with somebody who disagrees with the concept of like international political economy. Like there's nothing to discuss from that point. So I can't.
Did you
I can't
not?
have a
Did you not?
discussion.
Sorry, did you just highlight that I wouldn't agree with the concept of political economy? Sorry, would you discuss with Milton Friedman if he were
No,
alive? Oh, you
no,
wouldn't. Interesting.
no.
Would you have discussed with Friedrich Alexander Hayek?
Sure, maybe to some extent, but not really.
Interesting.
Because the problem with Hayek is he also had a real affinity for dictators too.
Actually, he didn't. He said that he feared the dictator's choice, but it's a different thing.
He would have preferred economic freedom over anything else.
And which example did he follow? What did he highlight? That only on the shining city on the hill, meaning in America, this was actually realized by competition.
But he sure loved Tito.
Well, so Axel, Dr. Nick, this has been a great discussion and a wide-ranging one and a very broad one. As Axel said, the United States has some blockages. I certainly agree with that. I don't think there's a national economy on the globe that doesn't rely on debt to finance current expenditures and hope for the future. The United States certainly does. It's just uh, a decision of government of how they're going to invest that debt, and debt actually does get invested. It certainly does in the United States.
Not doubting it, Alan. It's the level of debt. It's the level of indebtedness and what you do with it. Because you can take out money, that's no problem, and you can be indebted to trade partners. That's actually good business, and it's good state business because political economics does work. But you have to have a market in order to sustain exactly that. You need to have a proper certain fertile ground, let's put it this way. And Dr. Nick knows exactly what I'm leading at. If you cannot produce, if you can't sell your product, if you're not competitive, you can't take out debt.
And yet in the United States, we have politicians, mostly Republicans, who are making national debt into an ignorant political issue. We can talk more about that later. I do want to get to some hands. And this has been a good conversation. It's a little bit America centric in a way, but I will go back briefly to Hunter, then to Abdullah, then to Dennis.
Are we in agreement that Milton Friedman and his family and Schumpeter and Hayek and the likes actually came from old Europe, and they all saw the revolution in America being the one which leads to better political judgments in a competitive economic world? Isn't that the truth?
Axel, that is debatable. I hate to say it, but it is debatable. We have seen some terrible demagogues, terrible leaders who don't deserve a seat in Congress, yet they are there casting votes, and they are casting votes against people in their own districts, old people, young people, disabled people, workers. There's just a lot of room to debate here, and we shouldn't do it right now, but we will keep doing it because it's a great debate. I just want to go to Hunter. I want to ask everyone to be concise. Hunter, Abdullah, Dennis. Hunter, go ahead.
Bravo to raising my educational level from all of you, because first thing from Dr. Nick I want is a reading list to go towards a master's in whatever in the world it is that you teach. And actually the same kudos to you, because I'm a science, that's my bachelor's is in science, right? But we studied a broad depth of things. I really, really, really appreciate both of you strongly standing where you are and voicing what you say. And Alan, you too. Okay. We all have opinions and we all have different backgrounds of education. And the spirited debate is how we flesh out and we learn and we grow. And this is super important. And that's just fantastic. That's this beautiful thing about this space. So thank you all for being civil and educational to both of us. And I really, to me particularly, I really am grateful for it. Thank you. I'm going to drop off and go back to mining black gold into our garden beds. Thank you.
Thank you, Hunter. Abdullah, and then Dennis. Abdullah. Abdullah, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry. Yeah, I came up earlier for another topic of the Unilever, but let me just comment on Bernie Sanders, the 81-year-old senator. I don't think the guy is a Russian asset. We have to be careful because America has gone through a lot of this dark times with McCarthyism, accusing people of being a communist and all that. It's a dangerous game to play. A lot of innocent people were accused of being commies. Some people went to jail. A lot of people lost their jobs. Cancel culture is nothing new. So we just have to be careful. That's all I was gonna say. Yeah, and you're not gonna get an 81-year-old to apologize for a trip he took in the 80s. But the guy is supporting Ukraine. That's all that matters. He's supporting Ukraine, and I've heard him from his mouth that we have to support Ukraine, and that's all we care about. Helping Ukraine defeat the fascists. But I was just gonna say about Unilever. I think Unilever might be just Alan and Dr. Nick. It might be just that British company. It might be just too big to boycott. I was just looking at how many of stuff they are in control of. So many ice cream companies, so many beauty products. It's just that's the thing. I don't know how we're gonna get them to get out of Russia. Maybe we'll have Dr. Nick Brown work on that from the British angle. Thank you so much.
The sanctions hit them hard, because if they do deals where essentially a bank flags them, that becomes difficult for them. That's exactly the point. Sprawling corporates have to do financial transactions alongside their not asset allocation only, but also their trade. And if their trade goes in a direction which is compromised, as happens in this case, as well as if some of their brands, say, or some of their co-owners of brands, let's put it this way, because sometimes they don't own all the brand, although Unilever's general strategy is to always own the brand. But some of the brands have legacy attachments such as this. In such instance, you can hit them hard, very hard, by public discourse, and that's important. But if you really want to chip in on them, let's take a different example, Auchan in France, which I don't care if some strange communist hippie who's been successful with a great sugary product and therefore has a brand affiliation. I don't care whether he does this personally. I care a lot more about a French company under the under the tailcoat of the French exceptionalism and the Elysee protecting it, still doing business in Russia and earning hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions, and still furtively looking left and right because nobody's hitting them, because they only bank with French banks at this point in time, trying to not do anything. But Auchan is present in Poland. Why does this Polish government, which is always so highbrow and so always elevated and doing everything right, why does this Polish government not crack down on Auchan? I can tell you why. Because they're as bigoted as they go. They're not taking this seriously. They're only taking it for their political squeeze. And that's bad. That's bad politics, because it at some point in time will come out. And it just is coming out. So if the Poles want to play with the French to squeeze the Germans, they will fall, because their biggest single investor is essentially the whole small and medium-sized economy of Germany. Because it's not the big political companies from Germany like the socialist-led Volkswagen. They haven't invested there much. No, it's the others who have invested in Poland. Those who actually are family-owned, or those who are, say, sprawling and in the medium range, like anywhere between 500 million turnover and a few billion turnover. Those have invested in Poland. And if you snub them, they'll just go to Romania. If you snub them, they, as soon as Ukraine is open for business, will be in Ukraine and not in Poland. So it's completely stupid from a Polish perspective to bank on the French, because the French never do anything for you after you played their game. They should know that. The Poles could look back in their history for 300 years and they would find this out. Political economy does not supersede value creation. That's what I'm trying to advocate here, because value creation means hardworking people somewhere in Indiana, somewhere in North Carolina, somewhere in Texas, somewhere in Colorado, in Wyoming, Montana, Wisconsin, Michigan, getting the job done. The Bill Belichick model of do your job. And then politics melds into the background.
Axel, they are happy to do their jobs for a living wage. And so the political economy doesn't supersede creating value, but it plays an important role. It's no different than regulating banks. Why is it you wake up every damn day to a financial crisis and it's been caused by the banks? Whether it's junk bonds or junk mortgages or just damn bad management, and there's no liquidity. So the political economy has a real role to play, especially in a big capitalist country like the United States. And we have taken, since FDR, and well, actually before that, I would say since Herbert Hoover, to try to figure that out. And we haven't figured it out, but maybe we will. I don't know.
I think you're doing well.
So after the the world sort of went kaplooey after the housing market exploded and all of that, the IMF, World Bank, sort of fell on its sword because they took a little bit of responsibility for some of this as well, because obviously the U.S. housing market had a lot to blame in relation to this as well, but they took their lumps for, in their words, in their their reports when they were doing their postmortems, for pushing too harsh of austerity measures on certain states, and pushing to extreme neoliberal policies, and what that they've kind of, I guess, to make a long story short, I guess I could sum it up this way. And this is probably oversimplifying it, but it's just a way to kind of maybe for the average person maybe to wrap your head around it. Um, After World War II, we pushed Keynesian economics. And then when the stagflation occurred, we were pushing, the Haykian sort of neoliberal type model. And then that resulted in a situation where, we had growing income inequality and all of that. And, ultimately we see where that led us with, the housing markets and all of this kind of stuff, right? Of course, I'm
Did you have
oversimplifying.
growing income inequality before the U.S. Congress decided to pass the law which changed and
Yes, I
politically
said I
changed the
was.
terms of
I
the housing market?
said I was oversimplifying. I'm
Okay,
oversimplifying.
I'm just asking because you were just doing, not oversimplifying. Blamed you blamed monetarist and Hayekian policies, which the US has never ever
But
used. You blamed them. You blamed them for the housing market. Housing market in
was
its ineligible. No, there was an ineligible segment of the housing market for home ownership, which then politically was changed by the U.S. Congress. 3 laws, 2 regulations
yes,
created by what was then a U.S. Congress in the Clinton era doing it. You can
yes,
talk as long as you
the
like about it.
Dobbs.
That changed
Yes,
the way credit perception was managed
right,
in banks. This is how
right,
you created. This is how you created banks which lent to people who couldn't afford it.
right. But before that, okay, the neoliberal policies that were adopted, the deregulation in the 70s, 80s, blah, blah, blah. I said I was oversimplifying. Okay. So, and then, what the Dobbs, whatever act, I'm trying to go fast here. Okay. And, the housing market exploded and all that kind of stuff. So, the deregulation, the neoliberal policies, the poor regulation in the housing markets, and all of this stuff that occurred in the United States, of course, that reverberated across the world. The IMF with their deregulation, the over austere, the entrenching of austerity and entrenching of neoliberal economic policies as well. And what they kind of said was that maybe, you know, uh, we were going too hard on Keynes for too long, and then too hard on Hayek, these sort of neoliberal policies for too long, and that maybe, um, you kind of have to go both. So the way that some people are thinking about it now is that maybe what the answer is that when the neo we're coming out of this issue where we've got lots of income inequality, we've got lots of issues created as a result of overregulation, under-regulation and all of that kind of stuff. So perhaps we should you know push a little bit on some of these Keynesian type policies, and let the economy recover from that perspective. And then once we start to see in the horizon perhaps some stagflation, then perhaps at that point we might want to revert towards and steer towards perhaps some neoliberal type policies, perhaps maybe reduce taxes a little bit, pull up a little bit on some of the regulations, kind of steer it like that. And that's kind of what they're thinking might be the best answer in the long run. So that's kind of some of the things that I've been seeing out there and people are kind of talking about. So just thought I'd throw that out there.
Axel, and then the lexicon. Axel?
Yeah, we need to do this in a different setup because I would throw data at you because the United States of America in the period which you consider to be neoliberal, which it wasn't, it definitely wasn't. It's one of the most managed and maniacally, incoherent political economies, if to take your term, between the, say, second Congress under Ronald Reagan And until about the second Congress of Mr. Clinton, with then the tail end towards the end of the tech bubble when the first web bubble burst. And during that period of time, the lowest to 10% of society in the United States gained more disposable incomes than any other poor in the OECD countries. And the United States reduced their effective debt even. The indebtedness.
I don't know. Are you looking at GDP?
No,
Because
just
I'm
telling you,
I'm
this is the
thinking
data.
PPP,
This is
Jenny,
adjusted. This is completely
GDP.
adjusted. This is completely. It's, by the way, it's the data the Democrats used in order to justify
Right, but they
why.
use
I'm just telling
GDP.
you. Wait, you know you're getting aggravated because I'm telling you that this is data which the left used. I'm just telling you
They
because
were
said it.
neoliberals too.
It's not it has nothing to do with neoliberal. There is no neoliberal economics
That's nonsense.
in the
That's
US.
nonsense.
Please don't tell me what is nonsense and what is not nonsense when I'm talking about economic policies enacted in the 1980s, because they were not neoliberal. They were, to an extent, liberal, but not neoliberal. That doesn't even cut it as a term. So please, let's just cast this aside for a second. What happened at that point in time is that you simply allowed companies to make profit, and then you tax them, but you tax them 2 Congresses later. That's completely fine, absolutely fine, completely okay. And many states did, because the movement to a different kind of manufacturing economy throughout the 1980s reflected miniaturization in electronics, a trend which happened all over the world. And the United States fortunately managed to capture the trend better than anybody else. Electronics industry, television, you name it, everything in Europe was completely, utterly blasted. The Japanese, the South Koreans, and the Americans took it over. There is no television set production anymore in Europe. You did it, and you did it perfectly because you managed to integrate it better than anybody else. You did that. It has nothing to do with neoliberalism. You just need to read the data. The data produced it. And by the way, it was the economic team of the person who then lost the election due to some hanging chads who actually advocated this. I'm just highlighting. All right, good, because it was, by comparison to today, a reasonably conservative Democrat. Having said this, you then have a different phase where this happens again. In the next wave, seemingly, but distorted by supposed paper equity values, you lifted people out of poverty even quicker. But these were supposed equity values because the misalignment and the badly set criteria for home ownership led to markets taking whatever paper there was and reproducing it. The political incentives were terrible given by the acts between 1996 and 1998. Congress failed. This was absolutely terrible politics, and it led to a misalignment of economics. And by the way, everyone in investment banking knows. Everybody knows, and everybody by the way, in the Treasury knows. And all your politicians should know, but they don't talk about it. It was a political failure in setting the wrong criteria for home ownership and support systems, because it led to markets making different suggestions and setting different parameters for then recycling the debt, and therefore then feeding back different price signals into the market. And that's how you got your crisis. And if you don't want to believe it, read Michael Lewis. He's not a perfect person, quite wrong. Actually, he's not. But at least he manages to summarize it neatly and anecdotally. But you can read many, many sets of data by many, many analysts who are significantly better at that. And then you will find exactly that. We may not like it, but it's always the political economics means that people are setting utopian criteria, which then lead to markets building systems to deal with the criteria. And this is the rule of unintended consequences. And by the way, this is something which should be introduced from quantitative economics into political economics a lot more. Because if you deal with data, market data, you actually find out that sometimes what you believe and what you think is completely, utterly bereft of any substance. And with that, I really have to go because it's late, it's midnight, and I have to get up in 5 hours. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Axel. And we will take just a couple more hands, whether they're on this topic or another topic. It's okay. But, this is a good discussion. We'll come back to it sometime in the future with Dr. Nick and Axel and who knows, maybe even me. So I will go to Lexicon and then to Daryl. Lexicon, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think the discussion's good in the sense that there's a lot of valuable content. But I just, one of the things that I heard from you guys from the first I came in is that the kind of the sole and unique unifying factor is that we're trying to, we care for the liberation of Ukraine and peace on Ukraine's terms, which it deserves. And I think what we can discuss these topics, it's great. Lots of people feel we learn a lot, but I think maybe the most that it's not helpful, one, to have interruption, even if one has the privilege of the panel. It just doesn't help, and it's harder. It's hard for a lot of people, harder for some to take than others. But also in general, we ought to be able to present what our analytical view is as our view. Analysis can be done different ways, and none of these economists, probably all of us in our younger days, did some history of economic thought. And we know very well that there have been warring schools and they're pretty well all still present. So I just think not only me, there's other people I chat with, in the back, whatever you call it, acres. And we can brown off people. And our purpose is not that much to get across our passionately held view of this or that economic analysis, philosopher, political thought. It's just all for Ukraine, and I think we can demonstrate this stuff is of use to us because we're talking with partners in Ukraine who are talking about economic and political outcomes. But mainly I find that the interrupting stuff is just not fair to anybody, and I think we should try to do better on that.
Well, Lexicon, thank you very much for coming up. Of course, you are right. MriyaReport is all about Ukraine. Sometimes we stray. This has happened. It's happened with pineapple pizza. It has happened with political economics here tonight. But I do think this is probably the most civil space you can visit. And sometimes people do talk over others. Sometimes people have open mics and there's feedback. And but still, we try to run an ordered space. We ask people to request to speak. We ask people to raise their hands. And then we take folks in order. I challenge anyone to find a more civil space than MriyaReport. I really do. But we're going to get back on to Ukraine 100%. In less than an hour, Chuck Farrer will be here with a military update tonight. Going to take a close look at Bakhmut, close look at Avdiivka. A lot is happening. Of course, we're going to look at the deep strike on the railway yard in Crimea that Ukraine launched last night. So we're going to get back on track. But thank you, Lexicon, for your observations. Daryl, you put your hand down, but you can go.
You know what, you guys were talking there, and it was the whole housing, banking, this, that, and the other, Bernie. But we are long past that for now, and I am not here to revisit I see Chuck has posted some stuff up. We are going to be talking with him later on. There's a lot. It looks like there's a lot of movement around Bakhmut and stuff like that. So can't wait to get him involved with that. We've had a lot of guests today, and it ran the gamut of sorts. And so that's we had Fish, we had Peter, we had I can't. How do I pronounce her name? Bliat. Help me out here, Al.
Bilyuka?
Bilyuka. Yeah, we had her on earlier, so we've had a big. It's been a busy day, and it's. I think in the coming weeks, it's just going to be that way, especially with the blackout going on in across across the battlefield. So we turn our interest to the things we can talk about, and I think we had a full day of that.
Yeah, let me just highlight this very quickly because
was
sorry, let me interrupt. I just walked across the house and had to listen to this. Lexicon, as much as I like you, but this comment I cannot let stand. And no, Ellen, is completely unacceptable. I completely disagree. We have at no time, and I'm here since more than a year, at no time sacrificed the priority of Ukraine at any given point in time. When we talk about economics here, it is within the interest of national defense, the security of defense, and funding Ukraine. And when we have arguments about housing markets and the likes, it is because somebody brought up the topic and we tried to dissect it very quickly. And Darrow is absolutely right. We have spent yet again today 3 large interview segments. And by the way, the name is Biljana. We've spent 3 large interview segments here, yet again today, all in view of what is at stake and where and how the international community can support Ukraine by fighting off Russian imperialism in all battlefields. So I cannot take this as a criticism for the space or for myself at all, or the panel here, and definitely not for any one of my co-hosts and my co-moderators at all. I will not let this stand. This space is dedicated to Ukraine. We have not done anything wrong. I cannot absolutely tolerate listening to this. And with that, good night. Good luck.
Good night, Axel, and thank you. Although I did bring Lexicon up, and Lexicon, say something contrite.
Never me. I just wanted to clarify. I thought I was clear. I'm not saying this is not that it's not good to have these discussions for. It's not good for our Ukrainian unity objective. I just what I feel is tried to say that, and I've chatted with others. Having the privilege of being on the panel doesn't obviate the need to do one's best to hear from people coming up. We get new people all the time. We have people who don't see debate as a boxing match or need to put people down. And I don't want people to, that's not, our basis of unity is not that we're fighting it out. The basis of our unity is we're here for Ukraine. That's what he meant to say. I was not saying these discussions are not about Ukraine. I just don't want people to feel lost or bashed and go away from this topic of Ukraine. And there are people that say, it's like a cockfight shop. I've heard people. It's I've given up. So I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm sorry. It's not contrite. I'm just trying to say that how we debate is pretty important as well, and many people feel it.
Yeah, Lexicon, of course it's important. As I say, I challenge anyone to visit any other space and find a more civil space than MriyaReport. I really do. I mean,
the Iran ones are pretty, or an Iran one is pretty good. They're very, very charming to each other.
Well, that may be in your experience, but all I can say is we do strive for civility. We strive for the Socratic method here, and we also strive to remain focused on Ukraine. Now, Lexicon.
You do. I agree.
Now,
It's great.
Lexicon, you know as well as I do that there is no place you can go to get more news about Ukraine than MriyaReport.
Absolutely.
And there is no place you can go to hear more Ukrainian voices than MriyaReport. There's no place you can go to hear more historians teach us about Ukrainian history. There's no place you can go to hear from more military experts who review how Ukraine has defended itself and is looking to defeat this Russian imperial genocidal war. There's no place you can go to hear from experts from all kinds of fields, economists, from humanitarian workers on the ground in Ukraine, from first responders on the ground in Ukraine. We don't have to defend MriyaReport. You can go to Spotify and listen to any archived interview and hear what we have accomplished in a year, now more than a year, of war. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I know you know this, Lexicon, because you've been with us many, many hours.
Yeah, and today's array of subjects was fabulous. And yeah, as you say, you know that that's not what I'm trying to contend, and I do appreciate the space. All the best.
Thank you so much. Peter, please go ahead.
Yeah, I've just got to say that I think this space has got some of the most intelligent people I've ever heard talking, and that includes Axel, Doman, yourself, all the other hosts, all the other secondary hosts, etc. It's just the brain power and the amount of knowledge. I mean, it's just amazing what you can learn. And no, you don't agree with everything, but you can learn an awful lot. And the speakers who come on here, I mean, they're amazing. That they're experts in their own field, and what they say and how they put it across can be so clear and so precise, and so definite. You know, you feel like you want to stick them into some of the discussions here. You feel you need to put them into governments where there are politicians who, frankly, you wouldn't give the time of day to for their knowledge and ability. So I just wanted to say that and to thank you all for everything you do, which is just kind of amazing. What I wanted to talk about is, I think this is probably slightly a reflection of a change in the Russian propaganda, which I noted quite distinctly probably about a month ago, because they changed from it being Ukraine to being the West and America in particular. And then we had all this rubbish with these balloons flying over America. And a lot of it made no sense to me, as somebody who does know aviation and does know the atmosphere and how things work. And the more I think about it, the reaction of the Chinese was at first kind of quite bewilderment. And then it slowly came out that these were from private companies in China or whatever. And how the Russians had manipulated the conversation around to trying to cause a divide between the West and China, almost to the point that I thought the Russians had been behind the release of these balloons by getting these private companies to do it. But I might be wrong. I mean, I've no basis for saying that. But I think, you know, I still hold to the fact with China that they are struggling with their economy at the moment. Before this blew up with the balloons, that they were saying, we want to prioritize our economy. And Russia has stirred this pot with the now China going to Russia with this ridiculous meeting, and that pathetic Putin. But really, you have to say, what is in it for China? The majority of their economy is with the West, the vast majority. They need the West. And, you know, you look at Russia, what's the earning per capita? What do the people in Russia earn as a whole to be able to spend on products from China? Literally nothing. They're 4% of China's economy. And then we look at, the next one, Iran. What's their spend per head? What are they going to spend on Chinese products? Nothing. Or North Korea, where they eat rats. What are they going to spend on China's economy? So unless Xi has completely lost his marbles, he needs to turn around and use his leverage on Putin and stop all this saber rattling, etc., and get this war stopped. If he has any influence at all.
Peter,
Yeah.
Peter, we really need Xingu here, who you may know.
Yeah, I know his opinion as well. And yeah, I mean, I agree. I understand his opinion. I agree with a lot of what he says. I don't totally agree because when I look at things, I always try to, I'm no expert, okay? But, you know, I'm a very instinctive person. And I look at things, I try to read up what I can because I don't have the knowledge of you guys or etc. But I try to read up what I can so that I know roughly what I'm talking about. And then I look at it and I say, right, what makes sense and what doesn't make sense? And to me, China sidling up with Russia or Iran or North Korea makes zero sense at all. And I know that
Peter, just let me interrupt for a
go.
moment. I appreciate your coming up, and please do mute your mic so there's no feedback. But you know, it seems to me that as we look ahead, and I'm no expert either, Peter. I'm far from an expert on anything. But there is a new confrontation of alliances. It's not so different from old confrontations of alliances. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Who else? Maybe Nicaragua, maybe Cuba, maybe Venezuela. This is on its face a weak alliance. It doesn't have the industrial power of if you just look at the nations aligned to support Ukraine, more than 50 nations from all around the world, from every continent except Antarctica. You are looking at industrial power, political power, and an arsenal that can do anything to defeat Russia, and that's what it's going to do. This confrontation may go on for years and years, But one thing I do happen to agree with Axel about, what we are witnessing today is the end of World War II, not the beginning of World War III in any way, but it's the unfinished business of World War II. That's what is happening. And part of that unfinished business is finding a way for Ukraine to defeat Russia, to defeat this imperial genocidal war, to join NATO, and to join the European Union. This is Ukraine's future. When we see these things accomplished, we will actually see the end of that last war. Daryl, welcome. Please go ahead.
Alan, that is, that's really a good metaphor for what's going on, because had Patton done it his way, Russia would have been back to their borders, and most of Eastern Europe would not have fell under the Iron Curtain unless they had, wanted to later on. As it was, all of those, everything east of Berlin was rounded up and said, "Okay, you can have this," just to, make this go quick. And that was, this is unfinished business. Rightly, maybe we can get it done right this time. Ukraine is certainly in the position to ensure that Russia's borders go back to the way they were, at least since '91, that is. And hopefully the other countries, with there being no specter of a ever belligerent Russia, maybe they can start turning west as well and begin to build their own market economies, in such that they are no longer being their natural resources and people are no longer being siphoned off to a country that cares nothing for the people that are left there to begin with.
Yeah, I agree. So Common Agenda, if you're listening, tried to bring you up, you cycled. Maybe you have an Android phone, in which case take a look at the second tweet in the nest, because that will help you solve any Android problem you have. So I think the order of hands, Daryl, and we're about 30 minutes away from welcoming Chuck Farrer here tonight. But the order of hands is Grego, Suzanne, and then Matthias. So Grego, please go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I was going to ask you a kind of boring question. Do we know when the recording of Thomas's recent interview will be up on Spotify?
ASAP. That's all I know. But check back tonight or tomorrow, and I think you'll find it.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Suzanne.
Working pretty good to get these out pretty quicker. There's a lot of things that happened in the little bit of the last shuffle we had, and so things have moved right along. People are we have more people dedicated to getting these things done and out. So hopefully, what you're going to see is a quicker response to those type of interviews.
So Suzanne, go ahead. Then Matthias. Suzanne.
Hey, thanks. I just wanted to chime in. You guys, to me, are the best of humanity. You're really tough on yourselves, and I get that because I'm always tough on myself. And at the end of the day, yes, somebody might talk over somebody. Somebody might have their mic not muted like they should. Maybe we're not going to all agree on econ, and I probably would kind of disagree with some of the stuff, and not with Axel. But at the end of the day, what is so special about this space and why I come back whenever I've got a minute and I'm not working is because it's purpose driven. The purpose of the space is so clear. And it's really never lost that this is all about Ukraine. Even if we go down a path discussing economics or socks or whatever it is, at the end of the day, you're the, there's always that focus on Ukraine. And yes, maybe there's things that not everybody agrees about, but the one thing everybody does agree about is Ukraine. And that's why you guys are all, and guys is a generic term for me. That's why this is so awesome, because of that purpose. So don't be so hard
Amen,
on yourself.
Suzanne.
Huh?
Amen, Suzanne.
Thanks. I mean, I'm a kind of a simple person. I'm an economist by trade, but I think I don't come here for economics. I come here for humanity. And that's what it's all about. And never lose that. Never lose your mission, guys. I don't think you will. But again, generic guys, sorry. It's a bad habit.
It's all good. I say it sometimes too. It happens.
But keep it up. And every break I get, I'll be here. Just hate having to work for a living.
I know, doesn't it stink?
It really does. And I got to go get ready for a board meeting, but I'm going to be doing board prep work and listening to. But thank you guys.
Thanks
Just
for
wanted to
being
say,
here, Suzanne.
again, you're awesome.
Thank you. And thanks for being you.
Can't be anybody different. I'm too old to change. Thanks. I'll drop down.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you for being here for humanity. That's why we're here. So Matthias, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I must agree. This space is amazing when it comes to the support of Ukraine, and I don't know of anything that's like it. So that's why I hang around. Alan, I really like what you said about the reason why we have this war, and I was going to try to add to it a bit. That we're kind of it's the end of World War II, as you put it. I think if we look at that, if we look at Germany at post World War II, there were the Nuremberg trials. There was this process of making the truth come out, not just about all the atrocities that were committed during the war in terms of military and the Nazism, but also the Jews, of course, and the Holocaust. So there was this process of getting the truth out and process of redemption, and also visible consequences. That abuse of power, abuse of violence, especially done in the name of the state. That was I'm searching for the right words. There was justice, right? But there was also some sort of process of being able to leave the past behind and go for something new. And also in Japan, there was something similar, right? There was this process of leaving the old behind through a process of truth. Somehow, Japan made it through. If I understand it correctly, there was also in South African apartheid regime, there was this process of making the truth come out. People who had done horrible things in the name of the state and oppression, there were consequences, and there was this possibility of actually believing and reestablishing trust, reestablishing justice, reestablishing what is actually true and what is actually false, and what the consequences were. Now, Russia, Stalin, there was nothing of the kind. There's never been any, to my knowledge, anything in the Russian state or in the Soviet or pre-Soviet universe where abuse of power and abuse of violence in the name of the state had any type of negative consequences. There's never been any type of justice in terms of how power is being wielded from Moscow. I think that's why we're having this whole problem right now, and I don't think it's never going to go away until Russia goes through something similar. And that's kind of, I'm just curious about what you guys think about that.
Thanks, Matthias. I think the difference at this point in history is that Russia will have to do it itself. Germany and Japan had the assistance of the United States. Russia will have to do it itself. They will be defeated by Ukraine, but when they look inward and then try to step outward into a new state, into a new system, this is something that they will have to do themselves. There's no one that can help them. It's a different time in history, and they need their own vision of what they can be, how they can free their people, and how they can cut themselves off from reliance on authoritarianism. Will they ever be able to do that? No one here will probably live long enough to see the answer. And I would say that the same may well be true in China. I would say that the same may well be true in North Korea. We'll just have to wait and see. That's my take on your comment, Matthias. But I do think it's a valuable insight. Thank you. And I want to welcome up Joanna. Joanna, what are your thoughts on this?
Hey, come on, bro. I've been raising my hand.
Oh, yeah, Mike, we will get to you, but I see your hand raised. Please don't talk out of turn. Joanna, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. I will be short. I wanted to say that usually there is a quote that is attributed to Churchill. We don't know if he said it indeed, but anyway, history is written by the victors, and that's why Germany has had a reckoning after the World War II, but Russia didn't, because they were the victors. Bitter victory for Russia because they lost a lot of men, 8 million. And from this bitter victory arose the weeds of what is happening now. I will end here to give Mike the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Stay with us, Joanna. Mike, please go ahead. Mike, do you hear us? Okay. Joanna, Churchill did say that. Victors write the history, or history is written by the winners. But, as a winner, which the Soviet Union was, the history it wrote was such a corrupted vision of the war they fought, and such a corrupted vision of the victory that they helped win. They, as you say, have suffered the consequences. I don't see how they ever find their way out of it.
Yeah, so that's what I meant. It's not good for the history to be written only by the winning side. We have to be impartial if we are to learn from history. And the fact that Russia took this victory, which was achieved with the help of United States mostly, but also Britain, because we have to remember that the land lease to Russia during the World War II was very significant. I believe 13,000 planes or 14,000 tanks, something like this. It was an amazing support for Russia to be able to push the German soldiers, and they forgot this. They managed to turn their victory into a great patriotic war, and with this, they built this military-oriented, socialist first, but right now we don't know if it's still socialist. Anyway, it's corrupted, perverted way of constructing the society, and yes, there has to be a reckoning for Russia. I hope it will be. I hope that they will realize their role in the recent history, and I hope this will happen soon enough. Because as a previous speaker said, I believe it was Peter, there are some shifts in the propaganda right now. They are preparing their people for the defeat, because I think deep down inside they know this is a defeat. It's only a matter of time, and they are claiming now that they are fighting NATO and a lot of other things, and they are preparing they are preparing their society for this defeat. And I don't know if we could prevent, if we can prevent something similar to happen, because they will build again on this if something doesn't change in Russia.
Well, I think what we've seen in Russia, Joanna, is what happens when history is turned into propaganda, and this has happened many times in many places. History becomes a story of history becomes all kinds of stories. But in Germany, of course, the history of World War I became the story of being stabbed in the back. And when this happens, then the society that adopts this story falls into believing such a story rather than using history as a real way to investigate events of the past, events that have given you the life you have, the present we all live in. Then anything can happen. And this is what has happened in Russia. They have not only used history to tell a story that is only propaganda, but they have used the Orthodox Church to shore that history up, a history of, as if Dr. Dick were here, she would tell us about Musky Mir and the history of Muscovy. As this,
Did you just say Muscovy, Alan?
yeah, I mean Ruskivir.
Ruskamir.
Ruskamir. Thank you. Ruski. There's actually, well, anyway, but you get what I'm saying. History can become propaganda. It can be turned to the ends of propagandists, and this is what has happened in Russia. As I say, it's happened in many other places in many other times. But right now, we are concerned with how Russia uses history to shore up its imperial, genocidal, authoritarian system. That's what concerns us. Joanna, and then Abdullah.
Yes, I just want to stress it out because you said it so well. That happens when history is turned into propaganda. It's a very good line.
Abdullah.
Hey, thanks, Alan. Thanks again. Yeah, I just wanted to, if anyone had any doubt that China has taken a side, I invite you to read the communique that came out of Moscow. It's unfortunate. I don't know if Putin has sold the farm. That story still needs to, we're still waiting. There has been any agreements. They haven't released much yet. But when it comes to confrontational China, I think it's all clear now, and I think the West needs to prepare itself. China is aggressive. What do you call posture has been written on this communique that they have released jointly with the Russian dictator. So thanks, Alan.
I think are you thinking, Abdullah, that it's going to lead to like a lab for Chinese weaponry? Is that where you're getting at with that?
Yeah, yes, and also is that China has. It seems to me that China has declared a cold war on the West, but some in the West do not know it yet. And some in the West are still naive, just the way they were with Putin and Russia 20 years ago.
Abdullah, I'm going to push back on that. The U.S. In the trade agreement that was not signed and tossed out back in 2016, that trade agreement that was being formulated at that time was to stymie this Chinese Cold War. It was going to help developing nations around the East build up their own economic power by opening trade with the U.S. And freeing the markets up. That's what that whole trade agreement was to box China in a little bit. But of course, that went to the wayside. But the people that are in the know, that understand it, understand that what China was, understand China. It's just that we had to have the people in the halls of Congress and in the White House who were willing to take up the reign and fight.
Thank you, Daryl. No, I totally agree with you. I'm not talking about the Americans. The Americans understand the threat. Both parties. I said some in the West. I'm talking about America's European allies, especially Germany. It's major economic power in Europe. Yes. No. I totally support America. America's pivot to the East. It's a welcome development, but a lot of money in the West needs to wake up that China doesn't see does not want to engage with us in terms of when it comes to what do you call keeping the global order that the West has built after World War II. But thank you.
All right, thanks, Abdullah. Alan, you want to go to Peter, or you had something else?
We can go to Peter, and then I think Armadillo is trying to come up. But Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, I just sent you a thing on Zelensky's opinion of China, and I think it's what I personally feel as well, and that is that you keep your friends close, you keep your enemies closer, and what we don't want to do is to cause a divide where people go into their camps. I mean, Zelensky is talking about he wants to keep the door open with China. He's trying to be the diplomat, because what he doesn't want to do is to push China into a situation where China starts to give Russia weapons. And I will take a bet with anybody who wants to take it. There is not going to be a missile going into a block of flats in Ukraine with made in China on the side. I just cannot see that. And, I really think it would be suicide for China's economy to do that. It would be suicide for Russia, because the result of doing that would be that there would be so many arms coming from the West, everything, that Putin wouldn't be anywhere anymore. Anyway, that's just what I wanted to say. Just read that little thing that was from Zelensky.
Thanks, Peter. I'll take a look at it. Folks, I'm going to ask for volunteers. We're 15 minutes away from welcoming Chuck Farrer here. Maps are already going up into the nest from Avdiivka, from Bakhmut. And we have a full speakers panel. If some of you don't drop down, Chuck won't come up. So drop down. If you don't have anything to add right now, if you just want to listen, please drop. make a space. That's what a good volunteer does here at MriyaReport.
Yeah, I'll drop.
Thank you, Peter. Abdullah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Alan. I'll drop down after I said this. Yeah, I just wanted to tell Peter, yeah, I read that statement from the Ukrainian president. Of course, he's gonna say that. He's not gonna say we don't want the Chinese, we don't want to entertain the Chinese peace proposal. Of course, but what I'm saying is that this naivete that the West has had with 20 years with Russia, we cannot do the same thing with China. That's what I'm saying. And China is going to freeze Russia, and they will give Russia things that it wants. We're already seeing some Russian-made weaponry, not the quantity that Russia would like, but we're seeing it with drones and all that, with ammunition. But it's going to be, the relationship is going to be China fleecing Russia. It's not. That's the thing. So that's all I was going to say. Thank you, and Alan, I will go down, waiting for Chuck. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdullah. Armadillo, please go ahead.
Hey, cool, it worked. Third time was the charm this go round. So I'm not going to speak for long because I'm kind of out in the wind and I don't want to abuse you guys' ears or anything like that. But question really for me is, because I have not read this Chinese Russian joint communique or whatever it was. Could somebody kind of read briefly? And that's really just a question I had, and then I can also drop down to listening. Try to be a good volunteer. Thank you.
So, Daryl, I can't do that at the moment, but after Chuck, you and I can go in to the Russian-Chinese communique that came out of Moscow today. So, Armadillo, stay with us. It's a really good question, and we will definitely come back to it and answer it for sure with a good readout. So, Daryl, I'm going to just go back to you for a moment and get some honey for my voice.
Get honey for your voice. Tell her just to, just stand there beside you. She can hold your hand while you're on the mic.
Not that kind of honey.
Okay, not that honey. All right. Folks, I do want to say, you just remember when Chuck is here, we do like to hold off on the questions until he is done, at least with each one of the segments. We like to let Chuck go through. We go back and forth with Chuck asking questions, but then we open it to the floor. So just be mindful of that. If you want to speak, just hold tight. And then once we open the floor to, everyone, the floor to questions, then we'll go ahead and we'll start cycling people through before we move on to the next section. So for everybody that has not been here, that's how we do this. And it works better that way. That way we have less interruptions along the way. If we get, if it gets long, sometimes it gets long. If we get into one place too long, it will run a little bit long. But we'd like to get as much information and as many questions out there as possible. Just remember this. There is a media blackout for most of it. So some of the things that Chuck may be speaking about, it's information that may not be readily available, or he's had his contacts, whatever. So where he tries to get what he can for the show, but everything is not necessarily out there for public consumption. And so there may be holes in it, whatever. But he does try to get as much good information that has been verified, and that way we have something to present to you out there and ourselves, because we want to know as well. We are just as much part of the public as you are. So when he comes in, we don't have advanced knowledge. We have the maps, and that's about it. But one thing, everyone, if you would, before Chuck comes in, retweet the space. Let everyone know he will be here, speaking, talking about Ukraine and the war and different battlefields. Also, too, visit MriyaReport.org and give. Um, Everyone, if you've been here, you know that we're all volunteers. They are volunteers as well. Everything that you give goes toward purchasing uh, different pieces and items, whether it be goggles, whether it be hearing, whether it be helmets, whatever. But it's non-lethal, and it does get to the troops in Ukraine, and it is things that they have requested. So please visit MriyaReport.org and give. Also, too, you can visit our page, MriyaReport.org, and you can see the things that we have been going through, the Spotify interviews, um, the some of the other projects that we are working on. So we are expanding a bit. Not everything is out there just yet, but we are expanding, and so there are things that are going to be on the website continuously, and we just like everybody to go see us. All right, Alan, are you back?
I'm almost back. Yes. And thanks for carrying on. Having a little voice trouble tonight, but we'll cure that with tea and honey. That is the remedy I rely on.
All right. I see we have Thomas out there. Is this my Thomas? Let me look. See if this is, yes, that's my Thomas. Let me see. Thomas, you want to come up and speak to me?
We would love to have Thomas review Prime Minister Kishida's visit to Kyiv and Bucha today, and what Japan announced for aid to Ukraine. Thomas, thank you very much for coming up. I hope you're connecting.
I see him circling still. So, there he is. Thomas, talk to us.
I think I need some of that honey and lemon juice. Is that what it is? So I'll do my best. We've had a pretty exciting day, as you all know. We had the visit of Japanese Prime Minister Kishida to Kiev. Not only was the visit really astoundingly pulled off, but the benefits of the visit to Ukraine are going to be really good. We gave a report here a little while ago about how that came about. That the Prime Minister headed over he was on a visit to India, visiting Prime Minister Modi, and had been scheduled to come back this morning, Indian time, somewhere around 7 or 8 local. And so that yesterday, when the group retired for the evening there at the hotel in Delhi, what the press didn't know was that they had arranged a private jet that had followed the official Japanese version of Air Force One that's run by the Air Self-Defense Forces that brought Kishida to Delhi. It was trailed 3 hours later out of Haneda Airport that day by a small private jet, and that was parked there at Delhi. And the Prime Minister's staff told the press that the things were closing down for the evening. And about an hour and a half later, they spirited him out of the hotel with a very small delegation of Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Foreign Affairs folks, and got him onto that craft. It was about a 7.5-hour flight up through the stands, obviously avoiding the evil empire, coming up through Romania and into Poland, and they landed in and I am going to butcher the Polish name for the city that they landed in the southeast, beginning with an R that has a J sound to it. Landed there and transferred then to a city on the eastern border of Poland with Ukraine, where most of those, I guess, a lot of those trains take off for Ukraine, and then boarded the train, arrived and then had a series of successful meetings with the president. He first initially toured Bucha, and that was one of the prime articles in Japanese media that we've seen here today. He laid a wreath. He got an explanation from the local officials there of the atrocities that took place, made some comments about it, very strong comments that were relayed here back to the Japanese people. Then he took the usual tour. That makes him the final G7 leader to visit Ukraine. He kind of, I wouldn't say the word held out. The trip was, we're trying to get the trip underway, but there was incredible concern by Japan, as you can imagine. To do something like this really breaks the mold for Japan in terms of a prime minister going into an actual war zone. First time since World War II that they have been able to do this. And they don't do it with the benefit of, let's say, the president has with the U.S. military in terms of direct protection, as their self-defense forces are prohibited from any kind of activity like that overseas. So they had to be constructed very quickly, very done on the quick, very quiet, suddenly in and out, and they achieved it. And the good news is that the opposition party here, the main opposition party, applauded it as well. So there's a unanimity of Japan that the visit was good. I'm sure his numbers will go up. The prime minister also issued an invitation to President Zelensky to attend by remote the G7 meeting that will be coming up in Hiroshima, of which Kishida will be the host nation for that. And of course, this is really in keeping, number one, with Japan's wider obligations for world peace and joining with various alliances around the world to counter this nonsense that's going on everywhere. And also to, in connection with their responsibilities as the G7 host. And so that's about it. And I don't want to hold up on Chuck's coming on.
No,
but that's
Tom, stay here for one more moment. I noticed that the aid packages announced by Kishida were for electrical infrastructure in Ukraine and for non-lethal aid. And so this is partly dictated by domestic politics in Japan. Is that right?
Yes, they are prohibited still essentially by Article 9 of the Constitution to do any direct, hardcore, lethal aid. There are revisions underway that are being talked about now to loosen that up in the case of something to the extent of a friendly allied nation that is under invasion, has been invaded. I think that's the next step, is to expand that so that countries like Ukraine could somehow be assisted. That would be a major step. It'd probably be opposed fiercely by the left here, but I think that is kind of down the road now, coming up.
Thomas, let me ask you this. As on our presidential trips, they do have varying press with them. Did the opposition press attend with Yoshida?
Opposition press, you mean like the unfriendly press to him?
Yeah. Did they bring along a reporter that could also?
I think, and I may go out on a limb on this, and I have to double check it, but from the reporting I saw, they brought no journalists. They brought nobody. They were just bare bones. And from what I saw, it was about a 6-7 person delegation in that little jet, and they didn't tell the press at all. So there are left-leaning newspapers like the Asahi, it's a major daily, often critical. They didn't even come. Who picked it up was locally stationed Japanese journalists in Poland. First of all, caught him at 1 a.m. getting on the train. NNN had a film crew that somehow got word of it or suspected it. But no, they didn't take any press on this, from what I can tell.
Okay, that's really unique. But the fact that they still were able to get word of the meeting and representation, I guess that was still good for the Japanese, because I mean it's important to get it in their words, in my opinion.
what they did was they had a total media blackout on it all the way, even through his flight. They didn't give any information on it. And once Kishida was on that train on the way to Kiev, that's when they phoned in to the press left back in Delhi and gave them the up and up on what was going on. Now there's a number of Japanese TV outlets and journalists already in Ukraine, and so they all mobilized. So there was plenty of footage and coverage. I've been posting some of that on my Twitter account today. It's in Japanese, but I mean, you know, if you see the video, you'll understand what's going on. But there's some just really excellent footage of his meeting with the president and the touring of Bucha, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I just think it's really important that the Japanese people get their new, you know, get the perspective from their own news sources rather than, you know, translate it, because, you know, not everything comes through translated, and it you know, it makes it more authentic for them, for the Japanese people, to see their prime minister well represented.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. In fact, you know, as this was unfolding real time, it looked like the Japanese media was picking it up a lot more quickly than any kind of, you know, Fox News or CNN or some of the Western outlets, and even the reporting in Ukraine was kind of lagged behind. It might have been for security reasons; they didn't want to let on too much about where he was. But the Japanese media is very aggressive. You know, they're just a real pack of wolves when it comes to trying to ferret out a story. And so I think there was a sentiment of being a little angry in Delhi about this having been pulled on them, and yet they were kind of laughing about how skillful it was done. And, you know, for the sake of security, they don't have much to really complain about.
No, not when you consider in a war zone, and him being the leader of Japan, considering China, and the ongoing, I won't say conflict, but argument slash over the islands in the north. So it's real touchy in that respect.
Oh yeah, and then we already got reaction from Moscow very clearly today, in the form of two Tupolev 95 MS Nuke Cape bombers up over the Sea of Japan, and these buzzards went up there for close to 7 hours today, which is a little out of the normal, and it was a clear showing of the blade a little bit to Japan, and very displeased with what they have done. But you know, the road is already paved ahead, and it's clear where Japan is going on this, which is good.
And I'm just enjoying the theater of it. I mean, it is a bit of theater.
Yeah, it was on the evening talk shows last night. I'm just kind of getting up and getting going here, but there's a little neighborhood news rack down the street, and I'm gonna pick a few newspapers, and I may take a photo of the stand and put it up on my site just to show the headlines. I'm sure that there's about 7 or 8 dailies there, and this has got to be really above the fold on all of them today. Is a very, very dramatic news for Japanese, and the photo, which I personally think is really an incredible post-war photo of Japan, was Prime Minister Kishida coming out of a building in Kiev with Ukrainian security right in front of him with that automatic weapon, and I think it speaks volumes to the Japanese that we're not in Kansas anymore. You know, this is really a new world. Japan has new responsibilities. There are evil actors that are upping their game, and I put it almost on level with the famous photo of General MacArthur when he met with the Emperor Hirohito in 1946, I guess it was, after the war. Kind of shocked the Japanese into the new paradigm, and I personally think that photo is a real valuable asset.
All right, Thomas, we do have Chuck here.
Sorry. Thank you so much.
No, No, we were glad to have you here. And speaking of it, when I saw you, I wanted to bring you up just so that we can talk about this a little bit, and hear from the Japanese perspective. Oh, man. Oh, so you're gonna have to deal with me a little bit here.
That, Daryl, my pleasure. And Alan, I recommend a little bourbon myself. Bourbon and apple cider. Try it. I think it'll help. Well, let's see, folks. Interesting, interesting news and comments today from Bakhmut. Uh, right now, the last city map I put up. I put up a Bakhmut axis map earlier in the day, summarizing uh, what would you've all come to realize are the normal pattern of Russian attacks. Concentrating on the city map right now. Ukraine reports what they call around the clock attacks by Russian forces in the northern urban area. As they've been for the past week or so, the Russians are across the Bakhmutka River. The line of contact is essentially the TO513 highway, which goes north and south through the city, and also along the rail right of way. There are two railroads parallel to each other going north and south in this section of the city. The Russians are pressing very hard in that location. Before anyone thinks that is desperate, the Ukrainian General Staff briefing at 1800 had some very interesting things to say about the Russian efforts around Bakhmut. Something is a little bit lost in the translation, but Ukraine is reporting heavy Russian losses, and I'm quoting now, and the diminishing combat potential of Russian forces around Bakhmut. You've heard Colonel John Spencer and I talk a lot about culmination of the Russian forces and their efforts around Bakhmut. What the General Staff is reporting is that the combat effectiveness of the Russian units committed to taking Bakhmut, they're falling off. And it's interesting. For the last couple of weeks, people have been predicting that Bakhmut would be abandoned, that the Ukrainians were going to be driven out, driven back, compelled to withdraw. What we've seen, and certainly tonight, lines of communication and supply into Bakhmut, that's still a round trip. That means, of course, that the momentum in this battle, the initiative, is falling to the Ukrainians. As long as they've got supply lines into Bakhmut, they can fight that city virtually forever, as long as they've got the lines of communication and supply. What we're seeing is the Russians, who have been fighting this battle forever, they're falling off a little bit. For the first time in recent memory, Ukrainian reportage, official reportage, claims heavy losses by the Russians in not only men, but equipment. So that is telling me that at least around Herovika and Ivanansky, the Russians have been trying to push forward with armor and infantry fighting vehicles, and they are losing. And so it's we've got still a serious situation, Daryl, but it seems like the tide she may be a turning.
Yeah, I was looking down there and I saw it. I was like, well, they were damn near at the highway um, just yesterday, I guess it was, or the day before. And I'm looking now where they've been in contact, and that line has pushed back from that road. Because one of my fears when I was initially looking at that the other day is that they were going to be able to interdict supplies going into the troops in Bakhmut. However, it looks like Ukraine has reversed that and has re-energized that line to the point where it's no longer under that certain threat from the Russians. Um, Also, too, I did see up in the north, you had representation of some tanks as well. So they are moving armor in, which means that the conditions may be changing, I guess, to allow this. Chuck?
Well, it's just that Ukraine was reporting equipment losses. It's on the part of the Russians. It's interesting up around Hyrohorvika, which is the little. Again, this place wouldn't be a town on anybody's. I'm sure this place doesn't have a zip code. It is mostly a location instead of a place of human habitation. Uh, the Russians are attacking downhill towards Hyrovika, but they've got there is no advantage to attacking downhill in this case, because there are a series of sort of, canyons, wadis, gulches that come close to Herovika. The Russians are pushing some equipment forward, but you don't want to be in a canyon, folks, on a battlefield. There isn't a whole lot of way that you can maneuver either up or down out of the canyon, and you're boxed in. And Ukrainian artillery, mortars, heavy machine guns, and by that I mean auto cannons, will just absolutely chew you up. Hyrovika is another one of the places where the general staff of the Ukrainian army says the Russians are making around the clock attacks. Just north of there, Dobro Vasilivka, that was the place 10 days ago where Russia conducted 60 failed attacks in 48 hours. So we know what's driving this Russian frenzy, right? It is Putin. He wants that city. He doesn't want excuses. You either get promoted or you join the Moscow downtown skydiving club. But as John Spencer points out, Daryl, the Russians are really running a tightrope here. If these forces around Bakhmut culminate, and or Ukrainian commanders determine that these nonstop attacks have diminished Russian forces, they are likely to get counterattacked, and especially up north, where the quality of soldier, meaning Wagner convict, the quality of infantrymen in the north. Well, he's not an infantryman. The guys with rifles up there, they're going to be extremely vulnerable. Interestingly, also in the south, those troops making attacks at Ivanansky, look, these are VDV. These are Russian paratroopers. Some of them are guards units. Arguably, some of the best troops Russia has in Ukraine. And folks, they are not delivering the mail. It ain't happening. Besides being rejected at Ivanansky, they made a lunge at Predocheny, again south of the H-32. That turned into a round trip for the Russians, and not everyone who went to Predocheny came home. So it's a little early to say, but I would say it's very likely the tide is turning in Bakhmut. Too early to make that call, but bears watching, Daryl.
Hey, Chuck, say Russia falls off the tightrope in Bakhmut, and I think that's a good metaphor. Where do they land? Where do they go? And what if Ukraine, and I assume Ukraine is reinforcing Bakhmut pretty significantly, if they accomplish a complete defeat of Russian forces in Bakhmut, where do the Russian forces go from Bakhmut?
Well, I don't want to say where I think the axe could fall, but the axe could fall in a lot of places around Bakhmut. Given the way the roads are, and everyone knows this by heart, TO 513 comes in from the north, out from the south. That won't do the Russians any good. The T-1302 leaves Bakhmut at about the 1 o'clock position, continues off to the northeast. That's not going to do the Russians any good. Ditto the C-050 320, same thing, goes out at about 3 o'clock, goes up to 2 o'clock. If the Russians get counterattacked and that counterattack gains steam, the Russians are going to be compelled to go down the H-32 highway to the east. And anytime you know what the enemy's going to do, were I a Russian commander, I would take steps to make sure that the forces at my disposal have not shot their bolt. And this was the most optimistic and telling thing that I have heard from Ukraine regarding Bakhmut in weeks, literally in weeks.
We are now. We know that these lines. We talked about this before, Chuck. That the depth on these lines, they are pushing. They're front heavy, and when you're talking about these lines, maybe culminating, I would assume that if this happened, if they do culminate, this could very well go deep into what is now Russian territory because of the heaviness on the forward end of their attacks.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Prigozhin, who's a guy who really should know to keep his mouth shut, but just can't help himself, as we say in Mississippi, he was shooting his mouth off just within the last 24 hours, moaning to Minister of Defense Shoigu that his troops are going to need reinforcement. And in Prigozhin's estimation, Ukraine was going to launch a counterattack targeting Wagner forces in the north of Bakhmut. I would give Prigozhin a pat on his bald little head because I think he gets it. And I think he gets it. And when you've got busloads of convicts that you're feeding in, remember, by 20s and 30s, having to keep them separated because they are all on one-way missions. It's not a military insertion. These people are being conveyor belted to their death, just as sure as if they were walking into an extermination camp. And I think Prigozhin is smart enough to realize that these clowns that he puts in his private military corporation they are not going to be any use to him if the Ukrainian forces come barreling down the M03 highway. And that could, that could happen. But, we've seen throughout this war, the Ukrainians don't make a move forward or backward unless they've prepared the way. And, as John Spencer's pointed out many times here, there's a lot of reasons to fight a battle: to gain territory, to withdraw from territory, and there is another reason to fight a battle, and that is to attrite the enemy. And that is war college talk for killing as many Russians as you possibly can. And that is what's going on in Bakhmut. As nearly run as this has been. And last week we were all talking about will Ukraine withdraw from Bakhmut? But it doesn't look like that now, and I'm glad to say I think the storm's been weathered.
So the urban warfare is going down along Korsun-Skogo Street, which intersects with the H32. I assume this is a real hotspot in Bakhmut.
Yeah, and I indicated on the city map this evening that the combat was principally in the north, which is what the Ukrainian briefing pointed out. But I think there has been contact previously in the dead city center, right where the rail line meets the H32 highway. So essentially, the entire eastern part of the city, is a war zone. But as Jason Giroux has pointed out, and John point out, two preeminent experts in military operations in urban terrain, as long as the lines of communication and supply, Ukrainian controlled lines, as long as they go into Bakhmut, the Ukrainians can fight that urban fight virtually indefinitely, as long as their supply lines are open. They appear to be secure tonight. They're no longer threatened. And right now, Russia continues to bang its head against the wall, not least in the urban center, where the fighting is door to door, floor to floor, but also north at Hyrovika and south at Ivanansky. So the fingers and the thumb of this mitten, they're not getting any closer together. And the fight in the city is bloody, and the Russians are losing it. And they're losing it by continually pouring men into this fight where they don't gain anything.
So pouring men into the fight, as Russians are doing, the tactic is to lead with either Mobics or convicts, and then to follow up with VDV, the best Russian troops. But this is failing to gain any ground, or to push the Ukrainians back anywhere in Bakhmut. I mean, how does such a tactic work? I mean, this is what we mean when we say a meat grinder. Russians literally pouring troops into attack to absorb bullets, and then to follow up with better trained, better equipped troops. It's a gruesome tactic.
It really is. And of course, I don't have clairvoyant order of battle information on the Russians. But triangulating the information sources I have, the effort appears to be split. Russian forces operating against the northern portions of Bakhmut and along the M03 highway, they are largely, if not completely, Wagner forces. And south of the H-32 highway, the Russian forces operating along that axis of the battlefield are for the most part regular motor rifle troops and Russian paratroopers, some of whom are guards units. So you're Screaming Eagles, 82nd Airborne, storied Russian units, and they are not doing anything. Alan, I don't know how many times they've been trying to take Ivanansky. If no excuses for Russian generals, I'm not making any. But Ivanansky itself is a very tough nut to crack because overlooking it from the north and the east are palisades, are a very steep set of hills. In what should be the Russian rear, south of Ivanansky, Klishvika, would be a crossroads at which the Russians would be springboarding their attacks north to Ivanansky. Nobody told the Ukrainians that this was Russian territory. The Ukrainians keep popping up there. Russia keeps having to shell Klishvika, and all the attacks launched south of Klishvika and in that vicinity, for example, at Predicheny this morning, again, it's a round trip and only about half the Russians made it back. So Ukraine is not just stubbornly defending this place. They're giving it back as much as they get and more.
Daryl, go ahead, please.
I'm gonna bring Doc in. Doc, come on. Hello, Doc.
Interesting enough, Alan, I actually had a question for you tonight, my friend.
You have to be kidding me, Doc.
Hey, Doc, how are you? Good. How are you, shipmate? Nice to hear from you tonight.
Good,
and I'm sure
shipmate.
that Daryl will elaborate on this. But Daryl, we got news about the changing of the Abrams tanks that we're going to deliver, using some older ones. We could get them here faster. Can you tell us what the difference between those two tanks are in terms of being able to fire modern armaments and optics, communication between the two of them? I mean, I know that they're still better than anything out there from Russia, but what are we seeing is going to be a difference between them?
Which model? Is it just the M1 or M1A1 or M1A2? Which one?
M1A1 is what I read.
Okay, the M1A1 has the same barrel. The M1 was the one that had the rifle barrel, so it does have the same exact barrel that all the other variants have. The optics may be a little bit different, and that may be where you see a difference. And some of the other modifications they did after the war in Iraq, but those tanks are very capable. They have they're not losing any fire. Their optics are just going to be a little bit different, and the armor on the turret. I believe the armor on the turret was upgraded on the A2s and the subsequent versions. So that's the real big differences right there. Everything else is going to be optics, some of the computers. But as far as the power, the speed, the main gun, you're looking at the same tank.
Awesome. And I hear they're also getting the TOW. Was it the 2AB or the 2B?
Yeah, from what George was saying earlier today, is the range on that one is a lot further. I'd have to go back and look at the tweet this morning, what he said, but it's significantly farther than the original TOWs. So that's going to give them exceptional range, especially with the Bradley and the other tow vehicles that have the tow mounted systems.
And it also has a top attack capability, Doc. So it there isn't anything that can, the toe is getting a little long in the tooth, but there isn't anything on tracks in the world that can take a toe hit and survive.
Well, goody goody. I am looking forward to the fun when all this happens. And I'm sorry, folks, that I don't mean to sound happy about war and armaments, but I've been waiting for this day of combined arms to come, and we're getting closer and closer. And I'm getting more and more excited because I've seen combined arms in operation, and it is a sight to behold. And when we take the impressive uh, Ukrainian servicemen and women, and the reports we're getting from Fort Sill and everywhere else we're training, how good that is. I just can't wait, and I know that there's going to be great things to come.
Thanks, Doc. And thank God you didn't have a question for me. It was for Daryl. So Chuck,
Well, Alan, actually,
let's
not you.
say
Kidding.
you're kidding. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Alan. I was kidding.
It's the kind of
Yeah.
joke. It's the kind of joke I like. Chuck, let's say Ukraine succeeds in every way it wants to in Bakhmut, and Russian forces withdraw. What do the Ukrainian forces do? Do they gather themselves, restore themselves, re-equip themselves, rest, and see what's next?
No, I think if they punch him and the Russians give way behind them, I see the Ukrainians driving at least to Popsna, which is, let me get my little scale out here, which is probably 10, 15 miles behind Bakhmut. If you can get your enemy going backwards, don't let up on him. And it is one of the greatest tactics in war in a case like that is you press the enemy so hard and you stay so close to him that well, most armies have a hard time calling in artillery to support themselves. You hug the enemy. And we've been talking about the brittleness of Russian forces. So if there is a good breakthrough around Bakhmut, I see the local Russian forces who are rapidly getting close to culmination. I see them reeling backwards. I don't see their morale improving. I don't see their commanders getting smarter. I don't see their troops deciding to let's all pull together and win this for Vladimir. And especially on a dark and rainy night, if they get hit, they're going backwards, folks. That's my estimation.
Chuck, the last route that the Russians endured, the Ukrainians did not have near the mounted troops and mounted gunnery that they will have in this situation. Do you think Prodona is even far enough in this case? Because we're talking about a significantly more mobile Ukrainian force.
Daryl, that's a splendid point. That is a really good point, and I wish I thought of that. Right. So the incredible breakthrough we saw in the Kharkiv offensive was, they did that with tools that were 20 and 30 years old. This is what the Russian commanders, this is what they have to think about. When you look at the bigger picture of the map here, and we've all been talking about that mitten reaching out for Bakhmut. Well, that mitten, the fingers and thumbs, are actually Russian salients. And salient is the War College word for a thing that's sticking out too much. So, there are places on this map where a Ukrainian force could drive and cut off the thumb or cut off those fingers. And Daryl, you are right. The equipment that is now showing up in the Ukrainian battle space, just like you said, the M1s, the 1As that are getting there quicker. There are Leopards operational in Ukraine right now. We know there are Bradleys there. And we also know the Russians are fixated on Bakhmut. They've got target lock. They're not looking around. They are committed to taking Bakhmut. And don't you know, they just might get more of Bakhmut than they ever wanted to get.
They could very well get surrounded. If they can if they can get even a hedgeway into either one side of that thumb or the other, they could actually come up around that railroad and come straight on in behind them. Hugging that railroad on one side for protection from the east, leaving elements behind to make sure that their six is covered, and come right up and meet their own troops near the highway. That's when you're talking about the the wheeled, all the different wheeled, the buffaloes and all of the different other wheeled equipment that they have. Those things are going to be very, very fast and able to come up and prosecute a breakthrough like that.
Right on the head, Daryl. The cunning old Marine folks, don't mess with them. That's just what can happen. And in the south, there's also a canal that goes from Chassiv Yar, basically southeast. That's the kind of thing you could anchor your flank on, and then you could get your snack on, Daryl, which is what I think the Ukrainians are fixing to do. But we'll have to see. The Ukrainians, Ukrainian commanders are not impulsive. And like I say, they don't take a step forward or a step back unless they know the next 3 or 4 steps after that. So it's going to be an interesting, it'll be an interesting spring.
Chuck, just before we move to Avdiivka, I also put a post that you tweeted up in the nest about the deep strike in Crimea against the Zhankoy rail yard. Do you have more information about that? Is it confirmed that this strike did take out caliber missiles in transport?
You know, I haven't been able to confirm that, but something went off. I've watched a couple different videos. It was definitely a drone. In the videos I've seen, it was engaged by rifle fire from the ground. Interestingly, because in this area there was also reported to have been an S-400 air defense system. Pretty much the best system Russia has. There is rumored to be an S-500, but I'm not sure that's operational. The attack did occur in the vicinity of a rail yard, but interestingly to me, there were no secondary explosions that I could detect. Of course, I'm looking at 90 seconds of video. But another thing is, cruise missiles are big, destructive things, but they are aircraft. So you don't have to set off its warhead and destroy it. If you were to riddle it with shrapnel, expose it to significant demolition shock, you're going to take that cruise missile out of the equation. And there are not a lot of people forward deployed who can repair your caliber cruise missile for you. So that is the word going around, that it was caliber cruise missiles. Here's one of the reasons why I give that some credibility. That drone that hit that target was a very long range asset. They wouldn't squirt it down towards Crimea for no reason. They wouldn't just randomly hit that rail yard in the middle of the night. That isn't the right use for that asset. And it also tells me, and it underscores what we've been saying a lot, is that the human intelligence that's coming out of the areas of Russian occupation is so good that the Ukrainians certainly knew what was on that train and when it was going to be stopping there. So it tells me it was a high value target. And the briefing of the general staff this evening, among its checks for the evening, said that a Russian target of significant importance had been interdicted. So I think we're close to knowing what happened there.
Chuck, let me ask you a question. Do you think that could have been hit by an archer with the HIMARS round?
Daryl, I thought it was at first, but I think what happened. I think what happened is that it was a drone, because you could hear the engine going overhead. I could also hear the pitch of the engine change. It was subjected to not a terrific amount of ground fire, but there were a lot of rifles going off, and I think they actually hit the drone, but it continued to the target and detonated. So yeah, I thought at first this was a long range surface to surface missile attack, but my money's on the UAV right now.
Yeah, I think they did show the pictures of the UAV, but that would have been ballsy for an archer to get up to the front line and then take off, knowing where they had to hit. But yeah, the drone in its terminal pitch heading down would have definitely increased the prop speeds as it was falling. So
yeah, and I
on
also and I use the math too, like you did, and you know what, I just don't think the Ukrainians would put such a valuable asset. That thing had to be like right on the shores of the Dnipro, and I just don't think they'd roll that thing up that close, and especially a place that the Russians are hitting as often as they can. Like every little village on the Dnipro near Kherson is gifted a couple of artillery shells a day. So, yeah, but you know what? We won't know for a while.
But when we know, we'll know. And it also points out that if we just go up to Vuhledar and look down the road to Melitopol, just a few kilometers farther south, and the Ukrainians will have so much of Crimea in range with HIMARS, for example, and with archers. You're only talking about 5 or 10 kilometers. And we know the Russians have been futile in Vuhledar. They've lost, my God, I mean, they lost 30 tanks there, and again, I mean, they are just failing miserably at that point in the line of engagement, and giving Ukraine a real opportunity to get within range of Melitopol and of Crimea.
Yeah, and there is a motorized rifle brigade there now, but their order of battle also indicates the 155th Naval Infantry Brigade is still there, but there isn't much left of that outfit. So they got their butts kicked over, I don't know, 7 hours of combat in 2 days. And in the subsequent days, they mutinied twice. So I don't even know why their unit, symbols are still on the map. And I don't know where the Ukrainian axe is going to fall. But to our Russian listeners tonight of the 155th Separate Brigade of Naval Infantry, good luck, guys. Good luck, guys. You try to get to Vuhledar, and Vuhledar may just visit you. So those are that's what culmination is all about.
So we should now take a look at Avdiivka, another town in occupied, it's near Donetsk city. It's in a much more built up urban area of Ukraine. But again, here is a town, a small urban area, about a town of about 30,000 people before this war commenced. And the Russians seem to think here's another place they can surround. What's happening in Avdiivka?
Well, over the last 36 hours, the Russians have unleashed almost every sort of aerial launched cruise missile that they have to target Avdiivka. It in itself is an interesting place. There's sort of an urban area, as Alan said. I guess it was 30,000 people. To the northeast of Avdiivka, or the sort of northeast area of Avdiivka, is an extremely large rail yard. It's at least the size of the habitable area. Given that, that would make it, a strategic location. That would make it everything that Bakhmut is not. And it's interesting to read some of the, let's say, more negative press readings saying that Avdiivka could turn into Bakhmut. And I say, yeah, it is. And by that, I mean it is a location on the map that the Russians have surrounded on 3 sides for at least 8 months and have not made any progress. Interestingly, over the last 24 hours, north of Avdiivka, two little towns, Krasnoborhovika and Bakhmutkivika, and I'm sorry to our Ukrainian listeners, but these are 2 little towns, one to the east and one to the west of the H20 highway. Both of these towns are solidly within plotted areas as under Russian occupation. Again, nobody told the Ukrainians because contact has been reported in both cities, and that indicates that the Russians have been driven back at least 2 kilometers in those places. So not only is Russia not making any progress against Avdiivka, which they attacked the southern limit of it today, again, unsuccessfully, but they've been driven back 2 kilometers in the north. So, and again, I look at the force preponderance. As Alan said, Avdiivka is essentially almost a bedroom community for Donetsk. There are adequate Russian forces here. Everything Russia needs is here to swallow up Avdiivka, but they just can't do it. And, it's leadership that's run out of ideas, and it's soldiers who have definitely run out of enthusiasm.
Chuck, does action in Avdiivka mean that either the Russians or the Ukrainians are moving forces around this line of engagement?
Well, the Russians would desperately like Ukraine to divert its attention from one of these places. Russia is hoping a lot, putting possibly too much stock in thinking if they push very hard, and I think principally they think if they push Avdiivka today, or in the next couple weeks, Ukraine's going to have to divert some forces from Bakhmut. I think we saw with these Russian cruise missile attacks on Avdiivka, and what's so remarkable about those cruise missile attacks, Alan, is for once, and maybe the only time I can remember in covering this war for a long time, the Russians actually used cruise missiles against a legitimate, meaningful military target. It's that shows how desperate they are. But the Ukrainians are not falling for it, and we'll see. Bakhmut holds right now, and so does Avdiivka.
So, Chuck, I was going to remark about that. Both, well, especially in Avdiivka, plotting these cruise missile attacks on military targets. I mean, and I kind of agree with you. This must be a sign that Russians are desperate on the battlefield and are therefore not giving up, but they are reducing the cruise missile attacks on civilian targets throughout Ukraine. Where did these cruise missiles come from? Were they launched by Sukhoi fighters in the air? What are we looking at?
Yeah, Alan, you've been covering this war so much, you're becoming an old war dog. I wanted to know too, what sort of aircraft launched these? The preponderance of Russian long-range air-launched cruise missiles come from, Bear Tu-95, long-range turboprop strategic bombers. I have a hunch that because that's mostly where they come from, they probably did in this case as well. But those strategic bombers don't get anywhere near Ukraine. In fact, a favorite launching point for them is actually over the Caspian Sea, which is so far away, folks. You'd have to turn your globe a little bit to see it. But looking at the strikes that were plotted this afternoon, for once in this war, the places that were hit actually look like they were, of military importance. They are little towns back from the contact line. They overlap exactly where Ukrainian defenders would be using as bases of operation. And again, it's pretty pathetic in a war that we've all been involved with for the last couple of years, and certainly the last 13 months. And finally, the Russians are hitting a military target. Kind of crazy.
Not crazy, but it's just new for them. Chuck, I was looking and I was trying to figure out why this town had these large rail yards, because there's actually two, I believe, in near vicinity of each other, and this area was a coke where they did the coking for the of the coal for steel. And I was just wondering, do we know if this area also had the mines, which would mean that there are a lot of opportunities in that respect, for cover, concealment, movements, subterranean movements, and things of that nature. I was just wondering, um, do we know if these areas are being used in that way? If the Russians are starting to use the mines at all, and or if these rail areas have been targeted and destroyed, or are they still intact? Do we know anything in that regard?
Well, you know what? I don't know very much about the industrial base of this area. you know, you're the rail guy, and there are two very impressive rail yards. What are they? They're not. Let me look at my scale here.
Yeah, they were
They,
coking town. That's why I was asking if the mines were nearby. Because that's when I looked it up. I was trying to figure out why they had these large rail yards, and that's what I was able to glean out. So I don't know if the steel plants were nearby or if it was just the marshaling point for the coal trains.
yeah, and I don't know. You caught me with my pants down on that one, Daryl. But you know, and anyone who's looking at this map, and we contrast this with Bakhmut, where there are two highways, right, going in 90 degrees to each other. You look in the vicinity of Donetsk here and Avdiivka. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 highways and 4 railroads. That's a strategic location. Bakhmut, not so much. But it's interesting to me how long Avdiivka has been held by the Ukrainians, and how long the Russians have not been able to turn their advantageous, dispositions. There are Russians to the north of Avdiivka and Russians to the south of Avdiivka. There are more Russians in the neighborhood than there are Ukrainians, but the Russians still can't close the deal. And there was an article put out I think it was just today, ISW, Institute for the Study of War. I don't exactly agree with this assessment yet, but it's important that it was said by people who are a lot smarter than I am, that they consider that Russia's efforts in Ukraine may have culminated. I'm not ready to say that yet, but that's pretty good news. And I am not afraid to also say that the ISW is a lot smarter than me. And maybe it's true. If it is, things are going to change, and things are going to start changing quickly.
All right, I guess the next point I want to ask you, Chuck, the the Ukrainians just got 4 Su-25s. What are those type of aircraft good for?
That is getting a little vulnerable, but that is a Soviet-Russian designed strike fighter. It has it's called the Fencer. It has variably swept wings, like the Tomcat, a bit more like the F-111. The Ukrainians have them as well, and it's a pretty capable strike fighter.
Okay, thanks for the quick answer. I saw the piece where they got 4 that were donated to them, and I was just wondering what their capabilities, and just want to just kind of suss that out a little bit. I do want to say one thing for the people in the audience. For anyone that has ever been to West Virginia, you've ever been to the Russell and Huntington area, this is what done this Avdiivka reminds me of. That area where you have Huntington in the occupied area and Avdiivka being the Russell area. So that can kind of give you an idea of the way this railroad system is flowing there, and what that whole area would look like, per se. In If you're familiar with that area, that's what it reminds me of, railroad wise. So that's a pretty that's strategic. When we're talking about strategic, railroads, and how the big Sandy trains coming north out of the coal mine areas coming into Russell, and then coming east from uh, um, the area of Richmond. The trains coming in from the east that way. So that kind of tells you about what this Donetsk area around Avdiivka and the next city is. I just wanted to point that out, Chuck, because that's what it looks like to me on this map.
Yeah, I have been there as well, and you know, I didn't know exactly why there were so many rail switching yards there, but that when there are rail switching yards like that, Daryl, and this is your business and you know it, uh, it almost always means natural resources are being gathered and you know, exported from that location. So you know, I'm actually trying to find some. Remember those old maps in school where they had the little cow and the little the little mine shaft and everything to try to get a better handle on what exactly the resource is there.
Yeah. It's been a long time, Chuck, since I've seen those maps.
I know, Daryl. It's a long time, but kids don't even do that anymore.
But they were very important to understand a city and towns and your state and how, you know, where you fit into the whole industrial complex of the United States. So, yeah. But that's, I just want to just point that out for folks, so that they you know, for at least our American folks, they understood the importance of what the next city was all about.
Yeah, and again, just look at the transportation nexus there, and compare that to Bakhmut, and you will, as I have done for the last year, completely scratch my head and think, what is it with Bakhmut? And what it is Putin needs a city, and Victory Day is coming up, and I think it's going to be a little quiet on the balcony there in Red Square.
Absolutely. Doc has had his hand up for a minute. Doc, go ahead.
Sure. Chuck, somebody asked me in DMs a question and I thought it was interesting, but I wanted to frame it a little bit differently. Um, you know, I was with Marines in Kuwait and Desert Storm, so you know a whole lot of us were really bored for a long time, and uh, for whatever you say, and people talked a lot of shit and tried to second guess command decisions, and that just goes on in every single military. The difference is we don't get in front of a newspaper and say that stuff because we'd be before the man. But can you give a example or two lightly of times where American soldiers or Allied forces in World War II were in a place? And it wasn't the best place to be in, but it was the most important place for that moment for reasons that command made that decision that were unbeknownst to the average line serving troop that was there.
Peleliu.
Yeah, there's a there's a good one. You know what
Because
was
it's not an uncommon thing, right?
no, not at all. And interestingly enough, you know, Colonel Spencer was on the other night. He was talking about a jump that he was on in, you know, the Gulf War. It was the largest airborne operation since World War II. About 1,000 guys dropped in, and they were uh, in place there in the north, and their whole purpose was to be a force in the north, and by their presence to distract Iraqi attention, resources, maneuver elements. So you know, I agree with you, and you know what, especially when you got a lot of Marines, they want to get into the fight, and they don't see why it is that they are marking time where they are. But I do know this: there isn't a lot of wasted effort in the Marine Corps. Well, maybe there is. Maybe I completely take that back. Okay, let's pretend I didn't say that. But but and having operated a lot with the Marines, Daryl, God bless you, bud, semper fi. But just being a force in being is often extremely, extremely important. So,
I mean, you're chomping at the bit. You're wanting to get into the fight. You're wanting to do something. I mean, I understand it. And people that want a good idea of that, go watch Generation Kill and see, what that was all about, because I think a lot of that was largely true. But the difference being, again, like many things in a professional army, one with a long history, we don't get to come up and question our leadership publicly, and then create confusion among people that don't understand the order of battle and the shitty decisions that leaders have to make all the time. And sometimes it's a difference between two bad situations and which is the worst, So I just wanted to kind of bring that into the conversation since we're talking about we're still in Bakhmut.
yeah, and the other thing is I hope this makes some of our listeners who aren't that well acquainted with the military, it whenever you see these Russian units electing a spokesman and reading from a piece of paper into a cell phone, I just want you to know that in the U.S. military, in a combat zone, that is a capital offense. That is Leavenworth at the very least. It is a mutinous assembly. It is insubordination. It is 5 or 6 charges I could name off the top of my head in the Uniform Code of Military Justice. It just isn't done. And one of the reasons it's not done is in a NATO army, there is an NCO corps that is close to the troops and knows what they're thinking, knows what they're going through, and those sorts of problems are promptly dealt with, at the squad level, at the platoon level, at the company level. And it just doesn't happen because those sorts of units, I say mutinous assembly, they're not going to do what you tell them to do. They've made a series of demands, and there is the bargain, right? You change this, or we're not going to fight. And that's why, that's why we assess the Russian forces as brittle. Those guys reading the statement right there, do you think they're going to fight? Do you think if they get hit in the middle of the night and someone tells them the Ukrainians are behind us, do you think they're going to stand and fight? No, I don't. I think they're going to run or surrender.
Daryl, we have some more hands. I want to go to Forrest, to George, and to Hop C, and then to talk more about this intensely built up urban area east and south of Avdiivka, Donetsk, Makivka, and Yasnivata. But I think, Forrest, you had your hand up first, so please go ahead.
Hey, Chuck. Forrest from Michigan calling, and I had a question about Novakhovka. I saw that there was some more special forces stuff going on yesterday. Is there any sort of pattern there, or is it just random eliminating little projects that they're running?
Well, it's mostly raiding, I think, and there's a lot of reasons to raid the enemy. Body snatches, intelligence gathering, hitting an important local target. But one of the biggest reasons you raid is to keep the enemy diverted, and especially in a place like Novakhovka, you're making sure that the enemy stays put and wastes his resources and patrols and clamping down on the local population, etc. Because in my estimation, every Russian to the west of Melitopol is not really contributing very much in the Ukraine war. You've got artillery crews, and they shell the living bejesus out of every Ukrainian village that they can reach. And because it's necessary for Putin to put people to the North Crimea, that he hopes will, deter Ukrainians from advancing onto Crimea. But all of those forces, they're not really in the war. They are between Kharkiv and the Crimean Peninsula, but they're not doing a lot. So those raiding activities, they justify even more Russian troops being put there into that backwater. So that's what I think the raids are for. And putting it at this level, this is something you don't brief your SEAL team on and say, hey, look, we're going to keep up a raiding activity here because we just want to divert the enemy. I want to have a much better reason than that to insert and operate behind enemy lines. But that being said, the Ukrainian special forces are doing a superb job, and they're not just raiding; they are hooking up that partisan network that is going to become very important in the hours preceding the coming Ukrainian offensive.
So, Chuck, among the equipment delivered or pledged in the last $350 million military aid package from the United States were these high-speed riverine boats. Does this suggest the Dnipro is going to become a more intense place, a place of focus for Ukraine?
It is the one place that those boats could really rip it up. And high speed boats, they're high speed for a couple of reasons. Of course you want to get from point A to point B as quickly as possible, but you also want to get in and out of danger as quickly as possible. Some of those boats are really pretty capable. There are others that are slightly less capable, the Piranha class, but they're armed to the teeth. And the good thing about those boats is they can insert special forces. Of course, they can insert and extract partisans. But if a special forces unit has got contact on insert or extract, these boats can really lay it down and get the guys out. And I would even say it is not just the Dnipro watershed that's going to see these boats. There's going to be there are a lot of rivers in Ukraine, and they are generally considered boundaries or flank anchors for ground forces, but they're also highways. And with these boats, it's going to expand the reach of the places that Ukrainian Special Operation Forces can go, and you can do a lot of when you control a river. It's just as good as a highway, and those raids can hit deeper and show up in more unexpected places, which again forces the Russians to divert manpower and materiel to those areas.
Hop C, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Sorry, thick finger, little mic button. I was just reaching back to something Doc had asked if you wanted to find a comparable situation in World War II. A couple off the top of their head, and I don't want to divert the conversation too much, but when the British were tasked with holding down a bunch of German forces in Caen, which had been reduced to rubble, much like what we're talking about with Bakhmut. That would be a comparable situation of looking at attrition and fixing forces. And just an example of a mission that didn't happen that was confirmed. If everybody remembers the 501st parachute unit that was in Band of Brothers, they were supposed to run a second night recce across the river in the exact same way they'd done the night before. And at the the company commander decided that they were going to lay down the supporting fire and then get some sleep because he wasn't going to assist. Colonel Sink, I believe, was the CO of the battalions, wished to look good in dispatches again the second day. So these things happen even in Western forces. You'll see, and that, the Dick, Winters readily admitted that that's what he did in multiple interviews and sources and books. So these things happen when maybe a slightly senior commander gets a little sideways with the big picture. I'm sure Chuck. Well, anyway, I don't want to distract from the conversation and go all the way back to World War II. But Doc, there's something to consider. I'll shut up now.
that was a very good example of you never want to go in the way you came out, and you never want to do the same thing 2 nights in a row. You won't have a very long long career in special operations if you do that.
Chuck, I think Doc and you and I and Daryl want to talk more about high-speed riverine boats. So Doc, go ahead.
Yeah, Chuck. I mean, I know you've been in riverine boats before, and I'd love to hear. And I know there's stuff you can't talk about, of course, but I'm imagining there's some part of the world you've used those in. And how would an operation, for example, be like if you were to use those boats? How would Ukraine use them? I mean, the Dnieper is a big river and a broad river and a fast river, but how would you do that? What would be something happening? Are they limited to special forces?
Yeah, well, yeah, they're, yeah, of course, use those boats a lot. I'm trying to think something I can talk about this.
I put your book, Chuck. Come on now.
Okay, yeah, all right. One of the places we operated was in the Gulf of Fonseca, which is an inlet of the Pacific Ocean. And it is where the El Salvador and Nicaragua come together. There were a lot of things going on in those days. There was Cuban and East German advisors, and they were exporting revolution and trafficking in narcotics in the Gulf of Fonseca, which is a it's we used to say it was like the jungle ride out of Disneyland. We had an interesting boat back then, although it wasn't necessarily designed for riverine operations. We used it in that manner. It had pump jets instead of propellers. It was very knife shaped. It might have been the only time in the United States that they ever produced a stealth anything and didn't announce it to the world. This particular boat was called the Sea Fox Special Warfare Support Craft. It was invisible to radar, but the United States didn't tell that to anybody. In fact, the only way the boat could be seen was if we had electronic warfare gear on board that would reflect radar signals. It would detect the radar signal that was put on us and answer it back. They could also bend that signal so that we would appear to be somewhere else that we were not. And we were able to use those. There was one other way that we could be detected, and that was when we were traveling at our maximum speed, which was somewhere around 50 miles an hour. Our wake was so big that the wake would show up on radar. But a radar operator looking at a wake, it wasn't the same sort of signal that a regular surface contact would put out.
Y'all
So
didn't
we,
did you?
I
Chuck,
lost you there, Daryl.
you didn't put out a rooster tail, did you?
We weren't supposed to. But one of the things we could do is get into some little bio and just sit there. And no matter who was looking for us, we didn't show up. and the United States did not say we have these patrol boats and they don't show up on radar. Interestingly enough, and I don't think I mentioned this in my book, so here's a first. Uh, these boats were actually exported to 2 or 3 allies of the United States, but they had metal panels mounted in them, which undid all of the stealth material and made them show up on radar. So I don't think the countries that received these boats ever knew that they weren't getting the real McCoy. But we were able to, let's just say, unpleasantly surprise a lot of people because we didn't show up on radar, and our sensors even back then were greatly superior to anything the enemy had. So if you can see the enemy and he can't see you, and you can turn up quickly in a place that they never thought in their wildest dreams you would be, you're generally going to win the engagement.
So Chuck, and then Daryl, I'll go right back to you. So we talk about these as river attack boats, riverine boats. Could they play any role on the Crimean Peninsula when it comes time for Ukraine to take Crimea back?
They really could. Bearing in mind, as everybody knows, but everyone who stares at this map as much as we do, the Crimean Peninsula is not so much a peninsula as it is an island, because where it joins the Ukrainian mainland, it is lakes, channels, bayous. It is exactly the place that Ukraine could be using these riverine craft, and many of them are they're portable enough. I mean, they're big boats, but they can be moved on flatbed trucks, and I am certain that they are going to play a very important role when push comes to shove in Crimea. And I like to remind our Russian listening guests that by the time they are getting pushed back from Melitopol, the only maneuver options that Russians operating out of Melitopol in a rearward direction, there are only 2 ways into Crimea: the M17 and the M18. And the bodies of water that those 2 roads and their associated rail links, the bodies of water that they cross, I promise you, are going to be swarming with Ukrainian special operations forces who are delivered by these boats. And the Ukrainians have a robust naval special warfare capability. These guys know what they're doing. And that is the classic role for these guys, these operators, and that's what they're going to be doing. And they'll be operating in the rear of these Russian forces. So Crimea hangs by 3 slender threads. And so do those forces, Russian forces, to the south of Kherson. They've got 2 slender threads coming up from Crimea, only 2. And again, that is not the way you want to be. You don't want 2 bridges handling all of your logistics. Just a tip from the Surf Dog.
Chuck, I got 2 questions regarding the riverine craft. First of all, are rib boats able to be seen on the radar, or are they such a small footprint that and the rubber bladders don't necessarily show up?
Well, they're not stealth per se, but again, the Ribex, the semi-inflatable, they have more of a limited radar signature. But again, when you're operating in the riverine environment, a lot of time by hugging the shore, you can blend in with with the shore clutter. Um, it's interesting that the Russians are one of the only militaries that uses a lot of battlefield surveillance radars, ground-based, ground-mounted radars that are deployed at company level. The U.S. Army doesn't use that a lot, but dark and stormy night, dark river. These operations, if they're important, the Ukrainians have shown that, look, they've got a robust electronic warfare capability, and a lot of times that'll be used in support of naval special warfare operations. You just need a little break in their coverage so you can get in there and do your job, and the Ukrainians are going to be great at it.
All right, and the second question, the riverine craft that they have been given, um, squad size, platoon. I mean, squad size, fire team size. What are we looking at as far as those craft?
Well, there's the SOC-R, which is a special operations craft, riverine. You can get what would be a SEAL squad. And a SEAL squad for us is 2 squads in a SEAL platoon. They're SEAL squads made up of 2 boat crews, which are 4 guys is a boat crew. Although a boat crew can go up and down depending on how many guys you have in a boat. But for organizational purposes, 4 guys is a boat crew. The SOC-R can carry, you could get 10 guys on board that, but I'd rather have 8 SEALs and let the boat crew, which is a separate military specialty within U.S. Naval Special Warfare. We have our brothers and sisters in the SWCC community, which is Special Warfare Combatant Craft crewmen. They go through more abbreviated but equally challenging course to BUDS, and they are specially trained to man these craft and to fight them. These things are not just buses. They will have 50 caliber machine guns. They will often have Gatling guns. They will have heavier cannons. So these things are fast. They hit hard, and I'm very sure that the Ukrainians are going to use them, to the purposes that they are intended. So these craft get handed over, and the Ukrainians are very good at using these tools appropriately. And these craft were custom built for the SEAL customers. And when they were ordered up and developed, it was SEAL operators saying, I want a high-speed pair of platforms that could put a SEAL platoon in. You want 2 boats at least operating in the strike package, because as we say in the SEALs, one is none, right? So I don't just want 1 boat. I don't want to hear when I'm trying to get out of Dodge. I don't want to hear, well, the other boat is broke down, lost, has been sunk by the enemy. Fill in the blank. That's not what we need. And also diversions. So again, I'm delighted the Ukrainians are getting them. I tweeted about this. It was kind of buried in the appropriations bill, but I was really delighted to see it.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, I was just trying to get a feel of the capabilities of these craft, because I've seen the RIB craft. We had a mock-up where they came and boarded us, so I've seen the smaller one. I just was wondering about the ones that they were getting, and how big that they will be, because that's going to be real important, how you insert, how many people you can insert, how many teams, 2-man teams, observation teams you could set off, and in different areas to facilitate any incoming offensives.
Yeah, it's hard hitting platforms, and there are Mark V patrol boats. There are, it goes up from the SOC R, which is not the smallest riverine platform, but it's one of the smaller ones, and by that I don't mean it's not capable. These are great boats, and you can't buy the decommissioned ones, right? You can't go to a government. They won't sell you one. So it would make a hell of a bass fishing boat, Daryl, I guess, if you wanted to. You could hunt deer from it too.
I'm pretty sure they would. I was coming up the road the other day and I saw this boat, and it was a riverine boat, but I wasn't sure of its origin. The paint scheme on it just looked like it was former military, but I don't think it was something. I don't think it was one of the stealth boats, but one of the maybe a old launch or something like that. But it just reminded me. Um, I remember when I was in the Persian Gulf, we had the SEALs come on board, and when they left us, we were down somewhere south. Um, I think we were off of uh, not we were in the UAE down south somewhere, in the anchored off, and we when the guys, we were talking about, hey, where y'all going next? And when they told us they were on their way back, they were going up to Kuwait City on these little craft. I was like, what? Because
Yeah.
I mean, they have a range on them. Some of these boats have a range, and I was just surprised.
Yeah, Daryl, and I bet you were definitely over the horizon, and you don't think that a boat that small can hit targets over the horizon, but that's why we do what we do. You got to show up where you're not expected, which is why I keep banging on the surprise drum, because in special warfare, look, surprises is everything. Uh, a SEAL platoon is not it isn't big, so we need every advantage that we possibly can, and the biggest, in fact, the thing that is more necessary than anything else, probably right up there with more necessary even than good intelligence on the target, is surprise and firepower, and you show up where no one expects you, you clobber them, and then frankly you run like hell. So it's like ringing doorbells when you were a kid. That's pretty much it.
Not leaving packages on fire on its doorstep.
Daryl, you and I probably should have got sent to the same military school.
I just want to say this, Guido. We have tried to bring you up several times. I don't know if you have a Android. If you will look up in the Nest, there are instructions on how to get your phone set up to come on here. But yes, we have been trying to get you up. So if you do have an Android, it's going to be very difficult unless you do that revision to your phone. Let's see. Alan, go ahead.
Thanks, Darrell. Chuck, I'd like to go back to Avdiivka for just one moment. When I look at the map, I see a complex urban landscape. I mean, we think Bakhmut has been urban warfare. You look at Donetsk, Makivka, Yasnuvata. These are highly built up urban areas. And this makes Avdiivka look like the last piece of the puzzle the Russians need to control a lot of roads and railroads, as you pointed out. The H-20, the M-30, railroads coming down through Avdiivka into Donetsk. And how do you see the battle in Avdiivka developing?
Well, it is the one place on the battlefield that is strategic for all the reasons you just said. Avdiivka is everything that Bakhmut is not, and that principally is relevant. Avdiivka is militarily relevant. But it's also relevant that the Russians have been trying to take this place for a year, and they've not been able to do it. And the battle here has kind of gone back and forth. Uh, there were times last summer that the Ukrainians were actually in contact at the Donetsk airport, which is now what is it? Maybe 4 or 5 kilometers behind Russian lines. But I'll also point out, it's as the Russians have increased pressure over the last week or so on Avdiivka, it's very important to me that the Ukrainians were successful north of town at Krasnoborhovika and Novo. Boy, these names are. I thought I had a weird last name. Novo Bakhmutkivka. Again, to the west and to the east of the H-20 highway. The fact that the Ukrainians were able to push in 2 or 3 kilometers at these two places, it means Russian forces there are going in the wrong direction. These are 2 places where Russian forces should have been mustering to push to the west. And not only were they not doing that, given the terrain about these 2 places, I think the Russians are probably falling back. And they're probably going to have to regroup on the other side of the H-20. I don't know why the Russians can't take this place. I don't know why. I don't know what's missing, but I think it's no ideas on this on the side of the commanders and no enthusiasm on the side of the soldiers. And this is a place so close to Donetsk, a place that is of political and military importance to the Russians, one of their strong points. And if they can advance 20 kilometers outside of a place where they have so many forces, such good infrastructure, such good supply provision, so many lines of communication and supply, and close enough to Russia, and they still can't do it. So I would be worried, Alan, though, as you are, if Avdiivka falls. Look, that wouldn't necessarily be all that good. If Bakhmut falls, there's a battle in Bakhmut because that's the most convenient place for Ukrainians to kill Russians. Avdiivka, it's a very important place for Ukraine to hold, and that's it in a nutshell, I think.
Will Ukraine have to move troops to Avdiivka and from someplace else on the line? And where would those troops come from?
Well, I don't think they're going to have to move. If the Russians weren't able to score at Vuhledar, I just don't see them putting together. And I don't want to underestimate the enemy. I mean, the way to stay alive in battle is to overestimate the enemy. But I just don't see the Russians putting together any sort of real offensive operations. And even in places like Avdiivka and Bakhmut, where they surround the Ukrainians on 3 sides, they still can't make it work. And when you throw into that the fact that there won't be any surprises from Russia in the rest of this war, they're not going to be able to achieve surprise anywhere on the battlefield. And as we saw in Vuhledar, as we're seeing in Bakhmut and Avdiivka, if you know when the enemy's coming and what he's trying to do, then you've got the economy of force, right? You can concentrate your forces to meet the enemy, and you don't have to be everywhere at once. You just have to be where the enemy is. And that advantage and that important ability to concentrate Ukrainian forces where Russians are trying to get, that is a huge force multiplier in this war. And I think that's the way it's going to be for the rest of this war, which can be over tomorrow if the Russians go home.
If only they would go home. So if I remember, and I'm working on my memory, Avdiivka is roughly 20 miles south of Bakhmut. And we haven't talked about Kremlin tonight. We don't have a Kremlin map in the nest. But we do know Russian forces in Kremlin are concentrated. They outnumber Ukrainian forces 5, 8, 10, 12, 15 to 1. What is the ratio of forces in Avdiivka? If the Russians are undermanned in Avdiivka, does that mean they are over concentrated in Kremlin?
Well, those guys in Kremenna aren't really doing much good. About the order of battle in Avdiivka, there are Russian forces are primarily more heavily deployed to the south of Avdiivka. And going sort of east to west, we've got motor rifle troops, including Russian Guards motor rifle troops. The 33rd Guards is there. Opatane, let's see, there is a 9th Naval Infantry Regiment, Guards Rifle divisions, not divisions, brigades. All these troops with all their capabilities, and they can't seem to advance north. The Russian forces in the north, rifle battalion, another motorized rifle brigade. These are exactly the kind of troops who should be able, with armor, to break out and converge on, say, Orlovika, which is what is that? That's I don't know. That should be 15 miles in the rear of Avdiivka. They can't do it. I don't know what's missing. I don't know. But enthusiasm is definitely one of the things that is missing.
If we look for an imbalance on the line of engagement, and let's just take a look from Avdiivka to Bakhmut to Kremlin, where are the Russians most unbalanced?
Wow, I don't really even want to say, but there are, we talk about salience, and you can't advance on the enemy. You have to break through somewhere, right? And that will become a salient. But consider a square. A square can be defended on all sides. You're in the middle. You've got equilateral sides. There you go. But when you make that thing a rectangle, and the longer and more narrow that rectangle becomes, it becomes increasingly vulnerable. There are salients to the north and south of Bakhmut. That's the kind of terrain that would allow the Ukrainians to completely turn the tables on the Russians. We talked about cutting off the fingers and cutting off the thumbs of the mittens. Ditto in Avdiivka. There are fingers to the north and there is a thumb to the south. Except around Avdiivka, the Russians actually seem to have disposed their forces a little better. Maybe they could change it a little bit, but the thumb is definitely stronger than the fingers. And the troops that are present in the thumb, which surround the city of Donetsk, there's enough Russian troops there, frankly, to drive northwest and cut off Avdiivka. Again, why they can't do it, I don't know. I do know that every Russian soldier in Donetsk knows exactly what happened in Vuhledar. They know it. They know it. The coconut telegraph works perfectly. And every one of those troopers up there knows what happened to the 155th Brigade of Naval Infantry. They know they got their clocks cleaned. This is what makes the Russian forces brittle. This is what makes them less and less willing accomplices to the frontal assaults that are proposed by their leaders.
And of course, the square is the ancient military formation of the phalanx. Just look at Alexander and subsequent battles in the ancient world. All they had were spears, but they knew the defensive power and the offensive power of the square.
Right. It was, the Roman legions every night their camps were squares. And it is amazing that those guys could march 30 or 40 miles in a day, bivouac at night, and dig this palisade to surround their encampments. And those encampments litter Europe to this day. Parts of Asia and all over the British Isles, those encampments exist. So there's some things in land warfare that haven't changed in 4,000 years.
And when the Roman army was on the move, they built a fort every damn night. They didn't just bivouac, they built a fort with a central road and intersecting roads and defensive positions all around that fort. Daryl, then George, then Lexicon. Daryl.
We just listening to what you were saying there, Chuck. Something leads me to believe that there is a logistics issue when they want to stretch out. They're fine when they're bottled up together, but once they move away from the main force, the phalanx, once they move away from it, it seems, I'm wondering if they are having issues. Maybe they don't trust the equipment. They're having a lot of breakdowns. They can do limited, attacks, but then again, they have to make sure that they can pull it back. They have to make sure that they are able to be maintained, possibly. I'm just spitballing this because, like you said, if they had a mechanized force, why aren't they striking out? And it's either my supply train, it's either my equipment itself, or I don't have the leadership. And I don't think they're worrying about leadership. They just tell them to go. And you go here. So that leads me to the 2 points. Either they don't have a sufficient logistics, they're able to get, guns and ammo to the central supply point, say in Donetsk, but they don't have the ability and the equipment to further and take, a supply train with them on an offensive, because all of the trucks and all of the rest of that kit is heading back to Russia to get more. And on the same front, when you look at the equipment, it's fine, but they know that every day they need to do this particular maintenance thing. The engine is running out of oil because the seals everything's leaking on it from being put up in storage. And so they can run a day, but they need to be back where the oil is to fill up the engine again. Stuff like that. These are just small things. Yeah, I can run my tank, but at the end of the day, you better have a bunch of oil to put back in that engine, because it's you gotta it's weeping. You set it up at the end of the night, and you look up in the morning, you got a puddle underneath it. And that's the kind of stuff that you can do with even trucks, but you better be ready to fill it up. You better have something to put in the engine in the morning, and that's what I'm suspecting, that it's something along those lines that they may be affecting this.
Yeah, logistics is a complicated thing, and Daryl, just like you're saying, if the vehicles aren't working, that's one thing. If the supplies, I got coyotes out here, folks. If you can hear them, I'm not getting attacked yet, but we'll see. If the trucks aren't working, that's one thing. If the system is so corrupt that the supplies, ammunition, fuel, spare parts, whatever it was, if those are ghost parts that don't really exist anywhere, and you can't load this not existent equipment onto your trucks. And there's one other thing that is another Achilles heel. I mean, they're running out of heels. They've got so many Achilles heels. They need to be a quadruped. But the Russia has based its land warfare strategy on combined arms, mechanized infantry. But their infantry fighting vehicles, they won't stand up even to 50 caliber fire. So basically, a heavy machine gun and even a 7.62 machine gun will go through their infantry fighting vehicles. Bradley, no, the 50 cal isn't going to hurt it. 7.62 isn't going to hurt it. It's just going to make some noise that the guys inside can hear. And we come to that magic moment where who is going to drive the first Russian vehicle out of the tree line? No one wants to do it. And Russian land warfare, I believe, has been pretty much stymied here in Ukraine because there's 20% of the world's Javelin missiles are in eastern Ukraine. And that's not counting the NLAWs, the brimstones, the Stugs, the TOWs, virtually every type of anti-tank guided missile that exists in the world is in Ukraine in great numbers. And we talked just a minute ago, being able to know where Russia's going to try to attack and being able to rapidly concentrate your forces at Russia's point of attack. Look, that's everything in warfare, right? Rogers Rangers, get there firstest with the mostest. As true as it was in the American Revolution, it's true now. And especially instead of hatchets like Robert Rogers Rangers, you're slinging javelins and NLAWs. You're going to blunt these Russian attacks. And as desperate, if not desperate, as critical as the situation was in Bakhmut, look, that supply line held. And the Russians were not able to close their fist around Bakhmut because whenever the Russians went to maneuver warfare, whenever they got in their infantry fighting vehicles and put their tanks out front and pointed them at the Ukrainians, they got hammered. And Vuhledar was, that was the epic example of that. And everywhere the Russians are going to try to push forward, there will be hundreds, if not thousands, of anti-vehicle, anti-personnel, and anti-armor mines. That will slow the Russians up. They'll do what they did at Vuhledar. They will fan out in a minefield, get stymied, and then artillery's going to smother them, and these anti-tank guided missiles are going to smother them. And I don't see Russia turning this thing around. I absolutely don't. And there's no General Grant waiting to get the call from the Kremlin. They have a corrupt cadre of sycophantic kleptocrats instead of general officers, and nobody's got a good idea.
Daryl, we have a couple of hands, and Dr. Nick has come up also. So I just want to go to Lexicon, to Bruce, ask everyone to formulate your question in your mind, be concise when you ask it. Lexicon.
Okay, it's okay to go to broader questions, not exactly this town or that town. It's okay?
Yes,
So,
of course.
yeah, while we're on the edges of our seats as we are, we're still holding on. Everybody's waiting for this to veer, but we know. So I wanted to ask about, one is, we know there's these armies being formed up, these teams, these combined arms that are going to be able to operate all the different armor and the rest. And we figured those are troops with a lot of experience, or there's certainly lots of presence of experienced troops in those squads. Then we heard about the creation, we heard a month or more ago about Ukraine was creating this massive force. It was like 200,000 of volunteers, and they were going to be somehow really important in the counterattack. We said, okay, well, there's time. But what I don't understand is, it can't come, I don't know, have you heard about that? There was an update about a week or two ago saying they had 80% of it formed up. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Uh, I do know that as these freshly trained and exercised, NATO trained Ukrainian formations have come back into Ukraine. They're being formed into new units. New unit isn't really the right way to describe it. They're being formed of highly experienced combat veterans who have just completed training on upgraded vehicles, armor, and infantry fighting vehicles. And these guys are going to be the spearheads of the coming Ukrainian offensives. I think that's who you're talking about, in addition to newly, I don't want to say mobilized, supporting infantry units.
Yeah, maybe it's that in addition to, because this was a new name. It was a bit of a 3-word name. It was like sort of volunteer, sounded like territorial. I mean, it really sounded like the territorial defense, except that it was like they were going to create something more professional than that. Although I'm sure the territorial defense is now pretty professional, but I didn't understand it. You don't hear a lot about it. And so I don't know if nobody knows about it. It's like it wasn't a PR idea. They don't do that kind of thing. It sounded like something serious, but if it's happening, it's something very quiet. Maybe somebody knows about it. And you're calling it supporting groups, of course, which you would think, but it was like they were going to spearhead, or they were going to in some way be crucial in this counterattack, like a massive support force for the counterattack. Or,
But
I'm sure it's too hard for me to, I didn't I
no,
understood it fuzzily.
you have it, and it is a combined arms maneuver warfare element here, right? So there are lots of military occupational specialties that are necessary in combined arms warfare. There are artillerymen, there are truck drivers, there are electronic warfare personnel, there are on and on. There are medics, you name it, everything that it takes to do that. But we don't generally comment on Ukrainian order of battle. You can look at my maps, and I have never posted the location of a or extremely rarely after the fact, and in the case of an extraordinarily heroic action, when confirmed by the Ukrainian general staff, I will list one, but I generally don't. So I think it's best for the Russians to sort of figure out who's visiting them and learn it the hard way.
Yeah, I understand. It's quite a riot. I mean, all the newspapers are publishing their idea of where the axe is going to fall. And I don't know if the Russians are voraciously reading or if they're trying to get their shoes dry. But thanks very much.
Absolutely. Good to talk to you.
Thank you, Lexicon. And Bruce, you had your hand
Yes.
up. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you guys as always. A quick point listening to somebody just a few moments ago talking about, why can't the Russians put together, a half-assed offensive, basically. And I will never argue that the Russians are competent. I think they've shown that, but it just occurs to me, I would hate to be a Russian major sitting in Kremina and getting orders to push west to, say, Torsk, because, it's not just Ukraine. The United States is sitting on top with our satellites and other surveillance capabilities, and we've got this great AI. If I'm even a decent Russian officer and I put 6 tanks together and 2 companies of men, it's going to be seen. It's going to be communicated to the Ukrainians, and then they're going to use, sophisticated, high precision weapons to just take me out before I even get anywhere near the battlefield. Does that make sense at all? Is that why they haven't really been able to form anything up, especially along the Kremina-Savatov line? I mean, it just seems like they can't get anything above sort of small unit pushes. And I'll just listen.
No, I think you've hit it exactly right on the head. There's nothing the Russians can do or will do for the rest of this war that's going to come as a surprise to the Ukrainians. You think about that. Ukraine is all but reading Russia's mail. And in every place the Russian soldier stands in occupation of Ukrainian territory, there are hundreds of patriotic Ukrainians that will do everything they possibly can to communicate everything that soldier's doing. And add to that every resource that NATO has, from high geosynchronous orbit on down, is pumping information to Ukrainian decision makers. That is the daunting challenge that faces Russian commanders. On top of not coming up with any sort of new ideas, and increasingly every day dealing with more reluctant and more recalcitrant troops, so that the combat effectiveness of these Russian units is decreasing. It might not be in a death spiral yet, but it's decreasing. And the 1800 brief today of the Ukrainian General Staff said something I haven't heard them say before. And that is that they assess that Russia's combat effectiveness around Bakhmut has taken a critical turn for the worse. Russian commanders, Russian flag officers in the Bakhmut area do not want to hear from their subordinates that my unit is depleted, boss. We have ammunition shortages. I can't push these guys any farther. I need to be taken off the line and we need to regroup. The general doesn't want to hear that. So he's not going to hear it. And that's the kind of general who's going to get surprised. Why are these Ukrainians in my headquarters tent? Well, boss, I've been telling you that my guys can't hold the line. I've been telling you we're depleted. I've been telling you we're exhausted. And that goes right from the lieutenant talking to the captain, who's the company commander, the major who's commanding the battalion, to the general, and all the way back to the Kremlin. Everybody is kidding everyone else. The only people who aren't getting kidded are the Russian paratroopers who can't take Ivanansky after God knows how many tries. I don't know, in the hundreds. The Wagner convict conscripts that are shoved forward across the N04 highway, they're not doing any good. And those forces, brittle as they are, exhausted as they are, they're not going to answer the bell when they've got to do something much more difficult than a simple assault. And that is starting the battle with your butt kicked, going in the wrong direction on a dark night, flash blinded, with guns going off in front of you and behind you, and keeping your head, getting on the radio, getting in touch with higher command, and rallying your guys around you, a la Bastogne. I don't see the Russian army doing it. And I've got proof that they can't do it. They tried to take Kyiv. That entire salient collapsed. After the rape fest at Busha, those guys were punished. They were beaten. Their vehicles were blown up, and they had to run back to Belarus. Kherson offensive. They got their butts kicked all the way across the Oskil River, and they didn't stop running till they got to Starvolinsk. Wow. It's going to happen again. It's going to happen this spring, and God willing, it'll happen a little sooner.
Chuck, we have one more hand. Ivan, go ahead. And then I think you and I might talk about weather.
Thanks for taking my question. So my question is about replenishment for attrited units. So what's the best way for Ukraine to build up any units they have attrited with their they have recruits that have got excellent training in the UK and other places. How should they be doing that?
That great question. And the nuts and bolts of that are, if you're in a sort of static battle situation, and by static I don't mean nothing going on. I mean in a place where there are discernible lines of contact, and it's almost unique in warfare that you'd have a situation like Bakhmut, where the enemy just keeps coming, doesn't try an end around, doesn't give up and try to hit you somewhere else, but just keeps throwing men, vehicles, material, fuel, bullets, just keeps pouring them into the black hole of Bakhmut. So what the Ukrainians have been very good at is you have a unit, it's in the rear, it maintains its own organic capabilities, its own unity. An organic capability is something that, for example, an infantry company is going to have a weapons platoon, and that has mortars, and sometimes it might have an anti-armor squad. The capabilities that unit has. The Ukrainians are very good at, let's say you take an infantry company, 3 platoons, they send 1 squad from the weapons platoon, 1 squad from company A, and 1 squad from company B. They move them towards the front. Those guys stay a certain amount of time. It's a humane amount of time. And then they're rotated back. And then those squads are put forward. So essentially, there's 1 squad, one part is serving at the front, the other part has just got back and is relaxing, and the third part is getting ready to go to the front. And that's how you keep a unit fresh and in contact and with high battlefield effectiveness. The Russians, for reasons unknown, they don't do that. They keep their units forward. They tend to exhaust their guys. And as far as I can tell in the order of battle information that I have about Ukraine, there is not a single Russian unit that has not been attrited by at least a third. Some individual units are down to about 10 or 15% of what they were at deployment. And that is because they're, as Daryl said, they're like vehicles that no one's changing the oil on. They're just run down. And the peculiarities of Russia's reporting system, casualty numbers don't get communicated in an honest way to Moscow for a lot of reasons. No general wants to say, hey, look, I've lost 60% of the people you gave me. That's bad enough. But there's another reason that the Russian armed forces don't have any sort of a veterans administration as we sort of know it. And the dependents of these soldiers are just about as expendable as the troops themselves. So what a lot of Russian units will do is they won't report a guy killed, even if they know he's dead. They keep him on the books so they can pay his family. That's kind of noble as far as it goes. But that Russian unit is listed as full strength to higher command, and they are nowhere near it. So all of these little things add up to not just a brittle force, but in a lot of cases a hollow one too.
You mentioning vehicles again there, Chuck, and the tanks and things. Personnel. They may not have the personnel for some of these heavy tank units. They moved the equipment up. People were marshaled up. That marshaling area got hit. Now you have equipment at the front line with no troops. Or they may not have enough troops to go in each piece of equipment. That's possible. Now they want to have a man. They want to see the tanks moving for the commanders, but they may not have either a gunner, or they may not have a tank commander, or they may not have both. It could be just a driver. That's what So what they see in these amass units, they may not be full units at all, and they may be at strength and name only, because HIMARS took out the gunner and the commander while they were at the meeting, going over the battle plans. So we could be looking at some of that as well.
Yeah, and everyone can understand the duties of an infantry soldier, but there are a lot of other necessary skills that go into any military unit, and not everybody can jump into a tank, right? Not everyone can drive it. Not everyone can change the oil. Not everyone knows how to load the gun. And then there is this magic thing that's supposed to come together in the vehicle commander, and that is a senior NCO or a junior officer who knows how to fight that tank, who's cagey enough to know how to use a tank on a battlefield and how to survive. But right now, the easiest way to survive as a Russian vehicle commander is not get in contact with the Ukrainian armed forces. And we heard just the other day about a Ukrainian soldier presented with a Russian T-90 tank coming at him, and all he had was an empty javelin tube. And he broke the tree line, put himself in a position where he knew the Russians would see him, and the tank stopped, and the hatches opened, and the Russians ran away. And that tells us all a lot about the morale state of the Russians.
That had to be hilarious on video. That had to
And
be.
it took some huevos too, because that was an empty tube.
So, Chuck, I look at the weather in Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia, more or less every day. And while obviously it's warming up, the sun is not out. And we know it. We need sun and wind to dry out the mud. Some rain is in the forecast at the end of the week, but a longer mud season is not necessarily bad for Ukraine. As I like to say, patience is a virtue on the battlefield, but if weather requires you to be patient, you're required to wait. It means all of your forces are coming up. I do get the sense that there is an increased urgency in delivery of arms and munitions that Ukraine needs. It's a longer mud season for Ukraine is just not a bad thing. What's your opinion?
No, it isn't a bad thing, and mud season will do a couple of things. Of course, it makes it harder for your own maneuver elements to maneuver, but it also makes it harder for logistics vehicles to get to the troops they're supporting. That's going to be a bigger problem for the Russians than it is the Ukrainians. Because remember, we talk about this all the time. The Ukrainians have the interior lines of communication, meaning they're in a circle and the Russians are outside the circle. All the Ukrainians need to do is orient themselves 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and there the Russians are. But the Russians have to go outside the clock. So the Russians have to traverse 270 degrees to come into contact with the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians only have to go 180 degrees. So that 90-degree difference applies almost everywhere on the battlefield. And when you add to that the fact that the Russians are never going to surprise uh, the Ukrainians don't have to be strong everywhere because they know where the Russians are going to strike. And the Russians do not know where the hatchet's going to fall this spring. So they've got to be strong everywhere. And that means they've got those they have greater logistic requirements than the Ukrainians do. And that's good too. And even though there are dark days ahead, and there will be setbacks ahead, I promise you, aplenty. But the Russian army, the way it's led right now, the way it's equipped, and the morale of its fighters, this Russia is in the quagmire. You know, obviously, this was a war that was supposed to take them 72 hours. It's 13 months later. But this is not a war that Russia can win anymore. It isn't. Uh, I don't think it's going to be over by Christmas, folks, or even next Christmas. But Russia is not going to subdue Ukraine in a ground war with the kind of army it has now. And that army can't change in 2 years.
Doc, please go ahead.
Chuck, so how do the Ukrainians pre-position equipment and ammunition? I mean, the way basically in generalistic terms, of course. When those Bradleys and Leopards and Abrams and everything else, well, let me push Abrams back because we know that's going to be a while still, but the Leopards and the Charlies and everything else starts showing up. Are the Russians going to see on satellite what we did at the beginning of the war with huge line columns of these things beginning to move in? I mean, nothing is completely hidden on the battlefield, but they're pre-positioning, I would imagine, MRS, that sort of the munitions that go associated with that. And then they're going to start getting these things together, moving them. And their satellite imagery, while not as good as what we have, it's still sufficient to know if there's a column lining up, right?
Yeah, but yeah, Doc, and that is a terrifically good question. And here's how I would answer it. Imagine a tree, right, growing up from the ground. It's got a trunk, and then some major branches come off, and then it goes into smaller limbs, and then it goes into all the tiny little twigs where all the leaves are. Okay, let's concentrate on the top of the tree. There's all these, you can't see through it. There's so many leaves. So imagine the trunk where it hits the ground. That's going to be the target of the Ukrainian offensive. So put that tree on its side now, and every one of those twigs and all those limbs and all those branches, uh, that's the Ukrainian logistical system. What the Russians don't know, they may see some of the leaves and some of the branches and even maybe some of the limbs, but the Russians can never be sure where that trunk is, right? The Russians are not going to know where that big cloud of leaves, where do all those logistical lines come together and converge to support the Ukrainian offensive. And the Ukrainians are masterful about spreading out and dispersing their logistical nodes, their fuel supply, ammunition, etc. And it's one of the reasons why Alan was commenting. Wow, they finally used cruise missiles in a militarily relevant manner down in Anvika. The Russians are just not going to be able to tell where this blow is going to fall. So, one, you just have KG Ukrainians dispersing their logistical uh, assets all over, and then you add to that deception plans. Some of them can be extraordinarily sophisticated. A lot of people probably read that book, Bodyguard of Lies, that was about the massive deception operations that went on before the D-Day invasions in Normandy. And without too much, I'll say, look, I promise you that the Ukrainian efforts to deflect Russian attention, to confuse them, to make sure that they misapprehend whatever clues they're getting, the Ukrainians are meticulous about preparing the battle space. They don't take a step forward until they know where the next three steps are going to fall. And they are going to make absolutely certain that Russian commanders are as absolutely confused as they possibly can be as to where this blow is going to fall. And when blows do fall, these Russians are going to have a hard time figuring out which one is the most important one. And one of the great toasts I ever heard at a SEAL Team Hail and Farewell was confusion to our enemies.
Daryl, can you hear me? Are you up and with us?
Yeah, I'm all good.
I put him to sleep with that snooze missile of an answer I just laid on him.
No,
No, it's Twitter problems.
It's
No, and
content
that's the right
problems,
answer
Alan.
too, Chuck.
No, it's not content problems at all. Wow, Daryl. So Chuck can hear me. I don't think Daryl can hear me. I don't know if Daryl is actually here.
Alan, can you hear me? Because
Yeah.
Daryl can hear you, and I can hear Daryl, and I can hear you just fine.
Okay, I can hear you, Doc. So I'm just going to recycle quickly. Daryl is in charge, as he should be.
Oh
Oh,
God,
shit.
Daryl, you're driving it. Careful, crash that thing.
Hey, we're gonna turn up the music. Let's go.
Turn the music up.
So Daryl, can I follow up with what that was the question I had for Chuck?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Thanks. So aside from that they're crafty, there's not a GPS coordinate on their land they don't already have pre-positioned and ready to go, an Excalibur round dialed in. The other thing they're not going to do is line up 40, 50, 60 vehicles in a column and drive down a road, right?
There might be places where they have to do that in order to, bring supplies, bring appropriate forces to a point of attack. But they will be incredibly careful about, putting that column together. And they definitely, you are right, Doc, they won't be doing what the Russians were doing in Belarus with vehicles bumper to bumper, sitting there, stop and go, and mostly stop. And the Ukrainians will never do, for example, at a river crossing, what the Russians did in that debacle at Severodonetsk, crossing the Severodonetsk earlier this summer. A defeat that was so incredible that the United States Army changed its doctrine. The United States Army looked at that and said, we have to make sure that that never happens to us. So, wow. And just imagine, folks, when you're going forward like that and you can't execute a river crossing and you present such delicious targets to Ukrainian artillery with your bumper to bumper vehicles on a road, Ukrainian artillery wipes you out. That's going forward. Now imagine that same Russian unit discombobulated, surrounded on three sides, and all of them retreating across that river. It's going to be just as bad. In fact, it's going to be worse.
So
And they're
I
not
got
ready for it.
I got another question for Daryl. Daryl, you ready?
As I maybe sometimes, maybe never. Who knows?
Daryl's always ready.
Okay, Daryl. So Europe is on a different train track gauge than Russia is, right? And Ukraine has a mix of both. What
Well,
happens when you put a train on the wrong gauge? And should Ukraine just start replacing all of that gauge with the European standard since they're moving west and it might cause problems for Russia?
okay, real simple. Ukraine is getting the new. They're going to the 1430 gauge. The 1500 gauge, which they currently have now, which is the same as the Russian standard. They will be phasing that out. Um, it's going to take time because they have to make sure that they have the rolling stock to be able to keep up with the demand.
So that's the parts on the trains that will fit on that gauge.
That's the boat. That's the wheel sets. That's really the only thing that they have to change is the wheel sets to do this. Now, they will have to make sure when they are doing the track that when they lay the ties, that they lay the ties in such a way that the trains stay in the center, because then you will create issues with clearances, particularly with your catenary systems. You move the train over, a certain amount, and then the catenary no longer is in full contact, possibly. So you got to look at those type of issues. They should have other clearances already. I don't think they'll run into any curves where they will string. And when I say that is in curves, um, especially around mountains and things of that nature, you have to make sure that you have the clearance for the vehicle going around the curve. You think of a curve track, you put a straight line across it, you have to make sure you have that clearance, because the car, although the wheels may be going around on the track, the body of the car will be away from the track as it negotiates the curve. So that's where you have to make sure that all of those clearances are still there once you re-engineer the track. But for the most part, they'll be able to lay plenty of track in no time flat. There are machines that they pick up the rail. They pick up the ties, insert the new ties, attach the rail right back to the new ties, and they can do this with one machine. Really, they just have to make sure that they have enough ties, for the distance that they're going.
And
But
so if they change the gauge, a Russian train can't ride on that gauge, right?
that's correct. That is absolutely correct. Once they go to the 1435, that 1500 will not fit. The wheel set will be um, either riding on the top of the ball of the rail or on the outside, on the opposite side. So it will, and you'll just destroy ties. Um, Someone was talking about how in Spain they have a dual gauge system. Those may be in effect in some of the areas. I can see in some of the industrial areas where it will take a lot of individual um, it will take a lot of individual investment by corporations to change the gauge in their track on it, where they own track. And so they may have to have a dual gauge in areas like that so that the new cars can roll in on the old gauge systems. But there's going to be a lot of transloading, I can tell you that. in the near term. But once they get it all done, they will be Ukraine will be moving to the 1435.
Daryl, I love it when you're talking railroads. That is, where else are we going to get somebody who knows that? And let me ask you a railroad question. So, Russia trying to take advantage of its own railroad. Am I right to think it's going to be much harder for the Russians to do anything about changed Ukrainian rail positions? Conditions. Weren't you saying that there's a lot of trouble with Russia's railroads?
Yeah, currently right now they are having bearing issues. They can no longer get the bearings that they need because those precision bearings are manufactured by only a few companies in the world because they are that they have to be that exact and they have to be that strong. It's not something you just say, okay, we're going to build bearings today. If you don't have the right metal, that metal isn't hard enough. That metal isn't tempered for it. The chromium has to be the right thickness on those bearings. All of that stuff plays a factor when you're moving heavy equipment because once they start heating up, for those in the U.S., that's what happened in Palestine. The bearings burnt up in that accident. That's
Yeah,
what
and you were saying, Daryl, that those bearings are like a consumable, right? You don't get one set of bearings on your axles and that's it, right? These things have to be replaced. Is that correct?
Yeah, you have to replace those. You have to replace. That's it's just like your Timken bearings in your car. You stick them in once they're in. You don't want to replace just one. You want to replace. You really want to replace them in sets because once you start getting uneven wear, because you have that what they call the in and out movement. Once you change that dynamic on one side, you don't want to have the old bearings on the opposite side in a solid axle because you got to remember these are solid axles. These aren't like in your car where the one wheel is independent of the other. Both sides of that buggy, both sides move at the same exact time. So they go around a curve, or they go. One side is moving faster than the one is negotiating that curve. Basically, almost like he's going faster than he needs to in that curve, while the other wheel is running at the speed it needs to go. It's kind of weird trying to explain it, but when you have a solid axle, one side is slipping as the other side is moving, going around curves, pretty much. Your old posi track. If anybody knows what posi traction is, you know that one wheel is going to be burning rubber every time you turn a curve.
I'm old enough to remember Positrack there, Daryl. So we're dating ourselves.
Yeah. So, but yeah. So in the Russians' case, their bearings are they're having a lot of failure problems. If they're not getting cars from China, if they're not getting cars from North Korea, they're going to be going down. Their cars are going to be going down. And to me, if we want to really slow this down, and if China gets into this, you start taking away China's ability to get bearings, and you start taking away, these other countries, their ability to get bearings. You're going to find that, oh, wait a minute, I got high speed trains. I need bearings. China has a high speed rail line. You put a restriction on them. Hey, you're helping Russia, and you put a restriction on them getting bearings. They will probably change tune really quick because that high speed rail line is something that they marvel. It's one of their marvels for them. Just like any like Japan, you know that's a main thing. That's something they need, absolutely need for their economy. So, but yeah, That's what we're looking at with Russia. And here's the thing that really helped Ukraine. Ukraine was actually able to get a lot of their rolling assets out of the south and east when this war started, which severely hampered Russia's ability to use that equipment once they came across the border. And so Russia had to use a lot of their own equipment. There was some rolling stock, but a lot of the engines they were able to move and get away. So that kudos to Ukraine for being able to do that.
And most of, go ahead, Chuck.
Please go ahead, Alan. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, most of those bearings come from Sweden. And the song Sweden is singing is, yes, we have no bearings today. Chuck, go ahead.
I remember the banana song too. Daryl, I'm looking at a rail map of Ukraine. Everyone talks a lot, and rightly so, about Russia's desire for a land bridge to Crimea. It's very interesting to me that there is exactly one rail line going along the southern portion of Ukraine, and rail lines are the best and easiest and most reliable way to supply your army. So much so in the American Civil War, as the federal armies were advancing, they almost always laid a railroad along in their wake, so they could get everything they needed to fight the war. So in this case, not only is that track vulnerable, but it sounds, Daryl, to me like the Russians are consuming their own locomotives here, right? They can't get those bearings. How long can a set of bearings be expected to do service on a Russian rail car?
That's the hard part, Chuck. It's not exact. It's based on where. It's based on tonnages that they are operating at. It can even be, how um, if the wheel sets, how the braking on the train. There's a lot of things that can go into it. I would say, I really don't want to guess because it's not an exact science on the bearings. You can have bearings in a car forever. You can buy the car and sell the car and never change the bearings. But then again, you may have a car that wears out, the bearings on one side, within the first 150,000 miles. And for trains, that's nothing. 150,000 miles is nothing for a train. So it's not an exact science. There's too many factors that go into it, rather than just saying, okay, the bearings wear out at this point.
Well, logistics are everything. So we shall see.
Yeah, we shall see. I mean, and the reason why um, I can actually say the things about the Russian bearings is because they were exhibiting issues in August of last year. There was some communiques. They were talking about the railroad and the bearings and things like that, and that's how I know that they're having serious problems. If they haven't been able to do it back then, by now the failure rates are getting higher and higher. What we're not hearing about is the bearing failures and the number of trains that they've lost due to derailments and things of that nature because of the failed bearings. Those things are not going to be reported as battle damage.
And and if it goes off the side of a culvert and derails, it doesn't matter if partisans did it or zero maintenance did it. The result is Russia doesn't get the supplies it needs. So we'll be watching the railroad.
It would be great for them to actually lose a train. In the heat of a battle, they're running a train at medium speed or at a hurried speed, whatever, to get it to the front to help out on the offensive, and the train just derails because the bearings go out. Not even something the Ukrainians did, but just the fact that the train is they don't have the parts to fix the train itself.
Daryl, Chuck, I think Doc has a question. Doc?
Thanks, Alan. And Daryl, of course, for that answer. I'm always fascinated by this. Chuck, you had a guest on a day or two ago. I'm sorry, my days are blurring, but professor from Columbia, and he was global security. I asked him a question about this recruitment that's going on at universities in Moscow and St. Petersburg, where I think it was the Russian or Moscow Aviation Institute. These are engineering students, and they were withholding their diploma unless they signed an enlistment order right then and there. Obviously, stupid on many, 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 many levels. And today, one of our friends has posted about a recruitment office in St. Petersburg that was burned down. And our guest talked about a few different things, and I'm sorry, I'm blanking on his name. They talked about a few different
Rajan Menon.
Rajan, that's exactly right. Thank you. He was a brilliant guest too. I really enjoyed listening to him, and I'm glad you got him on board with us. But so now we have in St. Petersburg partisans burning down a recruitment office. So he's getting more and more desperate and recruiting from closer and closer to home, where this is going to start having a real issue. And it was described in this report that partisans lit this recruitment office on fire. And I have a hard time saying that there's any Russians that are really partisans, but they're just people that don't want to go to war, right? I mean, this is getting serious as he's having to recruit from his backyard. Am I right?
Yeah, exactly. And I wouldn't say partisans either, but I don't think Mr. Putin, for all of his, for all the historical legitimacy he tries to claim, I don't think he took a very long, hard look at what happened to America during the Vietnam War. And there were a lot of college students that didn't see a future in going to Southeast Asia and dying. And, it is one thing to be a 45-year-old person who remembers the Soviet Union and knows how quickly everything you have can vanish as you get bundled into the back of a van. But this generation of college students, they don't know about the Soviet Union. No. And when they didn't live it. They know about it. But you can imagine what you would think after 4 years of college, you're ready to get your diploma, and some clown says to you, "We're not giving you your diploma unless you join the army." And I would say that 75% of those people are just going to go, "Yeah, groovy, goodbye," and walk away. And especially in the case of these aerospace engineering students, Russia needs those guys, right? What's the best use of an engineering graduate? It isn't infantrymen at the front in Ukraine. And I don't see Putin falling out of political power here anytime in the near future. But the fastest way to accelerate that is to start provoking those university students, because they might not remember they might not know what it was like to live under the Soviet heel, but they know that they don't want to live in a world where there is no future for them. because then they don't have anything to lose. If their choices are, I'm going to get sent to Ukraine to die, or what? Somebody made that decision in St. Petersburg yesterday to fill up a Coke bottle with some gasoline and throw it through the front window of the recruiting center. Doc, I
Those
think
are the
we're going to
guys
see.
that are those are the guys that are the most the guys and girls that are the most likely to know what's happening in Ukraine. They're smart, they know tech, they've got VPNs, they've figured out a way around all the BS. They're not buying into the babushka historical we're a great empire story, right? I mean, they want to make a living, they want to earn, they want to spend money, they want to buy fancy cars, they want to buy, I don't know, however many tracksuits they each have to own. I don't know what the number is, or gold necklaces, but they want to do all of those things, and they're the ones that know the most about what the reality is there.
You're right, Doc, and that little key, having a VPN, right? So they look at the BBC, they can go to Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, all of those services that make information available in Russian for them to read. And Putin, as we know, he has been recruiting ethnic minorities. He has been using regiments, units, divisions that are based in the Far East. Uh, he is grinding those people up because he doesn't want mothers and fathers bereft in St. Petersburg or Moscow. And it says how desperate he's becoming. Look, they can't make enough airplanes. They can't make enough missiles. They can't make enough high-tech weapons. And of all the places to recruit, at the equivalent of like MIT, you're telling these guys no diploma? You've got to go be a private? Wow. They keep making these mistakes that are so appalling, so avoidable, and so counterproductive. You just wonder.
You know, Doc and Chuck, who knows about what's happening in Ukraine, inside Russia? I think it's a lot like watching the tide come in. Yeah, all the young people who are tech savvy and have VPNs, they know. All the mothers and widows who are saying goodbye to sons and husbands, they know. And you know who talks to one another in Russia? The people. And so the more they talk, the more they know. It is no different than times under the Soviet rule, whether it's Stalin or Khrushchev, Brezhnev, or even Gorbachev. People talk. And when people talk, they share the knowledge they have. My son didn't come home. My husband didn't come home. I haven't heard from my husband in weeks. My son is lost. We are losing a war in Ukraine. It's like watching the tide come in. And as the tide comes in, Putin is going to drown.
From your lips to God's ears, Alan, and I hope so. But one thing's for certain, you know, the effects of the casualties in the Soviet-Afghan war, that had a bearing on the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And the casualties in this war are greater than every military engagement that Russia has been engaged in since World War II, by orders of magnitude. And you know, we are talking 140,000 dead. That means approximately 400,000 wounded. Uh, and next year, and I expect the war to go on that long, I absolutely do, we'll be talking 800,000 Russian casualties with 250,000 dead. And look, let's do the Chuck math. Let's take it out to year 3. Looking at over 1 million Russian dead. 1 million. Then we get into the territory where someone is very likely to say, hey, maybe Putin isn't the greatest guy to be leading us anymore. And Ukraine's ability to wage war is increasing, and Russia's ability to even hold the line is decreasing. And the political ramifications of a major and successful Ukrainian counterattack at Bakhmut or some other place, Russia was able to sort of shrug off the success of the Kharkiv offensive by sort of ignoring it in their information space. But I'm not sure 2 or 3 more Kharkivs. I'm not sure how Russia is going to be able to cover that up. That's a geopolitical question. I think we'll get Rajan back on to talk about that.
Rajan was a great guest, and I hope he comes back very, very soon. Chuck, you and I are going to make a bet on when this war will be over. We're going to make it privately because it's not the kind of thing I want to broadcast. And I'm not going to say it's going to be over this year, but I'm not totally into the year, 2-year scenario you're talking about. And that's just because I'm a newbie. I really don't know anything. I just have hopes. I have dreams. I have wishes. I have solidarity with Ukraine. But we're going to make a bet. And on the beach in Crimea, you will be pouring me a beer.
More than one. And Alan, I will never have lost a bet and been more happy than I will be to shake your hand on that beach and say I was wrong, because I would be happy to.
I want in on that.
You're in, Doc.
Well, Doc,
I'm on your side, Chuck.
Doc, you might be pouring me a beer. Daryl might be pouring me a beer. Chuck might be pouring me a beer. And then we'll see what it's like if I have too many beers, which I haven't done in about 40 years.
You got to visit
have Sam
grill.
Adams on Crimea Beach, Alan.
You got to come to the grill with me, and I'll give you the beer at the grill.
I'm going to be right there at Daryl's grill. I'm telling you, folks. You know, one of the reasons I go for that 2-year thing, folks, is I learned a lesson at SEAL school at Buds. They would run us out of the Buds compound, and we would literally run to the border in Tijuana, and then we'd turn back to the SEAL compound in San Diego. You might have noticed those are 2 different cities. And you'd be approaching the Buds compound, and you'd be thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it." And then they'd run us right past the compound, and we'd start heading for the Hotel Del Coronado. And I always learn, and people would just start leaving and dropping off the roadside, and I always thought, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it to the Hotel Del, and then I'll make it to the north fence, and I'm just gonna keep running. And when they turn south and go past the compound again, then I'll keep. You just had to push the goal forward and be grimly determined and ready to fight a lot longer than you thought you would. And that's just the way I deal with those kind of adversities. So,
Chuck, I'll have you know I am cross-trained. After leaving the military and having to leave med school because of the injury, I went to culinary school. So I will be cooking Texas barbecue and serving beer on the beach for all of us.
I'm going to be there between you and Al and Daryl. I'm going to be there. And you know what, Daryl? I might just have to bring in some andouille, and I just might have to make some red beans and rice for everybody.
Yes.
We'll get a big canoe paddle, and I'll make a big old bunch of red beans and rice.
We can do that. Hey, we certainly can do that.
We could do it.
Well, wait a minute. Chuck's red beans and rice now is actually red beans and poutine.
You never want to. Those are the two wires that should never touch each other: poutine and red beans and rice. It shouldn't happen, folks.
But I've had some weird combinations. My favorite actually was oxtail. It was unbelievable. Oxtail with poutine. I was like, you got to be kidding me. I barely learned about poutine, and then I was being shown all these variants.
That's like roast beef. Oxtail is like roast beef. That's a
Man, it was delicious.
set of meat, man.
All right, I have found my new co-head chef for the Texas and slash Virginia barbecue. Daryl, what are we gonna do?
Oh no, we're going southern.
Good man, good man.
Sweet, a little bit of sweetness, spicy, and just damn good.
Jalapeno cornbread.
We can do that. I can do that. Oh, you want corny cornbread?
Oh, I want corny cornbread. Yeah,
I
we'll do
love
both.
cornbread.
That way we do both because we got to share with those Ukrainians that need it.
That's right.
I think those Ukrainians need some Daryl barbecue. I know they need some red beans and rice. If you got through life, folks, without having red beans and rice thus far, we gotta change that for you.
How about a Texas redfish to go there?
Yeah, there's no Black Sea redfish, so we might have to fly those in.
I'm okay with that.
You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna have them do for me? I'm gonna have them take one of those T80 holes where the top has been blown out the hell out of it. Put a grill on top. Give me a little access door underneath where I can throw the wood. We gonna have a T80 grill.
We'll call it Daryl's Turret Toss Grill.
Oh, there you go. There you go. That should be a rest. If that's not a restaurant in Ukraine next year, that's a loss.
That's a wasted name. That'll be a wasted name. You're right.
That could become a franchise. I want one of Daryl's turret toss grills. I don't care where.
All right, this is now an offline conversation, Alan. We're going to make some plans here.
I know it's amazing how frequently we divert into food conversations. I'm not sure what that means, but I'll find out in Crimea. Boy, am I ready.
Just don't ask Chuck for his can of mandarin oranges.
No, we're not having any cans of mandarin oranges, Chuck. I'm sorry. You'll have
Alan,
to
do you not remember that? One point from the chef side of me, I asked about what's that little hidden goodie you like to keep in your pack when you went into deployment, and Chuck's answer was, Chuck,
mandarin oranges. Yeah, crazy, but
canned mandarin oranges.
Canned mandarin oranges. Yep.
Hey, all I can tell you is no apricots in the amphib.
No, them nasty apricots.
Mine was
Daryl,
banana bread. My mom makes banana bread, and
no, we have a position with the apricots. No apricots.
I don't know about that. No, but my mom used to ship me her banana bread, and that became the most popular item in any mail delivery we ever had.
Yep, and then you got to tell mom how to layer that in the package. So you open the top, and everyone goes, "Oh boy!" and they fall for the small banana loaf, and they don't see the big one underneath.
No, it was worse than that. I'd have her put blood sausage on the top. Head cheese, blood sausage.
This is what you got to do, folks, when you're opening your mail in the squad bay.
So true.
Wait a minute, you eat morcilla? Doc, I didn't know you ate morcilla, man.
I didn't move to the United States until I was 6 years old.
Holy smokes.
I know.
So Daryl, Doc, Chuck, Dr. Nick, Axel. I know Axel, you're asleep. Finance. I'm going to drop because we're going to get some new co-hosts up, and they are here. They are ready. They are primed.
So
Daryl,
we're shifting out of NPR mode, Alan?
when am I really in NPR mode? That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. I do not have an NPR voice, except when I say Slava Ukraini.
Adam Slava. So, I guess you're gonna check out on me, Alan, and let finance up, or is it gonna be Primus? I guess it's gonna be yeah, finance. Come on, you can talk to me, talk to us. Chuck's still here.
I'm still here for at least 15 minutes or until I run out of altitude.
Excellent. Well, let's see. One, what I just learned is that Doc Bites is the next Sweeney Todd, who's a doctor who decided to give that up to become a chef.
Sweeney Todd, yeah.
And
I've had the same ingredients.
I think as I've just been reading too much about Wagner, that's where my mind goes now, but I can't get it out of there. So that's all I'm seeing now. And
well, with the bank collapse, how appropriate that you're listening to Wagner.
And no, so I did get a chance to sneak on a few listens earlier in the middle of doing a few different things, and if I caught you correctly, going into my lovely late night shift where we post lots of memes because all the adults leave the room and they're left with me. Did I catch you correctly, Chuck, that you said use the C word, culminate, in terms of Bakhmut and the Ruskies?
You know, and it wasn't me that said that. It was the 6 o'clock p.m. briefing of the Ukrainian General Staff. They used a slightly odd terminology, but again, it was, of course, it was translated. Let me see if I can find the exact wording. It was essentially culmination. Here's what the General Staff said: that Russian forces in the Bakhmut area of operation are exhibiting diminishing combat potential. And that certainly means culmination in my view. And this occurred in the same paragraph where they said that Russia was conducting round-the-clock attacks on the northern urban sector of Bakhmut and on villages to the northwest. So that was a pretty bold statement and finance and refreshing to hear.
So besides the joys of being a scrap metal dealer, you'd also mentioned the pickup in destroyed heavy equipment in recent. I don't think Days covers it. I think ever since Volhedar became the new Russian sculpture park. It seems like to me since then they've just been losing a lot more equipment every day.
That's what they were saying, right? And remember the northern part of this battle space there at the M04 highway is it's been mostly light infantry up there. M03, I'm sorry, light infantry there, largely unsupported. These Wagner, clowns are being, they're not even clowns. They are literally babes to the slaughter, although they're felons. But to the south, it is Russian paratroopers, VDV guard units, and they're getting their butts kicked. And apparently, the vehicles they rode in on are also getting their butts kicked. So it's not just a glimmer of hope. This is a little ray of sunshine here.
That's what I'd hear. Now, for the first 6 months of this war, my questions on how much mobilized equipment, if they're willing to use these old tanks and IFVs that the Russians have, was basically met with the response of infinite, or at least enough that it will last them a longer, 4+ years kind of insanity. Is that still true, or have they finally, or is demining a minefield one tank and one IFV at a time going to catch up to them?
Well, the Russians do have a modern mine clearing bit of ordnance, pretty much a copy of the same thing the Western armies have, and that fires a pair of rockets that arc out over in front of the unit over the minefield, trailing behind it literally a fire hose that is filled with plastic explosive. And when the rocket hits the ground and the hose hits the ground, it goes off, and that will blow the mines up under that, in the blast radius of that hose. The Russians, in true Russian fashion, they use these in Syria by disconnecting the end of the hose and firing this rocket at where else, folks? Finance, where do you think they'd fire a weapon like that? What would they be aiming
Let me
at?
get this straight. They have a special weapon that they need to deal with minefields, and they have lots of minefields. But they could instead disconnect this weapon and take extra special care to shoot it at civilians. And it's the Russians. So I'm going to go with option B. Instead of saving themselves from a minefield, they're going to take extra special care to shoot it at the civilians.
That's right. And what particular civilian building do you think they'd be shooting that at?
A hospital? I don't know. A nursery? A theater?
A
monument?
hospital. A hospital, but you didn't put it in the form of a question, so we can't give you the $500. But
What is the biggest terrorist target they can come up with?
that's it. I'll give you the $500.
That's a 200. That's a 200. Too easy, Chuck. 200. I only lost because I didn't make it a question. So it's a. All right. So they do have the equipment, but they're using it for terror, which is costing them lots of other equipment, which they're turning into sculpture parks. Now, do we have any news on if the Ukrainians are able to get their big recoveries in for, the as we joke, the Russian Lend-Lease program that they are mobilizing with the disabled and dropped Russian equipment?
They are doing that, and Russia still is the largest equipment and vehicle donor to the Ukrainian armed forces. But there was a problem a while back that the widespread power outages actually slowed down Ukraine's ability to turn those vehicles around. But we've also got the case that 38% of the vehicles that fall into the Ukrainian hands don't need repair. They've been abandoned pristine on the battlefield. And we talk about that mine clearing operation. The Russians didn't use that equipment at Vuhledar, either because they didn't suspect that the mines would be there in such numbers, or they'd already expended that weapon by firing at a hospital. Preposterous as that sounds, but that's probably what happened to it. And the third factor is it kind of doesn't matter if you've cleared that Ukrainian minefield if you can't convince anybody to be the first vehicle to go across it, because the Russians aren't in this fight anymore. The soldiers are unwilling to go out there and catch a javelin in the teeth. And like I said, if the easiest thing to do in war is assault. That's it. That's the easy thing. The hard thing to do is break contact, retain unit cohesion, back up and keep fighting. That's the hard thing. And I don't think the Russians can do that.
So that's when things start going bad for them, they can go really, really bad in layman's terms.
Yeah, but absolutely, really, really bad. But being able to do that is even important when you're winning the fight. You can, a really clever ground commander can yo-yo the enemy. you can appear to be retreating or breaking contact, and your enemy knows that the best place to destroy an adversary is when he's moving, so they rush in on you. And we have this saying, when your attack is really going well, it's probably an ambush. So these are tactics that Russia should have in their bag of tricks, but they don't. And it's uninspired commanders and overtired subordinates, and it's really, really having an effect.
Thank you. And Sweeney Todd himself, Doc Bites, has his hand raised.
Oh, that's a good one. Chuck, so as the new kit is arriving, that has better protection against tanks and, the armor's improved, what happens to all of this Russian seized scrap metal and that 38% number, which is huge? 38%. I mean, this is stuff that, as somebody who served in the United States military, can't even fathom that you would leave one piece of kit not destroyed so that it can't be used, that it's not built into things like our MQ Reapers, right, where it can be destroyed even after it's been hit. To protect that, they would let 38 of them go. But does this equipment now, the old TUs that we've captured from them, is that going to territorial defense, to border areas, or are they going to start being used as more like mobile artillery? What happens?
Well, a tank is still a tank, and the number one goal for a tank, right? And I'm not an armor guy, so excuse me to our armor educated listeners, but my joint staff experience has taught me that the best thing a tank can do is kill other tanks. So with Ukraine's update here, they're getting Leopard 2s, they're getting Abrams, they're getting C-90s, very capable Swedish-made infantry fighting vehicle, which itself can be a potent tank killer, and of course the Bradleys, that are sort of the Cadillac of infantry fighting vehicles, armed with a 20 millimeter chain gun. If you live in a cinder block house somewhere, folks, this is the kind of weapon that could just completely disassemble your house in in about as long as it took me to say that. But also, the Bradleys themselves can pack tow missiles, and there isn't a tracked contraption on the planet that can take a tow hit. So these are weapons that are they're being grouped together into task elements. These vehicles are not going to be sprinkled among Ukrainian forces. They're going to be kept together, and this is going to be literally the armored spear point that is going to punch holes in the Russian lines. And then some of those less capable, but frankly, still pretty deadly tier 2 armored vehicles are going to do what they should do, and that is exploit the breakthrough and spread out and wreak havoc in the Russian rear. Which sounds a little odd, but I said it and I can't take it back now.
Does this go along with your quote of when you're in their rear, they're in your rear? That's one I always remember from you, Chuck.
Yeah, that is. And you know what? I didn't say that. Shelby Foote did. So if Shelby Foote said it, I'll say it too.
So is that a foot in the rear?
Oh my God, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, that's pretty good too. I'm killing it tonight.
No finances as usual.
I just poop post here. Don't look at me. We have actual experts to kill it. Thank you. Anyways, speaking of NAFO, Room Hater is up. Room Hater.
Yeah, I'd noticed that a couple of days ago, the kill numbers for tanks and armored personnel carriers were way up, like 21 tanks and 23 armored personnel carriers, I think it was. Is that because of the arrival of some new equipment on the scene, or is I mean, what do you think's behind that spike in the kill numbers of Russian armor?
You know, I think, and I have to go back and I want to try to uh, look at that bump in the armor kills, and I want to try to corroborate it with what was going on in the battlefield. But what I think really was responsible is the Russians were pushing forward with armor, and it might have been around Bakhmut, but you know, I have to cross-index that. And you know, I always say no one wants to be the first tank to leave the tree line, but if the Russians put that stuff forward, it's going to get a javelin, it's going to get an NLAW, and you know, very soon and shortly, it's also going to get a tow,
Yeah,
A1 or a tow A2. They can either get it from the side or from the top. It's bad.
yeah, I saw some pictures of some Humvees with tow. I believe it was tow A2s mounted on the roof, a couple tubes. That looked at 4.5 kilometer range. That's something you can reach out and touch someone with. It seems to me. I was wondering if that might have been the arrival of those on scene might have been responsible. But it looked like that spike was only for a day. The day after, the numbers uh, weren't like over 20. It was back to the sort of normal range for around 10.
Yeah, I should do my homework, because you can it, but you know, everybody can do this. If you see a bump like that, just go back through the mappage for the last couple of days and see where the contact was.
Right.
And you know, I can't guarantee it, but that would be the 85% solution, I think.
Right. Yeah. I was just curious if it was some sort of fundamental change in terms of the equipment that the Ukrainians were bringing to bear, or if it was, as you said, probably an attempted breakout somewhere that went very sideways for the Russians.
You know, and there's a sort of gradation of anti-tank weapons, with arguably the javelin at the top, but there are others that are that effective, and the tow. And then you get down to you know, what some people might say are the, you know, the lowest shelf of those weapons, which would be the M72 Law Rocket, you know, a venerable piece of kit, and the AT4, which is sort of its big brother. These are unguided rockets, but if you are a determined fighter, uh, you're in the right place and you get the right shot. You could take out a T90 with an AT4. It's an unguided weapon, but you shoot it in the back hatch and it's going up. And you know, the same even for even just an RPG-7. If you get the right shot, and you know, you can do a lot of damage with that. So that that's a question of range, you know, and the javelin can do that at kilometers, and you'd have to be pretty close for an AT4 or you know, or a law rocket, but they'll do it too. That comes down to the skill and motivation of the ground soldiers, and it is the Ukrainians that are going to get the, you know, they're the ones that are going to do that stuff.
Right. Thanks for answering my question.
Sure. Thanks for coming up.
All right, we have a couple more minutes with Chuck, or are you out of here, Chuck?
You know what? I'll slay a couple more, but then I'm gonna have to jump out of this airplane because I noticed there's smoke in the cockpit here. So
Please tell me you're kidding, Chuck.
yeah, I'm kidding. You know what? I suppose you could get me to jump out of an airplane again, but you're coming with me.
I mean, I'm a daredevil. That sounds like fun to me. So if you want a tandem jump, baby, anytime I'm down in Missouri, you want to come tandem jump, I'll do it. 100% will jump out of an airplane with you. Sounds like a great plan.
You know, it is kind of cool, and to get out of an airplane on a halo drop and you get out of the airplane at 40,000 feet, 35,000 feet, and you can see Phoenix on one side. You turn, there's Tucson, and when you get out of the airplane, it's about 45 degrees below zero, which is the temperature up there all the time, summer or winter. But you keep falling into the night, and it just keeps getting warmer and warmer. And you're looking at your altimeter, and you're supposed to pull at 2,000 feet. So you're like, I wonder how warm it's going to get before this night sky turns into desert dirt.
It sounds sounds like fun, but yeah, dude, I'm kind of jealous. Not gonna lie, that's the one part I'd 100% be down for. So speaking of which,
Hey,
the last
finance.
thing I heard about, yes, Doc.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I was going to throw something in with what Chuck
Oh
said about.
no, after you, Doc. Your question's gonna be better than mine. Please
No,
go
no.
ahead.
I'm thinking about my Master Sergeant grandpa from World War II, who, after he left service, he refused to get on an airplane for the rest of his life. He would never get back on one. And here we've got this nut job Chuck on here talking about how, yeah, I might jump from a chute again.
Yeah, it's not the one thing you want to avoid in parachute operations is what we call dirt poisoning, and that is a high speed, unexpected impact.
I keep wondering what plane was he on, because he's of that generation, God rest his soul, that didn't talk about their service. They didn't talk about their time in. They didn't talk about any of that. And honestly, I'm the same way about most things. But when I'm here with people that uh, have had similar experiences and beyond mine, for sure, uh, I'm more comfortable speaking about it a little bit. But I think that's a generational change, right? Because that generation just never talked about it. If I wanted to learn stories from my grandfather, I would go to his reunions with him, and his mates would tell me stories about him. If he never, ever, ever in a million years, but he would absolutely, unequivocally, never, ever, ever get on an airplane after World War II.
And one thing that hasn't changed, Doc, is the more someone talks about it, the less they've done. And if you get to know a veteran, listen to what they don't say, and listen to what they don't tell you about, because in my experience, nobody shoots off their mouth about the tough stuff. You might hear the funny stories, and you might get something from their buddies at the reunion, but generally, people who've really been there, uh, they don't really want to share it. And the principal reason for that, I think, is that a lot of those combat memories, they really don't want to burden the people who love them uh, with those stories, because they're not always pretty. But sometimes things are funny, and I got a pretty good
Well, and,
parachute.
and they may be funny to those of us that have experienced it, but they're not funny. I'll give you an example. When I was pursuing my medical degree after the military, it was in psychiatry, actually. And so I was working in a psychiatric hospital. And I've told this story. I got attacked by a psych patient, a 17-year-old that ate like 20 nicotine patches. We went in to get him because he needed to be restrained for this procedure. And he ruptured 2 discs in my back, right? So barely a scratch from the military, and I get 2 ruptured discs in 15 minutes from a 17-year-old kid in a psych hospital. But we would go to bars afterwards, the staff, a lot of us, and we would hang out and we would talk and we would tell stories and we would laugh because we had this shared experience and we needed to get off of the roller coaster of emotion that we were on and that these patients were on. They were people really needing help. And if you were sitting at a table next to us and you heard how we were talking and how we were laughing, you would have never in a million years understood it. You would have thought we were all Sweeney Todds. We were really just these masochists that only cared about pain and hurt and suffering, but in reality, it was the way we decompress. And that's another beautiful thing that MriyaReport has provided to me as a veteran, my family memories as veterans, and to all of us out here, that we have this place where it's safe to come and talk about our experiences and share them and have those shared moments and little winks between us because we've been there, right? So I'm grateful for MriyaReport and Chuck for your service and for your service to MriyaReport in Ukraine. I appreciate it and I love you, man.
Love you too, brother. It's you know, it, uh, I think it's an honor to be here with everybody who gives so much time to the report and to the just incredible listeners we have here. And I spoke to Rajan Menon, Dr. Menon, after we got off, and he said, "What great questions! What well educated, well informed listeners." And folks, this is a guy who's a fellow at the Carnegie Foundation. He's been a scholar and a professor of national security affairs for years, and he was delighted. And I just wanted to pass that compliment along to everybody, completely unsolicited. He just said what a great experience it was. How wonderful to speak to people. This is a guy who talks to the press all the time, and he fields those Terry Gross questions like, "How did it make you feel?" And here on the MriyaReport, he got great, probing questions from the listeners here, and so many listeners here who started out who just wanted to learn about Ukraine, and this platform presents access to some really important and knowledgeable people like uh, uh, John Spencer, professor at West Point, Jason Giroux, another world expert on urban operations, General Hodges, just amazing people who give their time here, and we're all doing what we can. I'm too old to jump out of airplanes anymore. I can't put my knife in my teeth, and this is what I can do. And I'm honored and I'm happy to be working with everybody because it's a pleasure, and I got to do something like everybody here.
Yeah.
I can't do nothing. I'm not going to watch this and do nothing. So,
Yeah, brother.
back at you.
Thank you, Chuck. Well, I feel depressed. I was excited for our jumping out of an airplane trip you offered. I thought that was going to be a good time.
You know what? Maybe we can jump into the Crimea beach party, and we'll get those smoke grenades, and we'll tandem in, and we'll have a giant Ukrainian flag. We'll drop down, and we can land it right next to Daryl's barbecue, Daryl's turret toss grill, with a wrecked tank in every parking lot. I can see them all over the U.S. now.
I think I'm down for this. I'm from the barbecuing part of the country, so I think this is an excellent plan. Yeah, no, I also had a grandfather who served in World War II, and the kind of stories you told definitely were not directly of the fighting. Things like he was stationed in Papua New Guinea, and the sergeant was a very, very big sergeant who stood guard more or less at the mess. And he had a hot pepper with him, and my grandfather asked what this thing was. They were hungry. Apparently, the food was a little sparse that week, as happens in wartime when you're stationed in the front on an island. And staff sergeant says, "Sir, it's very hot. You sure you want it?" My grandfather was pretty hungry, and he said the pepper looked pretty good. So he said, "Yes, Sergeant, I do." "All right. Here you go, sir. Said he couldn't taste or feel his mouth for the next 3 days after he ate that thing.
Finance, my grandpa used to tell me about how when there were crickets in a field when they were eating, and they would catch the crickets and drop it into their chow to get the extra protein.
Wow.
I
Those were
think
the
the best
Iron Men.
story ever. If you'll bear with me, I'll share this. This is the best story. So, Gramps, Master Sergeant, I think at the time he wasn't a Master Sergeant, but he was a sergeant. But he comes from this really small town in Texas, Abbott, Texas. Actually, same place Willie Nelson's from. It's kind of crazy, but he grew up hunting, right? I mean, oldest of 12 kids, a sharecropper. He lied about his age so he could get into the military faster. And in those days, right, you signed up with your buddies, because if you signed up at the same time voluntarily, as opposed to being in the draft, you got to get to go to boot camp together and potentially get stationed together. So that was very common for them at the time. And at one point, they were out and they were in Italy, and they were on one side of a cemetery, and then there was the middle part, and then there was a hill on the other side, and uh, the lieutenant sent my gramps out to do a recon, and he crawls across the field and comes up the hill and looks over the top, and there's a brigade of Panzer tanks that are sitting there, Germans, right? They're just all ready to come in. And so he's like, oh crap, slides down, he starts moving across. The Germans start moving, and he's in a cemetery, so he crawls into one of those little crypt like things, and he's sitting there for hours waiting for him to stop moving. And the Italian guy, the crypt keeper, the guy that maintained that cemetery, saw him and had been watching him in there for a while, and snuck out and brought him wine and bread and cheese to eat while he was hiding in this thing before he could get it. And that's hands down the funniest story in finance. Thank you very much for helping me remember that, because I hadn't thought about that in a while.
Wow. That is something.
It's yeah, no, the other one I got sort of tells you all the stories you didn't tell, which is notably my grandfather in that story, if you notice, went by sir. Well, he wasn't originally sir. He was drafted. He had a college degree, a law degree even, but he was drafted in World War II. So he started as private, and he moved his way up to, I believe, sergeant, or maybe even made warrant officer first. I'm not sure which, for being very good in the field. And so he applied for OCS not because he cared about being an officer, he wasn't planning a military career, but just because he wanted to stop being near and in foxholes. He was one of the first organized MASH units. And so the Army, in its infinite wisdom, he's like, great, 6 weeks of officer training, nobody's going to shoot at me for 6 weeks. Sounds awesome. So the Army, in its infinite wisdom, agreed that he, in fact, was excellent officer material, so much so that they just sent him a field commission. He was the least happy officer of all time to receive his field commission.
You don't need OCS. Get back out there, and here's your rifle.
Yeah, he was distinctly unhappy for the rest of his life with his field commission that he received, despite winding up on MacArthur's staff by the end of it, who he always had great respect for and would speak highly when asked. But yeah, no, that was the only thing I got about how bad it was he was upset about the field commission, and that hinted at the rest, and that was the most he would say about it.
And that is one of the highest honors that can be paid to a soldier in the field, is to get a field promotion, and they are very rare. And your grandfather must have been a hell of a soldier.
Yeah, I think he appreciates the honor. Would have been much happier if they sent him to OCS. He would be much happier being less honored.
Navy OCS in Newport, Rhode Island, one of my favorite places. Well, finance, I think I gotta go, but the ship is in capable hands. Doc, I love you, my brother. Daryl, I know you're out there thinking about what's a barbecue. And finance, God bless you, man. Always good. And I still owe you a late night. So maybe one of these nights I'll get some bourbon and we'll do that.
Yeah, put some bourbon in your coffee. You need the coffee to stay up late. I'm on my second cup. Gotta get nice and caffeinated. And we can have a late night military special. How about that? Get the late night audience awake. It's still the American audience. They love the military update. And then
Yep.
we.
I'm with you. I owe you. I keep weaseling out of it. Makes me feel guilty. So.
All right, let's do it next week. Next week. How about that, Chuck? Next week? You want to do Tuesday or Thursday?
Okay, I've got some travel coming up, but that might make it even more appropriate. So, yeah, and we'll make sure we get some cards up so we can do that.
Oh, for sure. Late night Chuck special. You bet your tuchus that I will 100% be advertising the second or third guest ever.
You better invite me up for that.
Doc, you too. Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Chuck. Always a pleasure. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir. And everybody, good night. God bless you. And see you Thursday, but probably between then and now, too. Good night, everybody.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Chuck. And nice to hear good news from the military experts here for a change. Really liked hearing what you have to say. Daryl, might want to sneak one in before you go. Daryl.
Yeah, Finance, I've got one for you and for you guys to suss over for a little while. Up in the nest, there is a video of the Ukrainians finishing the training on I think it's the Leopard tanks. And so, if everybody would, there's that's a video of that tank in action. So enjoy it. It's just it was a little teaser for just to let everybody know what will be happening on the battlefield real soon. Once these things get there, on the other end, it won't be models or mock-ups. It's going to be actual Russian tanks that are going to be feeling the wrath of those vehicles. I don't want to be on the other end. I don't want to be on the other end. Let's just say.
I'm just happy to hear that the Ukrainian soldiers heading across the battlefield are having some better protection than some of the crazy crap we've seen them driving.
Yeah, the 113s. I'm gonna tell you what. That video of the 113s that you saw, that is not how they were designed to be used. They are supposed to give covering fire for troops that are moving in, but they are, you want them kind of somewhere protected because they are lightly armored for the most part. They a 50 cal can go through one, so it's not something you want to be sitting up there exposed with. And the way they were moving and back and forth, giving fire, it was incredible. But again, that's not just like in the video we saw with the Hummers. That's not what they were supposed to be. But you use what you got, and they're using it to great effect. And all we can do is wish our brothers well in this endeavor, and just give them hell.
Daryl, I feel like as a creative tank maintenance man, given they've been so successful using, shall we say, the less than standard equipment and substandard equipment for some of the jobs they're trying to do. What are your thoughts on their ability to do these things now that they're going to have the good stuff, or at least better equipment suited for the job, I should say?
I'll tell you, my only fear is that my only fear will be these guys seeing what they can do and they just take it, there it becomes a point where you can overextend yourself. I hope they show restraint in that sense. I hope that somebody doesn't feel too brave and think that they can take on 10 tanks at one time. Because they're able to hit one and go to the next one so fast. I would hate for one of them to get into a bind where he's thinking he thinks he's got it, and he goes to blast, and then one gets a lucky shot on him. I don't know if it would kill, depending on what round it is, it may not kill the tank, or it may, but that crew could get pretty damn shook up, and or they may get a lucky shot in where it actually does more damage. So that's my only fear. But I think they will prosecute the war as expected, considering how they have executed this war so far. They will. It will be to our expectations what they will do with this equipment. I just fear that they may go into Superman role, and that would be my only fear of some tank commander, who thinks that he could do this by himself. So that's it for me as far as that's concerned. But give them hell, boys.
Thank you, Daryl. Sorry, I was just busy sending the statements of our excellent listeners. Thank you all for being here every night, every day, whatever time you are here. We don't have a show without all of you, who actually have sent me a PM, at least one of them, with just how excited they are at the prospect of a late night Chuck sighting, and that they will stay up extra late just for the show. So of course I had to send it on over to Chuck and say, it's what the people want. It's not me requesting, it's the people, and we have to give them what they want here at the 100%. Oh wait, all the adults are gone. Primus, you got a mod line, you got a meme lined up?
I got something lined up. I was just trying to figure out why you two want to jump out of a perfectly good airplane. That doesn't sound fun to me at all. So, but
you're no fun.
Yeah, to each their own, I guess. Just make sure to bring a parachute, I suppose. So, yeah, no, a late night chuckathon sounds like that would be a good time. So I'm definitely going to be there for that. So, that's usually late night is more Primus time. So.
But yeah, no, if anybody wants to send me messages about how much you want Chuck, I will put them into one and use It's Okay. I'm happy to put them into a collage, and then we're going to post it on Twitter, and of course tag Chuck and say just how much we can show the demand for that. So that's my plan, to guilt Chuck into joining us late at night. And we're going to go to our favorite Sweeney Todd, Doc Bites.
So, just so we're clear on this, Chuck is in Central Time Zone. Okay. He is in U.S. Central Time Zone, and he can hang a little bit longer than the rest of us. Anyway, I just wanted to say goodnight and thank you to Daryl, Alan, Finance, Primus, everybody. It was a great time tonight. I appreciate it as always. I'm glad to be feeling a little bit better. I've been under the weather a little bit, and I'm ready to be back in here. And you guys have just made that really awesome. So thank you, and buenas noches, my amigos.
Buenas noches. Slava.
Heroem Slava.
Thank you very much, Doc. Always a pleasure. Would love to try to co-host with you again next time our schedules sync up. But for now, I have my current, new, old, whatever co-host, Primus. Primus, take away for a moment. I need to recycle. I am glitched from Here to Kingdom Come right now, and I was just waiting for a quick break in the action. So you are on the comms, my good friend, for about 5 minutes as I try to fix my very, very messed up Twitter right now.
All right. Well, good luck with that. I'll see you in a few minutes. All right. So, good evening, everyone. This is Primus here, just following up on Chuck's updates here, and a good session. Sounds like it's been a day with a few items of good news in terms of around Bakhmut and a couple other areas. So, a few things I'd like to cover tonight and talk about, but let's see. I think the one thing that really jumped out at me during some reviews today is that the Patriot missiles are going to be showing up substantially earlier than expected. So there's an interesting quote from General Shane Morgan down at Fort Sill, which is where we train people on the Patriot missile. And he said, our assessment is the Ukrainian soldiers are impressive and absolutely a quick study. Due to their extensive air defense knowledge and experience in a combat zone, it was easier for them to grasp it. So instead of this training taking like 6 to 8 months, it's possible you're going to be seeing these in probably 1 to 2 months on here. So sooner the better, because we're not just here for things like drones and cruise missiles, but they're what are going to stop the KH-22s, the those big old dumb cruise or anti-ship missiles that the Russians are using, as well as some of these Kinzhal and Iskander ballistic missiles. But unfortunately, it's going to be only one battery for now. But I think, as we all know, it starts with one thing and ends up being 4 or 5 times that eventually there. So hopefully that, and the European cousin of that, the SAMP-T, that's similar progress on the training there. So hopefully a few cities can be covered. So I thought that was some particularly good news, and I'm sure everyone's aware that the U.S. is accelerating the delivery of M1 tanks. So it'll probably be more along the lines of the fall, and it may be a slightly older version, but a slightly older version of an M1 is probably 3 or 4 times better than anything the Russians can actually field. So that's certainly great news. So let's see if anyone has any questions. We can address some questions, or I can keep rattling off some news here. So
I would love to hear a little news before we address some questions.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that was a couple bits of news there. Let's see. There was another thing. Where was that? Hold on a moment. Well, the British announced that they're going to be sending over depleted uranium rounds for their Challengers, which personally I thought had been kind of assumed the whole way along, because what else would they really be shooting? But the Russians apparently reacted poorly to that, which is a good sign. And it's depleted uranium is definitely the world's best Russian scrap metal maker. It will, it's the kind of like super weapon against tanks, because it's incredibly dense. It's pretty much one of the densest materials you can make. And I know the term uranium can be a little scary for folks, but it's the thing to focus on there with that is it's depleted. So if you're familiar with like your nuclear particles, alpha, beta, gamma, there's something like an alpha particle, which is all that's really left of these. It's very lightly, if not even possibly radioactive at this point, won't even penetrate your skin. So it's not really a hazard or anything like that. Unless you inhale it or happen to be in the tank that it's in, because it's not just an armor piercing round, it's incendiary. So it's if you see a lot of those tanks from Desert Storm where the turrets were blowing off, it was probably because they encountered a depleted uranium round. So the British had that, and the United States had that. So that's something that should be showing up. So hopefully the U.S. will be sending those as well. I mean, we can't let the British be the only one sending that kind of thing, and we have to keep up with them at least, right? So that was something. And as we were talking about the charge of the battle taxis in Bakhmut and his coordination, but it's definitely a dangerous dangerous action as well, because they're armored personnel carriers, and the emphasis was not on the armored, but that it was a good example of combined arms, but doing the best with what you have on there. But I understand we took some losses with that too, but I'm sure it was a worse day for the Russians. Speaking of them having bad days, I saw an interesting bit of news from kind of an intercepted call from a Russian private to a friend who was in Andivka, and that didn't go well. He's quoted as saying, "Man, I don't know how I survived. I'm the only one of my group still alive. That group was 300 people, and he was pretty much the only one who walked out of that. So I've never seen such horror in anyone's voice in my life. My brigade doesn't exist anymore. It's just gone." So that's a brigade is usually quite a bit larger than that, so it sounds like they've already had a few bad days. But that's the kind of results the Russians are getting by just stupidly moving up, and not coordinating, not using combined arms. And it's doing an assault is one of the easiest things you can do, because you just kind of go at that direction on a very basic level. But it's also one of the most dangerous things you can do. So, as it seems to have resulted for them. So, one other thing I thought was interesting about that, because there's always some talk about kill ratios. Because it really is bad for the Russians. And, I think it is, because it's something else in an intercepted call is, the private said, there was no covering fire, no medical help. Many of us died from lack of care. Wounded soldiers were left on the field. Only the lightly wounded were helped. And that's certainly a terrible position for them to be in, because, they're not getting any support. Whereas the Ukrainian troops, they are getting support from their, other units. They do have, armored, ambulances, M113s and some other things, which will come up as close to the front line as possible and take people out. Because there is an emphasis of, it's known as golden hour, get people, serious care within the first 60 minutes or so. Because that can be, it can save your life. So, yeah.
Since when do Russians care about their own soldiers' lives?
Historically, never.
They started in this war?
No, they have not started in this war.
I do have a new piece of news. There's in fact a new song for the Russian army.
Oh, what is it?
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, absolutely. But
Because you had a bad day, you take everyone down.
yeah, that's a good one. I was thinking it would be the one by Queen, Another One Bites the Dust, because that would be a good one. That would be a good one for them as well.
When you're losing 30 tanks a day, I can't help myself.
Yeah. I seems like every day is a bad day lately for them. In fact, one thing I heard is that they lost up to 6 T-90Ss around Bakhmut, which is, pretty much their best tank that actually functions. Although the S is an export version, so probably the Indians or someone are missing their orders on here, because the Indians are actually one of the largest operators of the T-90 right now. They get a export model, which is downgraded to some degree. So, it's another bad day in Bakhmut. So, and as kind of Chuck indicated, we're starting to see a culmination of that. Wagner is, flailing around, that they might get cut off or whatever. And, I hope they continue to have bad days, because they deserve nothing good. So, let's see, what else did I see?
I also would like to briefly, hate to interrupt, but it is vaguely important, at least for all of us who like to stay up late and listen and enjoy the Maria Report, and it's all of us, including me. In the nest, we have the Chuck Farr, the People Have Spoken post. The first 3 people who sent me a nice request for Chuck to come speak late at night, I have posted that into a tweet. If everyone could like, comment, share, retweet, and push that out, besides that it will obviously bring people to the Maria Report because it's tagged, it will also guilt Chuck into coming and giving us a lovely late night special sometime next week. So please like, comment, share, tell Chuck just how much you want him to come on down for a late night military update, and he will make our day. Please look up the nest, like, share, comment, tweet, retweet, whatever you like to do. Post memes. We love it here. Please let Chuck know just how excited you are for a late night Chuckathon here on the Maria Report. Short round, you are more than welcome up on the space, but you are probably on an Android phone because you got stuck trying to come up. If you go all the way to the very first tweet in the nest by Mr. Nick Brown, he has instructions on how to fix your Android phone by rolling back to the previous version of Twitter so that you can go and so you can come up and speak on the space. We cannot fix the fact that Twitter has decided that you don't need to be able to speak in spaces on Android phones right now. And they haven't fixed it, despite it being a glitch for almost a week now. So please, actually might be over a week now. Either way, please, if you'd like to come speak on the space, we'd love to have you up. If you're on an Android phone, all the way back to the first tweet in the nest, you can see it is a Nick Brown tweet, and it goes through how to listen and interact with a Twitter space if you're on an Android phone. So if everyone on Android, please update or de-update or whatever you call it, the Android phone so you can come join us in the space. The time is currently 9:54 p.m. Central Standard Time. Also the same time zone as Chuck, so he could be here with us right now. And at 9:54 Central Standard Time, it is still 7 hours ahead in Kyiv time. That makes it a horrific 4:54 a.m. in Kyiv. So if you are with us in Ukraine, I am very sorry. I hope you get some sleep tonight or today or whatever horrific time you actually sleep. But we do appreciate you here. Should mean our Eastern European friends will be waking up in a few hours to come join us here on the Maria Report. If you have a few extra ducats, shekels, Canadian dollars, US dollars, euros, British pounds, whatever currency you basically like, Maria Report is a charity. We're not asking for your money. MriyaReport is a charity that would like your money so they can turn that into tourniquets, drones, and other things to save lives and help Ukraine win this war. So if you look on up in the announcements in the space title, MriyaReport.org, excellent way to go shed a few extra dollars to help somebody live through this war. $30 buys a tourniquet, saves a life. $30,000, that will save 1,000 lives. If you're George Soros, I'm looking for that $30 million number. You can afford it, George. Get up there. Please go save 1 million lives in Ukraine. I trust you, George. I think you can handle it. Also, George is the only person I will personally accept a donation from. If you are not George Soros, do not donate any money to me. Please donate to MriyaReport or a Ukrainian charity of your choice. With that, I will kick it back to Primus.
Well, yeah, but they'll even take pesos. So, oh, let's see. One of the things I was following the other day is Alpha Bank was having some problems in Russia where the ATMs weren't working. They weren't able to take funds out, and there were some concerns about liquidity. I haven't really heard any updates on that sense, but I'm sure they're having a great day. And overall, I don't think the Russian banking system is particularly healthy, which is fine by me. And then there was, speaking of other things going on, Russia President Xi from China visited, and they seem to be working on some agreements, but I think a lot of it comes down to China trying to get in and buy and exploit Russian businesses where the West is left on here, which is probably putting them more into a subordinate position because a lot of ways I think this conflict is eventually going to cost them their independence to China because they're going to have nowhere else to go. Where else are they going to sell their oil, their gas, their ladas, that kind of thing. So yeah, trying to get a better idea of what's going on there. But unfortunately, a lot of their statistics, as we've talked about before, are basically lies and smoke and mirrors and that kind of thing. But recently there's another sanctions package, and I understand there's another one in the works, probably in a month or two. So that's good. European Union also tried to issue a condemnation of the Russians after the ICC announced the arrest warrant and charges against Putin. But of course, Hungary, voted against a joint statement. So everyone else just kind of made it on their own, in fact, because Hungary, yeah. But at least they have paprika, so we can't hate on them too much. Oh, let's see here.
Hungarian paprika is really quite nice.
Oh yeah, it is. Paprika is one of my favorite spices, seasonings there.
Yeah, the family stewed chicken recipe is a Hungarian paprika stewed chicken recipe. Big fan of it. All right, welcome up, Clyde. If this is about Hungarian paprika, you're really in luck. Otherwise, please take it away with a question.
Yeah, finance. The agreements. Did you see any reports of the agreements between China and Russia about what they're going to supply them with regards to oil and gas? And do you have any comments about that? And then,
yeah, sure. No, I can cover that. China agrees that it likes dirt cheap oil and gas. Russia agrees that it likes anybody to buy their stuff. And China and Russia both agree that they're complete gaping a-holes. And what else occurred in these agreements? So in seriousness, China will be getting discount oil and gas from Russia. Russia has suggested in all this, the interesting things in all of this that we didn't hear is Russia has stated an intent to use the Chinese yuan in some of their trade with African nations.
Saw that, yeah.
Yeah, given China's desire to also move into Africa, that's some of the first sign of them actually freeing up their currency regime more, if they actually are going to allow this, where two countries, like right now, it is impractical for two places that are not China to trade in the yuan. It's just not able to do that the way that you could do that in dollars or pounds or yen or Swiss francs. Like, there's many currencies you can settle a trade in and not have problems. The Chinese yuan is not one of them, especially if you are outside of China. They hold very tight requirements on that. For instance, the Indian rupee is only allowed to be settled on an Indian exchange in India. So two countries that are not India can't really use it well, right? So you can't have like a Russian company take Indian rupees and then go use it to buy something, in Dubai, say, that might be trading with India. But if China is really going to allow that, that would be a change. China did not say they would give weapons to Russia, but neither did they say they wouldn't. So it's not really a good look from that direction. Certainly the agreement and all the talking points around it fit squarely into the Russian and Chinese disinformation worldviews, which is why I would say that they are both raging jerks. That's the word I was looking for with 4 letters, I'm sure. I would say that's the broad overviews. If you have anything more specific, I did read it, but that's sort of the gist I got from it.
I also saw where Russian, what do they call it? Ural crude, whatever they call it, was down to like $45 a barrel today. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, well, so crude is taking a big hit broadly, right? Because there's now, when banks start failing all over the place, people start correctly assuming that we're not just heading towards a recession, but in one, right? The bank failure isn't usually the start of the recession. Usually that means you've been there for a bit, and then things are getting worse. So yeah, it is not crazy to me that oil prices are broadly down because of what economists politely call demand destruction, and what the rest of us in the world call a recession and people losing their jobs and money. So oil is down across the board, pretty much every variety since, say, if you were to draw a line like skipping, I don't know exactly what it did today. Can't say I looked at the market today on oil prices. Sue me. One price I didn't look at today. But if you were to draw a line from, say, when SVB Bank failed the day before that to today, you have a big drop in oil prices overall, and Urals crude comes down with that. So everything's down. And because Russia is able to recoup some, but not all, of the difference in price between Urals crude and Brent crude, because they own some of the refining processes, they have deals and all sorts of stuff downstream in the supply chain, it's actually really helpful to hit their budget that all crude has come down. So that is broadly helpful to the effort at large, insofar as Russian finances are concerned. Does that answer your question on sort of the overall schematic here?
Yeah, I remember seeing an analysis a couple of years when this first started back, over a year ago, was that an analysis from somebody who had been in the previous administration. Somebody in the Trump administration was interviewed on some channel and said that if it gets below $50 a barrel, basically Putin has to go hide because he can't produce, he can't make it. That's his overhead is $50 a barrel.
It's more like 40, and for older and their marginal barrels are more like 45 to 50, depending on how we're considering transportation costs. But a lot of their older stuff is cheaper to get out, right? The newer stuff's always more expensive because you drill the easy to get to stuff first. The harder some oil is to get to, the more expensive it is to get out. It's also the more technically difficult to get out. So the mixture of technical difficulty and higher expense new stuff coming offline because of the leaving of so many different foreign oil groups from Russia at the start of the war. Add those two things together, and I don't think that Russian production is actually at the top end of its range. I actually think it's closer to the bottom because they can't keep up with the level of hydraulic fracking, sideways drilling, horizontal drilling it's called, that it takes to really keep the newer wells, either new wells drilled, etc. So that's going to leave them with the older, less expensive wells.
I got
But
you.
the other thing to think about is Russia's not an oil company. If they were an oil company, they'd be fine. But they're not. They're a horrific genocidal mafia gas station. So that oil isn't just going to make profits as an oil company so they can drill for more oil to make more profits, to drill for more oil to make more profits. That's what companies do, right? Russia's a mafia gas station. They're drilling for oil to give money to the state so it can make more genocide, which is way more expensive than just making profits to drill for more oil. And the amount of oil profit they need to support their genocidal war in Ukraine is way higher than the amount of oil profit they need to just support their oil. And wherever that budget line is, they are hilariously below it. So from that perspective, anything at that oil price cap on down, as oil prices keep falling, their budget is just getting schwacked on the income side at the same time as their expenses keep climbing, because even if they are screwing over their soldiers in terms of pay, in terms of equipment, in terms of whatever else, they are tending to pay them something. They are tending to need to equip them with stuff, because when guys don't have guns and tanks can't drive and tanks can't shoot, doesn't really do so much good to send them to the battlefield. And somebody in the Russian logistics system realized that their tanks do need to, in fact, be able to see, shoot, and drive, because their main battle tank factory has been reopened, not for new tanks, but just to refurb all the old pillaged Soviet stock that wasn't all able to drive, shoot, and see. They're putting in new commercial grade Chinese optics, which probably not as good as the stuff in the Ukrainian tanks, but it's still way better than nothing. Sometimes even has thermal, right? Night possibilities. Commercial optics are way better than they used to be. So that's what's going in for optics. They're making sure that, the turrets work and they can drive. That's better than not. So given that that's where they're at, like, this stuff costs, right? There's a lot more cost going in than there used to be, and the revenue is coming down, and they've blown a fat hole in their budget. And so they are now blowing up their government finances in a way that's intuitive, not just in a counterintuitive way at the start of the war, where a few of us were like, man, Russia is hosed. And everyone's like, but their currency's good and their budget's in the black. What's wrong? We're like, no, man, they're hosed. And now all their problems are catching up to them, and it's just going to keep getting worse and worse. Is that a decent explanation there?
Yeah. I really appreciate your analysis, and I know it's, but it's complex, and you could probably talk for hours on what you think the cascade effects will be, but I won't. I appreciate what you've said.
Hey, that's what I've got, baby. If you want to ask me questions for hours until somebody comes up and asks Primus a military question, I can keep going.
Well, I'd love to know your thoughts on the cascade effects inside of Russia. Just now or later or whenever, just kind of how you see their banking system and their pension system in the fall. Let's say September. What's their banking system and their pension system?
Sure. So their banking system is insular. View them all as state-owned enterprises at this point, right? Anything that was a public stock in Russia has been so beaten up. You can't buy it or sell it as a foreign entity. Anything you do sell as a foreign entity, if you are in a place that is legal to do that, that isn't sanctioning Russia, there's huge penalties to pulling your money out. And that's after all these things are down ridiculous percentages since the start of the war. It doesn't matter what Russian stock you pick, they're all down. So from that perspective, their stock market's done. Their banks have had to sell off their foreign branches that were all across Europe. So I want to say it was Sberbank. It was VTB. I may have called that one wrong. Had to sell off a huge branch network that was all throughout the Balkan states. So Slovenia, Croatia, where else was a branch? Like, I think they even had, I don't remember if they had something in Romania. I think they had to sell stuff in Moldova. It was literally just, they had this huge branch network throughout a lot of, former Warsaw Pact in Yugoslavia. And they just had to sell off this huge branch network of Russian-owned banks. And now they did get some capital for it, but it was all at a fire sale price, A. So they definitely lost money on the deal compared to what it was worth. And B, more importantly, without all those financial relationships, those are all vectors of influence, right? Money is influenced very directly. And Russia has long known this and still maintains the Soviet style of banking insofar as their senior bankers are all Siloviki. They're all security service, right? So they're all KGB, FSB, whatever they're called today. So when you pull back huge amounts of banking from Europe, just that itself means you just shut down a bunch of possible FSB stations and points of influence. So there's one obvious cascade effect within Russia itself. Pensions, internal inflation is decently high. It is hard to get official numbers because Rostat's so bad. The fact that they have internal inflation at all, given just how badly their economy is doing, how many people are dead, and how much foreign trade has dropped, is quite frankly shocking, and in itself a sign of how bad things are. So they have internal inflation that ranges from 10 to 50%, depending on who you ask, annually. And I don't think anybody's particularly the worst. It's very hard to get numbers because, again, Rostat is so politicized. It is not an honest statistical agency these days. So they have internal inflation. So that's going to eat through pensions. Some pensions are just going to not get paid, especially the ones that are required by local governments. We've already seen an issue where the amount of missed paychecks by the government is very high, especially for teachers in the provinces and the oblasts outside of Moscow. So that kind of problem is popping up. Private businesses is outside the military industrial complex is basically gone, with the 900,000 plus emigres from Russia, most of whom were the highly educated or the successful, right? Those who could pull off a successful business in Russia, despite all the Siloviki, which especially was one of the few industries that worked better in was tech because of its low need for physical assets, right? Those guys left, right? And I'm guessing a lot of them are never going to come back to Russia, right? They set up a new company in Dubai or Armenia or Georgia or wherever they go set up, or the Eurozone if they have a passport there. They're not going to come back to Russia probably, right? Like Russia's looks like it's going to be a mess for a while. So they've had a massive brain drain, which is an acceleration of a long-running trend of brain drain. They're already having issues with the government paying their employees and pensions. They're losing an entire generation of men into the fields of Ukraine. You've seen their private business not related to the military-industrial complex literally disappear, more or less. And they're burning down in industrial fires, right? 330 fires, give or take, industrial fires in 2022. That has not stopped this year. Some of these were very big with massive fires at nickel plants. And there was a big fire at one of their rocket facilities. And some of these are probably Ukrainian strikes, as we saw on the super corrupt refinery in Belgorod. And some of these are probably just really bad maintenance and repair in a world where they're embargoed from their normal suppliers of parts, and their management chain doesn't like to listen to any bad news. So things just break, especially if guys are mobilized who would normally fix it. So huge numbers of fires everywhere. They are literally burning to the ground. That is the most prosaic and I think iconic image to explain what is happening to the Russian economy today. And I'm going to go over to Primus for a moment.
Thank you. Yeah, it seems like every week there's some sort of strategic resource burning down, or like the FSB headquarters and was it Rostov-on-Don there. Yeah. One thing I did notice here of the meeting with Xi is one thing they were discussing was the Power of Siberia pipeline via Mongolia, to help reroute some of the oil from Russia, that was going from Russia to Europe and get it over to China. And they can't just put all of that oil on tankers and move it. It's just such a massive amount. But they figure right now they're probably not going to have that done until 2030, optimistically, and it'll probably take even longer. And that's the kind of time scale that we're looking at. And also, I think kind of long term, talking about energy on here with companies like Halliburton and so on, pulling out the ability to operate some of these oil refineries, but oil production facilities in places like Siberia with extreme cold. I question whether they're going to be able to do that without that kind of industrial support, because it wasn't the Russians running a lot of those things on here. What do you think about that, Finance?
Yeah, no, right. The huge loss of foreign experts, many of whom were trained in Russia, because that's how you get a Russian-speaking foreign expert, right? And that's how a Russian engineering student winds up getting paid anything close to a market rate. So I would say that the mixture of these things is a huge thing, and is also helping cause all sorts of problems upside, left, right, and center. I think it could be an industrial fire problem, especially in their oil industry. Certainly why, their net petrol production is down and dropping faster than expected. The Yale gentlemen think that their petrol production in a decade might be down 50% overall. We will see what that looks like. They held up a little better than expected year one, but their gas sales were way down because they shut it all off to Europe. So there's a lot of questions in here, but certainly without the experts, their ability to build new things and drill new wells and get new projects and peers set up is just not going well, or happening, really.
Yeah, no, it's not happening. And also just kind of their ability to kind of sell, the Russian dream to a lot of these students to become the engineers who run the facilities or whatever. Because it seems like, the dream of a Russian professional is to go out into the hinterland, make enough money that you get a job in Moscow. And then you make enough money where you can, send your kids to be educated in the West, or possibly even have homes there and so on. So try to get as far away from the real Russia as possible. And that dream is no longer something that can be accomplished. And it's sold because you can't go to Italy and hang out in Lake Como anymore because a lot of these sanctions and so on.
Yeah, so the sanctions I am least excited about is the personal sanctions. Like, they matter, but they matter the most when you're sanctioning individuals with huge sums of Russian cash, and thus are vectors of, and are sort of permanent vectors of the Russian elite outside of Russia. But the industrial sanctions, the import and export sanctions, just matter infinitely more than those, to the point where, all of the backslapping, whenever I hear about something going on with sanctions and all that comes out is a list of new names and entities being hit, I get nervous. I like a whole lot more when I see, whole import routes being hit, when I see discussions around countries changing their export requirements, their export laws, things that would stop the re-export of products to Russia. That's what excites me far more, because that has a lot more teeth to it.
Yeah, certainly a lot of the luxuries that they depend on. I don't know if they really like. They're like, things like your iPhones. You can't really get those anymore in Russia. And
you can't get those. Yeah. So the iPhone they're getting via what's called the gray market, right? So iPhone sales to places like Armenia, Georgia, and Kazakhstan are up massively. iPhone's the perfect thing to pack a pickup truck full of boxes filled with iPhones. You need to be Siloviki Link for all the different checkpoints you'll flow through. You drive that pickup truck full of iPhones straight through a border crossing from a country that has not embargoed Russia, and voila, you are now in Russia with a whole bunch of iPhones. And iPhone does not brick itself when it walks into Russia. So the Russian stores that sell iPhones are still in business because of the gray market like that. So sadly, that's something that gets sold yet, but it does increase their cost by 30 to 40% compared to what it was before the war.
Yeah, it doesn't brick itself yet. So we'll see what happens in the future with that. But yeah, I mean, places like Turkey, you know, they're doing a very brisk business too of, you know, sanctioned goods. I mean, they know they're sanctioned. They're still sending them, you know, across the border. So then they can in turn go across the border into Russia there. And it's just frustrating seeing a NATO ally do that. And yeah, it's, I mean, some of this opportunism, some of this playing both sides of it. Sure, some of it is just greed, but you know, one of the many things that makes me look at Hungary and look at Sweden and think, if I had to choose one, which one would I choose? It's probably not going to be Turkey. I know, speaking of Sweden and Turkey, there, one of the big points of leverage was that the U.S. was holding up a F-16 sale. I think it was like, I don't know, like a whole bunch of F-16Vs or Block 70s fighters to the Turks. And now it looks like the Turks are going to try to back out of the $20 billion deal because after the earthquakes and some economic distress of the inflation there, they think they may not even be able to afford it. But the good news is they also declined to buy a second battery of S-400 missiles from the Russians as well. So there is that. So anyways, Prince, you had a question.
Actually, more like a comment and just sort of filling in a full, interesting hole here regarding iPhones in Russia. And this was reported yesterday that officials close to Putin were instructed to replace their iPhones with phones from other manufacturers by the end of March. And it is security reasons that they are instructed to get rid of these phones. And they believe that they are more vulnerable to hacker attacks and espionage compared to other smartphones. So yeah, that was just a little piece of information that I got. Yeah, I picked that up yesterday, and when you guys were mentioning iPhones, I thought that might be a little interesting piece of bit to throw in there for what is happening in Russia when it comes to iPhones.
Yeah, that is interesting. Well, maybe they should pick up a nice, secure Huawei phone from China. You know, that would be much better. So, Anda, go ahead.
Well, good morning. Actually, that's amusing, right? What Prince just brought up, due to the way the phones are coded behind. It's simply amusing seeing Russia, but finance always says that. How do you know that the Russians are lying? They move their lips and talk. So it's not about that. It's about the fact that we always point out the fact that they still use iPhones, including Putin. China has good phones on Android. We cannot say they don't. And I suppose they want to switch on that. But they are far less secure because China, in the systems they develop for themselves, they do have more, let's say, backdoors to hack your system. This is why also some of their apps have, right? This is why you're instructed to have your TikTok removed from your phone if you are in an official capacity in the US, because China has access to information, and it's not local. That's the difference, right? You will have there are a lot of people all over the world who fear that their information is gonna leak outside, right? You have on your phone bank information, you have on your phone your fingerprint, face recognition, all sorts of stuff like that. So there are a lot of people who fear they're gonna be hacked and they're gonna lose that information. Some of it's local, so it's embedded, it's local on your phone. It never goes anywhere, and it occupies a lot of space. So that's that's not going anywhere, at least for now, for most of the systems that you have. There are other aspects that are relevant for people like the Chinese government, that are leaked through some apps, such as your contacts, right? Your contact lists. And if you're Joe Nobody, it doesn't care. But if you're an official in the US department, it's kind of relevant, right? Phone numbers, details like birthdays, who is the daughter or the sister or the parent of whom, that can be linked on your phone because you pointed out on your contact list, I have this, I have that. So having some apps with contact to your contact lists that can and them being linked to US, that can be a leak, right? So this is why, for example, TikTok was advised to be removed from some of the phones in the higher up levels in US. But that's not the same thing, because the as having an iPhone, because Apple does not sell information. That's actually one of their very core values. They haven't done that with anyone, to my knowledge. So the information that you have on your phone, stored on their on their in the cloud of your phone, for example, is secure. Secure not only in the sense of not being able to be hacked, but secure in the sense of not being shared with others, like state level or company level. So this is one part, and the second part is the way the code is written behind, is far less accessible to being hacked. This is why most of the how should I put this? Most of the antivirus programs are designed for Android. Android is an open source platform. And if you are a good developer, you can find ways of tricking that app. Therefore, you can get in or make a virus, right, easier. This is why most antivirus programs are designed for Android, and they actually work. And I totally advise you to have an antivirus on your phone, regardless if it is an iPhone or an Android. People are sending you links, for example. I get links all the time here in DMs, like all sorts of them, all sorts of other invitations, which are really funny. Uh, but um, this is why basically you are advised not to click on links that from, especially from people that you don't know, and even from people that you do know, that don't make any sense, right? um, if that links that doesn't make any sense to you, for example, if I'm starting sending everyone links to Instagram, for example, right, which doesn't make any sense to receive from me, don't click on that, right? It's not Ukraine related. Um, it's not something I do usually. It's not a good source for information about Ukraine. So that those three will be three flags for you not to click on that link, because I might be infected, right? I might get how should I say? I might clicked on something that actually sent um, um, opened a program in my phone that sent a DM to everyone I know, to get infected further, because this is how they work. So I don't know if I make any sense through this, but my point is, or my original point was, what Russia is saying right now is bollocks. uh, Finance is accustomed with my roundabout ways in making a point. Um, so um, Russia is um, is lying, basically, right? When they say Apple is
Yep, done. Nope, nope. Russia is lying when they say that is a complete.
That's a complete sentence.
All right. Um, I don't want to say that all Androids are bad. I do have an Android, or the Chinese products are bad. They are not. What I'm saying is some of the programs they have installed on them are not as safe. So I wouldn't, as a Russian official, I wouldn't trade in my uh, Apple for an Oppo, for example, um, just because I wouldn't trust the Chinese government that they won't spy on me um, better. I don't know how to say this. And in any case, I would put an antivirus on my phone. And actually, Russia has a very good antivirus company, their own antivirus company, which is actually good, really good. It's one of the companies that developed and worked really well in the past 5 years, I think. So that would be an option, right? If I'm forced to give up my iPhone, I will buy an Android, and I will actually put an antivirus on it. Russian production. It actually works. So if I would be a Russian, that would be a way, let's say. And actually 3 years ago, I did have um, um, uh, I think for 2 years antivirus from that's why I know about the company. I researched about it and I used their products for like 2 years until I realized, okay, this might not be a good idea. So I switched on a Romanian antivirus back then. But yeah, there are options to do this. And antivirus programs really work. I strongly recommend everyone to have one. Research, find one. Most of them have free options that work pretty well on basic viruses. And it's not only if you work in a non-official capacity, it's not only if you are related with someone in Ukraine or with someone in Russia. It's in general that's safe. It's like putting a lock on your front door. It's a safety measure. It's a basic safety measure that you can do to protect yourself. That works. So yeah, that was my my quick rant on safety. Uh, just woke up this morning. A coffee in my hand. I do have coffee, Prince. At this time, 36 minutes after 5, I do have a coffee in my hand. It's not full drank, so it's not finished. Let's put it this way. But
Start making your second cup. Start making your second cup now, so that you will not run out.
Oh God, I'm on instant coffee, which is not good. So it's only the today it's only to get water in a cup. Basically, it's easier to be done. So yeah, but it works. It really works. So I'm happy for that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Finance.
well, I could use some
Just
coffee right now.
yeah, we need to fix these people. Finance. Earlier today, well, last night before I went to bed, when Mockers first woke up, she gave away that she uses instant coffee. Now we hear Anda using instant coffee. These people need help. You don't use instant coffee, do you, Finance?
How do you know? Maybe I do.
I don't know how I know. I just know that you live in the United States and we have more respect for coffee than that.
I do on Shabbat,
Uh,
but other than
I
that,
gotta stop. I gotta stop here. Do we have an American telling the world about coffee? Is this what I'm hearing? Americans talking about coffee?
Remember, I do hold Canadian citizenship and I have had Tim Hortons.
Okay.
We do
Yeah.
drink more coffee than anyone else in the world.
It's notional coffee. I think you got to put bunny ears. You know, all over the world they call coffee that you drink American coffee. Anyways, I'm being mean, but because we all know the best part of waking up is Folgers in a cup.
What?
Just shoot me.
What is that, Yehuda?
Probably in a very iconic coffee commercial song jingle from the United States.
If it's not from Italy, I don't
That's
want to hear it.
listen. Hey, everyone knows if you're in Rome. I haven't been paid to say this, but there's a coffee house that you can go and get fresh beans or freshly ground coffee beans. Everyone knows it, and that's coffee. But anyways, from the nation that brought us chocolate coffee milkshakes and Coca Loco frappuccinos. I just find it a little funny. That's all. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to crap on American coffee.
Well, if I want to pounce you further, I'm sorry, and I promise I finish with this one. One of the things that we have here is a shop. Um, it's a shop with which brings coffee from Sweden, actually, freshly roasted and bagged. They pride themselves that it's been roasted within the week. And this is relevant because just as a point of order, this is relevant because between 7 to 12, 14 days, it is believed that the coffee still retains all the essence after being grounded and roasted. Um, Actually, roasted and grounded. Because after that, it's called dead coffee. So it works, it wakes you up, but loses all the ingredients that actually the coffee bean has. So, yeah, I'm totally with Prince that instant coffee is not good. Instead, in how you say, is not healthy, but it works, and it's the only option I have right now. So this is what I do. Just like Ukraine, I'm using what I have, where I am, what works, and it works. But yeah, um, I know there are some Abrams somewhere outside. I will go look for them and ask for them. I don't know if I can pay for them, but maybe in the months to come we will see some Abrams in Ukraine and some um, freshly grounded, freshly roasted and grounded coffee in my cup. And if yes, I will post picture of it because um, proof, or it didn't happen, right? This is how it works.
Now, I do claim
Yehuda,
a right of response here for just a moment with Yehuda talking about American coffee on here. I've had Tim Hortons coffee, and I'm much more of a Dunkin' Donuts fan, which is an American coffee brand on here. So it's not any different from Canada.
I'm talking about Tazzadoro. It's a famous coffee shop in Rome, but it's okay. I think we digress from coffee. I don't want to bore the audience. I did want to talk about the very famous and ominous meeting between Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin. Everyone was saying this could be a signal, a sign of crazy things to come. And then a lot of other people said that's just silly. It's going to be a nothing burger, and it was. So I don't know if anyone was talking about that.
yeah, we were actually discussing that just a bit before you got here. I think my review started with they both agreed that they're raging a-holes and went from there. The interesting notes, really, besides that they both agreed that they're jerks. China agrees that it wants to discount gas and oil and things. And the only thing that I noticed on the financial world was that Russia said that they will be paying for things in African nations in yuan, and China seems to suggest that they're okay with that. That's the only actual change I saw of this whole thing.
Well, another change they talked about too was Chinese companies replacing Western companies that left due to sanctions on there. So, yeah, that's really about capitalization, I would imagine.
The thing is, though, that the statements were so lukewarm and diluted and weird that it's embarrassing to listen to. A lot of people thought basically the elephant in the room is everyone thought that China would promise all of this weaponry for Russia. Not even close. The joint statement that they released was so strange. It was like, we both agree that we will not let anyone take advantage of us or each other. Okay, cool. You both agreed not to screw each other over. Okay.
That's a cool thing to agree to. And then, we're the best friends ever. We want everyone to know how much of best friends we are. It's just amazing how good friends we are, and we love each other and respect each other. Such a strange thing, and I'm sure that I have a feeling that Mr. Putin, obviously, as people thought, wanted a lot more from China, and China doesn't want to back a losing horse, and that's what they did. They backed a losing horse. Anyway, I'm glad if it was already discussed. I won't belabor the point. Surely, let's get back to American coffee. I jest.
But yeah, no, there's. I think you're good. No, they do agree that they both like disinformation talking points. There's agreement on that because that's what both communiques were full of. The standard Russian and Chinese disinformation. Um, China agrees that it wants to smile and play friendly with Russia while leveraging them and turning them into their own personal commodity exporter at a discount. So that's not really new. I'd say that's what I saw. Did I miss something here?
Well, the release wasn't that. I mean, just to be fair, like the release was more of Russia saying we have agreed. We want to sell China. It's them saying they want to sell China. I would say that. Oh, let me step back. I would say that the release was actually more favorable to Russia than it could have been, than it should have been, and I suspect it's because China didn't give them the weapons they wanted, but it was like it made Russia look better than it is. It said Russia agrees, like, oh, okay, China, we'll sell you more energy and oil and LNG as if it's an option. They're desperate for it, and we're also going to build atomic stations, whatever that means, atomic stations in China. China has its own nuclear program. But it tried to make Russia look like it's giving something, like it's important. And obviously, that was agreed on by both parties. And China doesn't really care because they're not giving what the Russians have been asking for quietly and openly for a long time, which is a whole bunch of military equipment. So it's a very interesting communique. And I think the importance is in the nuance of it. That's what I wanted to point out. Over to you.
Yeah, appreciate that, Yehuda. Looking. Is Xi still scheduled to go visit with President Zelensky? Is that still happening?
I think that's
It
a
was a
phone
virtual
call.
meeting. No, yeah. VTC, video teleconference. That's what it's supposed to be.
All right, sounds like the level of spine I should expect from such individuals, lack thereof. Anda, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah. Actually, well, I will park the G4, the G7. Oh God. Anyway, I have a question, a military question, because I saw Yehuda up, and I like to pester him with questions on stuff that happened on the front lines. I know I haven't co-hosted in a while, and the last time I did, Vuledar was a thing. So in Vuledar there were a lot of tanks which were going there to die, basically. And in the past weeks I haven't read anything about this, so I was wondering what happened in Vuledar, and what's the overall situation of the front lines, if that makes sense.
Let me get back to it. I do have an answer. Just got to do something at home here, so I can come back in about 5 minutes, ladies and gents. We'll talk about Vuladar. Just have to do something.
Great, thank you, Yehuda. All right, so update after Yehuda does something, which may or may not be changing a baby's diaper. I don't know, but given what we hear in the background, probably is. Though not tonight.
Yeah.
Could be something else.
Yeah, so
Could be taking.
just to answer Anda a little bit there, Volodar, I'd probably say the best summary of that is the Russians keep running over landmines. They didn't bring any anti-mining equipment. They keep attacking. They keep running into mines. keep losing tanks, fall back, and try again. And apparently, the guy who was in charge of that initial offensive got promoted. So that's just how Russia seems to go right now. So
Wait, they promoted the guy that um sends their people to die, like basically.
yeah, that's Russian military science for you. It's weird like that. But yeah, in some ways, it was one of the largest tank battles of the war in terms of losses all at the same time. But I mean, the reality really wasn't much of a tank battle because their tanks were just running over mines, and then the next one would go ahead because they didn't bring any mine clearing, they didn't bring any combat engineers or line charges to clear a path. And for all I know, they're probably running over their own landmines because they didn't record them on maps and create pathways or anything. So, yeah, it's kind of like watching lemmings with explosives.
So they're demining one tank at a time, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, it's called contact demining operations. So yeah,
I'm a fan of this new strategy, and I encourage the Russians to keep employing it. Mac Fella, I see a hand is raised, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. I had a question about finance on the topic of Russia and China meeting. I had heard that they had agreed that Russia would sell China petrol products at a steep discount on a 30-year contract, and that seemed like a pretty massive concession to China. And I didn't hear. I could be wrong about that. That might be more, smoke and mirrors. But I didn't hear a counterpoint given to Russia. So I assume there would be some weapons or some military support. But just want to know, how big of a concession is that? Is there something else to balance that out? What are your thoughts on that? Thanks.
So the 30-year deal is supposed to go through a pipeline to China. I will say that neither China nor Russia is known for its keeping of deals in a long-term sense. So it is interesting that they chose to have a 30-year deal, since there is not currently a gas pipeline from Russia to China. They need to build a gas pipeline from Russia to China. And the general people you build that with are currently not doing business in Russia. So they're going to need a Chinese company or somehow a Russian company to get it together to build a really long gas pipeline. And while those are not usually the most complex things to build, they are more complex when they are building it over Siberia, where the permafrost is turning out not to be so permanent and is thawing. So that makes the ground a lot less stable. That's specifically what the problem that Halliburton was working on in the country, and Halliburton is the exact guys you want for that problem, and they are not doing business there anytime soon. We had someone on here who basically said that the word from Halliburton executives is, we aren't doing business there again in the next 20 or 30 years in all likelihood. Right? These guys are not heading back soon. So yes, they have agreed to sell the China gas for 30 years, but via a pipeline that does not yet exist, that they need to build, and with what experts. So that's going to be a really it will be interesting to see if they do attempt to build said pipeline to try to sell gas to China. I will it's not impossible for that to happen, but it's sort of an I'll believe it when I see it situation. So that was part of the deal. But again, the only reason they're doing that is that they shut down the gas sales to Europe, and then Nord Stream blew up via whoever decided to blow that up. That's its own whole discussion that frankly I don't care to discuss. But yes, so because they can't sell their gas to Europe anymore, they're trying to find someone to buy it, and that would be China. Why they're not selling it to India, I'm not sure, but they're not. I think that the Indians are probably better, more trustworthy business partners here. But they are selling it to they are selling this gas to China, but it doesn't happen until they can build a very, very long pipeline over what is the more complex terrain of Siberia. So again, I'll believe it when I see it. Does that answer your question?
It does. So I assume there was some trade going on currently, and that if nothing else, China had locked in a better rate for that. But I had no idea how that was being transported.
So the steep discount. So one of the things that they did in this deal is a lot of stuff they announced, and Yehuda kind of hinted at it as well, is a lot of stuff they announced is stuff they're already doing, right? Announces a victory, what's already happening. Russia's already selling to both China and India and a number of other players steeply discounted Russian petrol products. Natural gas can only flow two ways: through a pipeline or liquefied on a boat. Now, oil is really cheap to ship overseas because you can basically put it in a bucket and it will just sit there and it doesn't evaporate so easily. I mean, it will, but it's basically you put oil in a bucket, you close the top, and you're good, right? So, you get an old rust bucket that's made to hold oil, and it will carry that over water relatively efficiently for a very, very long way. Natural gas starts out, as the name implies, as a gas. So to turn it into liquefied natural gas requires a massive, very expensive plant to compress it into a liquid form. Then you need to put it on a specialized boat that is built to carry liquefied natural gas, because you can't just put it in basically a big old rust bucket that floats. So then you have a liquefied natural gas plant. These cost in the billions of dollars, like 5 to 10 billion is the kind of price range we're talking about. That is a not insignificant sum to invest in something, right? That's the price for like a major natural gas thermal. Then on the other side, to receive liquefied natural gas, you need to reverse the process called regasification. So the terminals that receive natural gas turn it from a liquid back to a gas and then have to shove that through pipelines back to where the people who need the gas, and they burn it for fuel. Now, it is a very efficient fuel where you can get it out of the ground and get it into engines. So it's not that this process, if you can afford the capital investments, averaged out over the life of projects, is inefficient. But it is a very capital intensive activity to do in the first place. So what LNG is going to China, what gas is going to China, isn't going through pipes, because they don't have pipes to China. It's going through liquefaction, right? And then it's being shipped to China, right? And there's some gas terminals that have to be liquefied, because there's no way to run a pipe easily from there. I think the Sakhalin Islands basically is liquefies, and then ships pick it up. So they could increase their scale of LNG terminals to ship more of it. That might even be easier than piping it, given the distance. The long term might be more inefficient. The problem is that all the experts to build LNG terminals, they also just left. So, and they also wrote down $3, $4, $5, $6, $7 billion projects, $10 billion of investment in Russia. And when a major oil company is writing down $4+ billion, besides the possibility of somebody losing their job, you also have the distinct possibility that, like Halliburton, their executives might not be willing to go back to that country in their lifetimes. So, yes, that's the nature of where Russia is with its oil and gas. Yes, they are shipping what they can to who will buy it, to major buyers, China and India. However, increasing that capacity requires a lot of capital intensive, right? Very expensive projects. And these are projects that require a lot of skilled expertise and skilled labor of the kind that has mostly left Russia. So that is a double whammy of not the situation they're used to being in. China also likes to use a lot of outside people for some of their projects. I don't think they're going to go to Russia, even if China hires them to do it. So the issues of getting a pipeline or a facility built to increase their capacity to go to China, it's doable. Not impossible, absolutely doable, but it is not going to be easy, and they really aren't in a state to do it today. So, if it does happen, I would expect it to be significantly delayed. I could be wrong, but significant delays or even a possibility of it never happening are both, I think, really distinct possibilities here. Like more than half that one of those two is the case.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I wonder how long it's going to be before there's a major accident, especially these gasification facilities when they don't have the foreign experts on there to help them with stuff. Because my understanding is an industrial accident, a gasification center, or anything involving liquid natural gas is extremely bad. And it seems like it's inevitable. I mean, never mind all the infrastructure, it seems to be just randomly burning down. It's not really random, but things can go bad with that.
Primus, we all know that Russia prides itself on environmental safety and making sure that energy sources are secure and run effectively, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, look at that place called Chernobyl. Yeah.
And the many other places we never heard about that the Russians covered up. Very famous for it. All right, there's a couple. I'm prepared now. Milk was required. Warm milk. I like to drink warm milk in the middle of the night. All babies do as well. Volodar, and it's something that we haven't talked about as much. Not Volodar in particular, but remember everyone was talking about the great big Russian offensive that was coming. They were going to do it right before the Ukrainians got all their new kit. Ooh, the big Russian offensive. And everyone's like, we can't wait for it. What's going on? And then we blinked and then we missed it, because the truth is the Russians actually tried it. When the Russians were putting 1,000 Russian people in green clothing into the front lines there, that was actually the Russian offensive, and it petered out. I don't even think they wanted to tell anyone. Like, oh, did anyone notice that we just lost 40,000 soldiers? Okay, let's not talk about our big Russian offensive then. So Volar is one of them. It's an example where, and it's got a lot of news coverage, but it's not necessarily the only place. In many places, the Russians were trying to do silly things, and I think even the Ukrainians were surprised at the haphazard and lackluster performance of the brave Russian conscript or volunteer or inmate, and the Volodar will go down as one of the stranger occurrences of this invasion, where completely untrained, not poorly trained, just untrained soldiers running dismounted infantry, running across fields, or brand new, I guess Russia and OPRA went and gave armored personnel carriers to a lot of Russians, and they decided to drive them through minefields, obstacles that were minefields, and just you can't, the sheer stupidity of it all, you can't underestimate. You can't make up. So really, it's something that if we really wanted to kick them when they're down, we could have just been talking about that for weeks. But that's exactly what happened. The Russians tried their offensive, and it was glorious for the Ukrainians. I want to see if Matthew would come up if he's so inclined. I haven't spoken to him for a bit, and I've been a naughty friend. I should have, but I did want to talk to him about some information about foreign fighters fighting in Ukraine, especially Israeli ones. We have a friend of the show, Nuclei Dima, who have been posting some stuff, and didn't want to talk about it last year because the Israelis weren't talking about it. But Matthew actually interviewed some Israeli fighters who were in Ukraine. He wasn't in Ukraine, but outside of Ukraine, talking to them about the not just Israeli but foreign fighters who went to go fight in Ukraine. So if he is able to come up, Matthew, if you want to come up, please do, because I would like to talk about the nascent Israeli Legion that never became. So that's an interesting topic. It's important because Russia always tries to make hay of what they consider dissension in international support, when really it's not so much.
Real quick, Yehuda.
Yeah.
Base note. A different Matthew attempted to come up. Please go to the very first tweet in the nest because you are stuck. I'm guessing you're on an Android phone. The very first tweet in the nest by Nick Brown says, if you're having trouble listening to Spaces on your Android phone right now, it tells you how to revert your Android back to a previous version of the space. This actually is the problem that felled Nucley's ability to come join the space. Last we heard, he was not in a place where he was able to do the Twitter update or downgrade or whatever you call it to make Spaces work again. And he said he was going to give it a try. When he was able to do that, he was otherwise engaged, and that's why do that. Last we heard from him.
Okay, well, that's Matthew Light. If I was referring to, I don't know if that's the Matthew that was trying to come up.
Yeah, Matthew Light was trying to come up, and he was getting stuck. So I'm guessing he has an Android. So, Mr. Light, please upgrade or downgrade your phone to the last version of Android. We do have instructions up in the nest for how to do that, because Twitter is like that. Yehuda,
I don't see it
questions
in the
on
nest.
what you just said.
I don't see it in the nest. I see Alan, you, Nick, Doman. I don't see a link on how to fix it. So
Doman put it up. It's Nick Brown's tweet, though.
Oh, it's Doman put it up. Okay, all right. Swipe all the way to the far right. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. I was going to give a little discussion, a little chat about that from Dima, because I guess he felt he was able to talk about it, and I want to explain the significance of it. But go ahead.
Oh no. So you mentioned a couple things. Tongue in cheek, I'd note that I think you're right. The Russians are trying to sneak stuff in their Lend-Lease agreement for the Ukrainian offensive. That's why they were moving so much equipment towards Ukraine, right? That's what we're looking at.
Sorry, Russia was moving equipment towards Ukraine when?
Yeah, for the Lend-Lease agreement before the Ukrainian offensive. They're making sure Ukraine has enough tanks and things with this new
Lend-Lease. Yeah, exactly. The Russians are still the largest supplier of equipment to the Ukrainian military. They should give their MiGs to Ukraine. I think it'd be used better. But yeah, no. So Nuclear Dima talks about how there were so many Israelis who spoke Ukrainian and Russian, and they were going to do their own legion, but because most of them have a lot of military experience, either from conscription in Israel or just from their military careers post conscription, they ended up spreading them out through several different units in the Ukrainian military, because obviously, whilst having foreign fighters is, could be good if they have experience, nothing beats the language and being able to communicate. So they spread them out between various units and different special forces units, and they did not end up forming their own legion. But at some interesting points, there was around 5,000 Israelis in various capacities that went to Ukraine. About 2,000 combat arms individuals, and of the 2,000, about half of them are actually originally Russian. So not even from Ukraine itself, but descendants of Russian Jews or Russian Jews who had actually moved to Israel in the last 20 years or 10 years. So it's obviously a really big plus, because not only are there combat arms soldiers who are fighting in Ukraine, but there are also a lot of, let's call them specialists in other fields who may or may not be good with computers and radios and SATCOM and satellite communications. That has a big impact and effect on the ability of the Ukrainian military to interdict and intercept Russian communications, perhaps sometimes even give the wrong message or relay the wrong message, which is always fun. Kind of like a Benny Hill moment where everyone's running around in the wrong direction. So I just wanted to have a chat with Matthew. We were supposed to have a big debrief with Matthew, and he was going to give his input on the discussions he had with Israeli fighters who were recovering in Israel after fighting in Ukraine, including one of our friends who, Dima, what people don't know is he actually lost an eye. I never heard someone more calm and composed having lost an eye and making it sound like it was a flesh wound. Don't, I've got two eyes. I'll be okay. But anyway, it was an interesting situation. Again, it's about international support. and that's what I wanted to focus on. The international support for Ukraine is greater than most people know. I think what people have to understand is that while Russia has China's quote unquote best friend, we're so best friend. We need to say we are best friend. Very silly, but there are countries around the world who aren't even talking about what they're doing. There's no need to antagonize Russia. I suspect Russia knows a lot of what's going on, but those countries all support Ukraine, and into different capacities and different levels. But international support, surprisingly for Ukraine, is incredibly high. And I wouldn't even say it's gone down. I would say qualitatively it's gone up. But countries also, when you're fighting the bad guys, you know, they don't need to brag about it. They don't need to necessarily say what's going on. And you can see fights in public means nothing. Ukraine is doing very, very well by their international allies, and a lot of that has to do with the political leadership as well. And frankly, the genocide, right? The genocide the Russians are conducting in Ukraine very much makes nations around the world say, "Hey, that we're not going to stand by and watch that." And that's something I just wanted to point out. If there are any questions about that, feel free. Over to you.
Hey, Yehuda, I'd actually like to ask your thoughts a bit on this, because I've been asked about this on Space, and I have my perspective, and I think you'd have a slightly different and very informed one. So from what I see is, I was actually surprised and impressed that the right-winger new government of Israel has been, in some ways, seems to be more supportive than the last government. And I also attribute some of this to the incredible good work of Rabbi Osman, who appears to unofficially be Ukraine's diplomat to Israel, just judging by who he meets when he goes there. Is this a fair assessment?
I would say not really. I'm not. No, I don't think that's why the Israeli government's doing that. I think people had big fears. So just to circle back, people had big fears that that Benjamin Netanyahu's new government would be supportive of Russia, which was totally bizarre to me. Concerns ranged as far as compromat that Putin has on Netanyahu. I think everyone has compromat on Netanyahu, but I suspect. Well, first of all, Rabbi Osman, he's a Lubavitcher rabbi in Kiev. I guess technically, I think they call him the chief rabbi of Ukraine or Kiev. He does have strong ties to different groups in Israel, and I think, ironically, because he's obviously a man of faith, his angle is a religious one. Not in Ukraine; it's to support all of Ukraine, but within the Jewish community, obviously, would be considered more observant by any measure. And there are forces in Israel that were pro-Russian, but these were mostly secular forces of people who ponied up to Putin. I'm not going to say the names. There's a couple of them, but they're actually not big players in the government, but they were in the previous Netanyahu government. And because the Netanyahu government does have more religious, smaller factions in it, they're going to look more favorably on a Rabbi Osman coming, and that's true. But the big picture is security. So the increased bellicose behavior of Russia and Iran is, I think, the greatest driving factor for that. There's strange comments that float around Twitter from people who I'm sure aren't anti-Semites. They just are fascinated by Israeli politics more so than any country in the world. But they will often point out the ties between Russian money and Israel, which they're not very good. Israel has some really strict tax laws. It's not a place people park their money, put it that way. Russian oligarchs don't say, "Well, that's a good place." There are other places they do it in the Middle East, Dubai, Emirates. Are one place they do it. Israel's not one of them. I think a good report went through, found I think the most money that a Russian oligarch had in Israel was a $9 million house in northern Tel Aviv. $9 million for a billionaire is peanuts. It's chump change. So it's not that issue. But the real issue, and another strange talking point, is Israel is only helping Ukraine because they want to test their equipment against Iranian equipment, which is absurd. Israel has been testing their equipment against Iranian equipment for 20 years in southern Lebanon and parts of Syria for the last few years. They don't need any help. They already know what the Shahed drones do and all those drones. In fact, they provided the technology to countermand a lot of the Iranian drone technology. As you know, there was initially a big fear of Iranian drones, and they were successful, and then they became unsuccessful pretty quickly. So the real issue is escalation in Syria. It's an escalation in Lebanon, and that's all driven by Iran. And I'm pretty sure the United States government has read Israel the Riot Act many times, saying, "Hey, we're going to need you to whatever you're doing. We need you to do some other stuff too." And I would say that there's also the moral imperative. The amount of Israelis who are supportive of Ukraine is astronomically high. In fact, the largest May Day parade, and this is May of last year, outside of the former Soviet Union, outside of Russia, was in Tel Aviv. There were that many Red Army veterans from World War II, and the first year in Israel's history that it wasn't celebrated was last year. They refused to march because of the connection to Russia. So there is a change. Again, a little strange that a government that was more vocal about supporting Ukraine never sent their foreign minister to Ukraine, and then Bibi does. So I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and I think that we're never going to hear about it, not for 5-10 years. I think depending on the degradation of the Russian state post-invasion will dictate just how much Israel shares or people share what happened. But either way, the intelligence capabilities that Israel and Ukraine share with Russian, especially military communications, is enormous, and you can't discount that. The Israelis are very, very, very famous for not talking about the things they do, and mostly it's because it wants to protect its ability to do it. And they don't care if Billy Bob 325 at Yahoo on Twitter doesn't like them and is mad about stuff, because Israelis generally don't care about what other people think. I don't like it myself. I think they could do better PR, but hey, I'm not Israeli, so it's their wheelhouse. Finance. I guess Primus, you want to jump in?
Yeah. So one of the things was Netanyahu was saying that they may be open to sending something like Iron Dome on there. Is that actually going to come to fruition, or is that just spitballing ideas there?
Yeah, that's a weird one. So we've talked about it a long time. Israel doesn't have enough Iron domes to send to Ukraine. It's like if you were to take Israel's entire air defense system and give every single last piece of it to Ukraine, you'd cover a third of Kyiv Oblast. So I'm not sure who that benefits, right? So I think it was the comment should have been more geared towards the technology to integrate air defense capabilities. That's something that they're working on, and it's not an easy task because again, Israelis have their own system, and Ukraine is in receipt of a ton of different air defense platforms from a lot of different countries. So I don't think the Israelis are the experts in that anymore, right? Because if it was just the Patriot systems, yes, but there's a lot more integration that would have to go on. I don't know if that was just for a soundbite that Netanyahu said that because he knows people want to hear it. But the reality is, Israel doesn't even protect 100% of its own territory. Their umbrella, like my dad jokes, which go over people's heads, their umbrella that they have in their country covers the urban areas, which is smaller than about half of the actual land area of the state of Israel, because there's large swaths of desert in the south, and the umbrella covers, obviously major highly populated, dense urban areas. So I don't. The comment threw me off when I heard it too, and I suspect he's referring to overall technology. Again, I mean, I'm sure they have spares for their existing Iron Dome and related air defense systems, but they certainly don't have things to give where they have two batteries of something. I just don't see that happening, to be honest with you. But surely the other part that their foreign minister elucidated more succinctly was talking about the technical capability to integrate, and that's obviously super important.
Yeah, that's a lot more important because I mean you have all kinds of batteries, Western stuff, post-Soviet stuff, and it all needs to coordinate to become an integrated air defense system. And you can't just do that with a fax machine or a cell phone or something like that. You need data links and all that kind of stuff. So, and the Israelis specialize in basically doing updates to Soviet Eastern Bloc stuff. They've done a fair amount of that for some reason. It's my understanding. But could you maybe explain just very briefly what Iron Dome is and why it's maybe not that big a deal if it showed up anyways?
Yeah, I don't want to. I'm not an expert on air defense, to be brutally honest with you, but it does have different capabilities. We're not talking about hypersonic interceptions and even their guided cruise missiles. They're kind of custom tailored to fight the threat that the Israelis face. Can they? There are other types of air defense, David Sling, and all that jazz. And again, I wouldn't want to speak to the technical capabilities because it's just it's not my wheelhouse. But yes, it is something that people just look. If you're not an air defense specialist like me, like I'm not an air defense specialist, but you see the videos of a bazillion Katyusha rockets or whatever the Hamas terrorist group is firing at Israel, and then you see Israeli interceptors go up. It's a different kind of trajectory. It's a different type of weapon, and the threat it's made to fight a threat that is not the threat that Ukrainians face. It sure looks cool though, doesn't it? With those missiles streaking through the air, and you have the less intelligent missiles coming in from Gaza or southern Lebanon, and then you have these Israeli cool things going woo and spinning around, doing a 360 and hitting the target. So my understanding is it might not be very effective against, or as effective as it could be in combating what's happening in Ukraine. Primus, and if you have more insight on it, please do help us out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, from what I've seen of it, you see some of those engagements, and it looks like the world's most expensive skeet shooting competition, where the Katyusha rockets, which is basically a dumb rocket on a ballistic trajectory coming in, and then it just intercepts it. But it only has a range of like a few miles. It's very much like a point defense system. So it might protect a village or a small area, but it's not going to protect a city. And it's not intended to do anything except hit like small artillery rockets, like deal with like harassing fire, and it can intercept like artillery shells and so on maybe, but that's kind of not what it's really being used for. So yeah, I know it seemed like a lot of people were excited about send Iron Dome, that'll protect protect things, and it's like no, it's very much a point defense system. It's like if you put like 40 Stinger missiles or 40 Star Streaks on a platform and launch them, it's kind of a similar effect. They're actually pretty small missiles. I think like almost like the equivalent of a scaled down Sidewinder or something. So yeah, it's kind of a sexy name, and I mean people know what it is, but it's not really that big a deal. So other things the Israelis can do which help integrate the air defense and talk, these systems talking to each other is just massively more important. And it's one of those designs.
And how to prioritize as well, right? How to prioritize the targets they want to shoot down.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be able to tell, is this a Shahed drone coming in, or is this a caliber cruise missile, or something like that? Where is it going? Like, what's its trajectory? Is it something I need to engage, or can another battery handle it so you don't have like 2 or 3 batteries hitting the same thing and wasting missiles? Because that's exactly what the Russians want, is to wear down the air defense by just saturating them with missiles and decoys, and while they're engaging that, come in with like an anti-radiation missile or something to maybe destroy a surface to air missile site. And there needs to be a lot of coordination with that. It's it's probably one of the most complicated forms of warfare right now.
100%. And I might have to pop off for a bit, but I will be back. And if there are any questions, let me know.
Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Yehuda. So one thing I did see, I keep saying one thing. So President Xi was visiting visiting Russia today, but another visit that happened was the Japanese Prime Minister did an unannounced visit to Kiev, and I believe there was some announcement of a fair amount of aid package. But one thing I thought was particularly interesting is Japanese parliamentarians raised like $1.2 million or equivalent thereof from deductions out of their own salaries to buy up to like 20 different vehicles for Ukraine and a couple boxes of quote unquote useful equipment. And it's pretty cool to see that the Japanese parliament, the members themselves, made a contribution. Never mind what the government was doing. But there's also kind of a geopolitical angle where China's president shows up to Russia and Japan's shows up to Kiev. Visits Ukraine at the same time. So there's very much kind of the chess moves on the geopolitical chessboard going on there. So let's see, Prince, go ahead.
And his hand was up first, and since she's still working on her coffee, I'd like to see how much progress she's made in making sense. So, just kidding, Anda.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead, Anda.
Usually I don't make sense with or without coffee, so it's okay. It's okay. We are okay. This is it. This is what you got. This is what you have to work with. It's nasty. I'm sorry.
And you have a question, right?
I have a question, actually.
Yeah. And you know that I love you to death, and I'm just teasing you.
Yeah, I do. I do. Thank you. Forget my thought. What was I talking about? Nothing. I came up to talk about something. So, actually, 3 topics. Primus said earlier about the Chinese president being in Moscow. I have 2 questions about that, but I will leave it to later. In parallel, the Japanese prime minister was in Ukraine, and it's actually the first visit in Ukraine. And that was actually a critic that was issued some weeks back, I think, of him, that he's visiting anyone but Ukraine. How should I put this? I know it was a critic because, well, people expected more and expected more implication. But actually, Japan helped Ukraine in other ways, right? In silent ways. They do have in their constitution to be peaceful. So I think they considered and reconsidered thoroughly what they do. I think they are actually, how should I put this? There is a term in our language, ansushi. When you take an information or a lesson and reflect on it, and you make it your own. During the Second War, both Germany and Japan were on the aggressive side, and I think they both had a similar subsequent reaction of trying not to do that again, and therefore kind of felt in the opposite part of the spectrum, like being very cautious about helping um, a party which is involved in war. Um, that being said, what Japan did was to help, for example, other countries, and I need to. I feel it's fair to mention this. Um, so the prime minister, Mr. Koshida, came to Romania like some weeks ago, when they tried to reestablish some connections with Europe, and with Romania. But more important, they brought a deal, let's say, for Romania, giving to Romania $13 million, which are destined to help the Ukrainian refugees in Romania, which are living right now in Romania. So this is what I meant by silent help. This was not broadcasted. This was not, how do you say, put on every forum, right? It doesn't seem important, but helping a neighboring country dealing with accommodating, not dealing with, better accommodating Ukrainian people who fled the war is really important and is a way of helping. So this was not the only way in which they help, but it's one of the ways in which they helped Ukraine. This and right now, like today is Wednesday, right? Here. Yesterday, Mr. Koshida was in Ukraine. They pledged 5.3 billion dollars to help Ukraine, and also to send non-lethal aid to Ukraine. So defensive measures. I think it's relevant, especially taking into consideration China is trying to impose their influence in the Indo-Pacific region, and basically Japan is looking for support in the future. So building connections around the world and expanding their, not necessarily influence, but their visibility, right? They kind of went, I don't know how to say this, in a shadow cone. Like everyone knows, it's a developed country. It's a very, it has a stable economy. There are a lot of, for example, a lot of technology is developed there. A lot of the car manufacturers from Japan are sold across the globe. Some other car manufacturers from France, for example, collaborate and sometimes manufacture things in Japan, along with Japan companies. So there, Japan used to be. Why I'm talking about cars, right? It's one country and it's a small country if you look at it, right? But they were the third biggest um, um, sellers of cars around the world. Um, so it's relevant. Their influence is relevant, and they did stand by Ukraine, including, for example, in the G7. Um, in the G7 stance in December. Um, when the oil, what I'm talking about, when the oil cap was put in place, right, over the Russian oil, um, Japan stood by Canada and France and Germany and US, obviously, to impose this, right? So they did upheld their position as a global power, even if people in general don't look at them as a global power. Does it make sense what I'm trying to say here?
Not really. I agree that people don't really look at Russia as a global power, but I'm not really sure what you're trying to get at.
I was
Well, I
talking
think she meant Japan as a global power.
Japan. I was talking about Japan as a global power, and as an influence that it has around the world, and what they did um, during the last year in order to help Ukraine in silent ways, right? In less obvious ways than US and UK and Germany.
Yeah, I mean, Japan has a lot of restrictions, and certainly cultural restrictions on providing arms or really selling anything like that. But very usually one of the first to provide humanitarian aid, and technological assistance over has been some of that for sure. I mean, they're a global leader economically, and they're also looking at the situation with China and their expanding power, and they're just forcing them to become more of a power on the global stage. I mean, they're massively expanding their military. They're trying to build soft power in the region to counteract, Chinese, um, expansion and that kind of thing. So it makes perfect sense for them to try to counteract, China's budding alliance a little bit with Russia by, supporting Ukraine, because, the worse off Russia is from this, the better off China indirectly is. And also remember, Japan still has some conflicts with Russia over the Kuril Islands, for example, which they illegally occupied, either at the very end of or World War II. So there's some tension still on that. So it's they don't particularly like each other, and that's hardening. That relationship is hardening as well. So yeah, I agree with what you said there.
So I think in this context, it was relevant the fact that Mr. Koshida was in Ukraine in the same time as Xi Jinping was in Moscow. And I think it's important that the next G7 meeting is gonna be held in Hiroshima, in Japan. um, President Zelensky said, as you mentioned earlier, that he is going to be online. So he's going to meet online with them. And I was thinking at something, and correct me if I'm wrong. During the past months, Mr. Zelensky took part or was invited to speak in almost every major international meeting, even if traditionally or in general, Ukraine wouldn't have been there, right? The G7, the G20, the UN, even in the European Parliament. So I think this is a global way of showing Russia that Ukraine has international support. It's not at an international level. The countries are not supporting Russia, are opposing what they're doing, are not approving, right? Even if some of the countries help more Ukraine, and other countries help maybe less, according to their level of, according to their economy or internal politics sometimes, right? But I think it's relevant. Like, I don't remember an international meeting in the last year in which Mr. Zelensky not to be present and not to have a speech requesting weapons and help for Ukraine. So I think that's relevant, and I hope this support will be fruitful. So we will see more results, physical help, practical help to Ukraine, and God's willing, see Ukraine win faster. Because yeah, that's why I'm here, actually, to do my bit, even by talking. So yeah, that was, I don't know if I hope it makes sense.
Since certainly the Kuril Islands and Sakhalin itself even are disputed somewhat between Japan and Russia, given the way World War II ended with those territories. And yes, Japan hasn't been a military power since World War II. They were completely demilitarized for a while. It's only recently that they can even, it's only the last 15, 20 years that they can even re-export arms as well. And it's why of all the major Asian industrial powers like Korea and Taiwan, they really don't make, they're not major, despite saying they want to be major arms exporters, they're just not, because their industry, they're still sort of rebuilding that piece of the industry. So when people talk in military terms, I think correctly they're not viewed as a global power, but they're still a massively large economy. They have huge industrial capacity. They do a lot of business. So even with their declining population and some of the other struggles they have there, they're still a very big country with a lot of sway and especially a lot of economic power. So I'd agree with those statements. And it is encouraging to see them working with Ukraine. I believe demining is their big thing with Ukraine. And also, it would be nice to see those huge Japanese countries, say, working their way into Ukraine for more prosaic things on the rebuilding side of the equation. Certainly, the mixture of Japan has the nice mixture of large companies that do skilled manufacturing and that like to set up foreign subsidiaries, and Ukraine could be a very good match in a post-war sense for Japan in that way, as they have a lot of good skilled workers that like to produce things, and it's the right sort of. I think that there might be a lot of cultural similarities that people don't think of, because while they're very different cultures, they both value the skilled industrial worker and skilled industrial work, and they both they both have a cultural affinity, if you will, for manufacturing and production in ways that can be very positive. And really, I'm hopeful. We haven't heard a lot about it, but I'm really hopeful that maybe some of those big keirutsu, the big Japanese conglomerates that are larger than any one monopoly in our market there, would move into Ukraine, and build some factories and start producing all sorts of things that they're quite good at producing in Japan and elsewhere, right? And while everyone thinks about their car companies, they have a lot of production that isn't cars. And while a Toyota plant would be great, I don't think anyone would complain. That'd be an excellent addition in Ukraine. There's also plenty of metal factories, and we could talk about semiconductors, as well as all kinds of sort of new current computer industrial manufacturing equipment that Japan is a very skilled maker of, and I am super hopeful that they get involved in that sense. So that's what I'm really hoping for. But to be fair, demining is a big deal, and if they're going to be leading the way in that, that's going to be certainly alleviating a lot of people's lives and farms to get back to work. France is still being demined as it gets brought up from World War One, and unfortunately, it looks like Ukraine is probably going to have many decades of demining between now and whatever that their fields will need to be demined, not just to come back into usage, but especially in places where it's not actively being plowed, just to be safe post-war. Prince.
Yeah, I went digging around because, especially since I've been a co-host, I don't take things that I read off of Telegram or Twitter necessarily all at face value. But one of the things that I have seen in the last couple of days is a report that in the Kherson region, 8 people were hospitalized with suspected bird flu. Now, I know some of the cases have been confirmed, and this is way on the Black Sea coast of Kherson is this case that I'm talking about. But in my digging for stuff, I do have to admit that I found that there is an instance of a small outbreak also on the other side of the Dnipro River, where Ukraine controls. So if you look at TASS articles, TASS is blaming Ukraine for this horrible outbreak that's happened, but they totally don't talk about the outbreak that's also happening on their side of the Dnipro, and quite a distance away from where the one that is happening on the Ukraine controlled side. So it's interesting how they're both dealing with it. It's, I know bird flu everybody is scared of. I'm not sure. I think maybe I'll ask Davo when he's feeling better, how well that is controlled and taken care of these days. But the suspect is some ducks that are hanging around. There have been some accusations that it may be chickens, but the accusations mostly seem to be more reliable that it is ducks. So it's just an interesting piece of thing to see the. I got the impression from the articles it looks like the Russians are really overreacting to it, and the Ukrainians are all taking it in stride. So it's just something to monitor. You know, there have been a lot of different diseases and risks because of lack of electricity, lack of power, lack of hot water, lack of water. That being very sanitary and taking care of the washing of the hands and things like that and around the food is very important. And this is just, you know, one instance also. And we've seen other more difficult instances with some more awful diseases that are caused by things getting into the water, and the access to water being very difficult. So it was just an interesting story that I thought I would bring up and see if anybody had any comments on it. Thanks.
My comment would be that's not good. You know, that's I've heard bird flu might be the next big thing, but yeah, I mean that happens periodically. You know, there's been a few outbreaks over the year and years like in China and so on with chickens, and having to get rid of a lot of poultry stock, you know, which is not good. But hopefully it's not it doesn't turn into a public health crisis, because that's the last thing anyone needs right now. Anda?
Well, let's put it this way. One, as Prince said, lack of water or unfiltered infected water can cause lots of problems. Indeed, we saw that in Ukraine during the last year. There were reports last summer in Mariupol that had three root causes, right? One, the fact that the Russians cut off the water supply to the city prior to the invasion, like in the first week of invasion. Let's put it this way. They also cut off the electricity, which means the pumps and the equipment that run on energy in order to filter water was not able to run. That was one aspect, and the other aspect was the fact that in the first weeks of war, we must not forget, they needed to bury their people in Mariupol in front of their houses, right? Like there were apartment buildings which had a patch of land in front of it. It was February and March, which mean and it was cold, which means the the soil was not permissive, and the graves were shallow. As the summer came, all that permeated in the water supply. So what we forget, because we have water in our homes at the tap, right? You open the tap, you have water. You don't think about what's happening beneath your house or beneath your city. Water is not only running in rivers across the land, it also runs um, through through the soil. Um, that's how people used to have wells, right? So they used to have wells 100, 200 years ago to get water. That being said, the level of the water in any city, in any soil, can be closer to the surface or deeper. What Mariupol citizens needed to do and did were to reach to some wells that were still running in Mariupol, um, which were infected, right? Due to the fact that the corpse that were buried in the city permeated in the water beneath it. So um, that was one reason for which we heard about cholera and cholera outbreaks in Mariupol, and not only, but this was one of the most prominent cases last year during summer. And what we forget is that per se, so at that point, there were some news outlets all over the world who started pushing through information like cholera is awake again. We risk this. We don't risk anything. It was a local thing. That's one. And the second one, the second aspect of that problem is it's easily treatable with antibiotics, right? Which we have. They don't have them in Russian occupied territories. So it's harder to fight such a disease there. But we do have them outside in the modern world, let's say, which means it's not something that will affect others. Just because it's a thing and it might happen, and it did happen in Ukraine in several areas in which water was contaminated and they were not able, like in Mykolaiv, for example, they had like a month and a half they were without water. Also, they needed to bring out water from outside the city as they were bombed and shelled. So Ukraine is still a war zone. Ukraine has active war zones and also has regions which are not active war zones but which are constantly bombarded by Russia, civilian um, civilian areas, civilian targets. Um, so they struggle um, in some ways, but they actually fare pretty good. The problems are mostly in um, fighting areas and in occupied territories. So that's where you have the most frequent cases of odd disease and worst. Um, Basically, they lack enough medicine on the front lines in order to treat everything, right? It's not like COVID ever stopped. It's not like it goes around Ukraine, and it doesn't happen in Ukraine because Ukraine is at war, and they said, okay, we're gonna take a break from Ukraine. COVID is still a thing, and people on the front lines still get it, because it's natural. It's a natural thing, and it's hard to beat without medicine, or with few medicine. That being said, Ukraine is in a much better shape than Russia at this category, right? They have this possibility, and they do this. They take soldiers out of the front lines, and they get them into hospitals, take care of them, and send them back when they are well. Basically, Russia doesn't have this perks, and they don't actually value the human life, which means they let them die, basically, on the front lines, if that makes sense. I hope it does.
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. I mean, just broadly speaking, the things like cholera, and so on are definitely issues when you start having compromised water supplies. I mean, that's something that could tear through population centers pretty quickly without properly treated water and chlorination, and that kind of thing. So it's a big impact on particularly civilian populations. So on that note, I'm going to be retiring for the morning here, and have another co-host coming on shortly. So just wanted to thank everyone for this evening, and look forward to coming by again. And also thank you for the opportunity, finance to co-host with you. So it's been a pleasure, and look forward to more conversations with you.
Been a pleasure, Primus. Enjoyed co-hosting. Slava Ukraini.
Here I'm Slava.
And are you my new co-pilot as we wait for the European invasion to come take us out?
Yes, sir. I reported for duty earlier, in order to have time to assimilate coffee and get a bit up to speed with what's happening in Ukraine.
Has the coffee been properly assimilated?
Yes, sir.
Resistance futile.
Well, what can I say? Apparently, yes, because I see Prince that came as co-host, so people probably assumed my coffee is not a proper coffee, being an instant coffee.
Well, I had just said that I would relieve Primus if he needed to get going, and I said that earlier. He's in a time zone that makes it 1:00 a.m. for him, so it's a little bit difficult to get up in the morning for work. So I told him that if he needed to go before another replacement came, I would take care of it. But so I had to drop down and restart my phone like I always do before I co-host. So I didn't hear everything that you said, and but what I wanted to say was, in the last couple of weeks, I found some information directly from the mayor in exile of Mariupol, saying that they are having problems in running low on the water that they do have available from the reservoir and other locations. Um, so that they are going to have a water crisis as far as even being able to utilize their normal sources of water, which I think could also then bring some safety issues back into it. So it's just another thing that crosses my mind that, you know, Russia may have to bring water in for these people. Ukraine needs to take that city back for sure, and hopefully they will and will soon. And we know Ukraine does the best to get back in there and take care of all of the services that people need. Um, but I always do think of Mariupol when I think of things like the bird flu going around and things like that, and I think of how there were outbreaks of cholera in Mariupol. And actually, Dave and I talked about that not too long ago because, you know, they don't have the access to the antibiotics because the cure for that is simple antibiotics, but it used to be something that killed people. So it's something that, you know, puts people at risk again, which is just atrocious. So, good evening. Aren't I bright and shiny bringing that all up? Is my
Yeah,
first.
normally I'm the like wet blanket for the space, but nope. Bright and shiny this morning for the Europeans and late night for us Americans and
Yes.
Canadians and Brazilians, which we've discovered we have a number of here. It is wet blanket Heather, wet blanket Prince. That's your game meeting. You be the wet blanket Prince.
Yeah, until yeah, okay, that'll be fun. No, I'm not going
I
to be a
made it an
total.
entire evening without anybody asking me about the largest bank failure in Europe since the financial crisis, which is shocking to me.
Yeah. And I'll look through my economic notes again. But the one thing I was going to say is there does seem to be some activity around Sevastopol, and it's really not clear what it is yet. But there have been the possibility of drones and possibly even sea drones mentioned, and something on fire near the opening to the Sevastopol harbor. But like I said, there's unconfirmed information flying all over the place. It's going to take some time to figure out exactly what it is, but there are some booms there. Now, the other thing, I guess, oh yeah, you should probably talk about Credit Suisse. You haven't really been on since that happened, have you? So go
Nope.
and talk about Credit Suisse. I will find out. I will find the other thing, the other thing that I was going to ask you about or tell you about, or unless you want to, let's see what Anda has to say first.
Sure, and a fire away.
So, my question is about the International Monetary Fund. Um, so, it's one of the. I think they have been in Ukraine during a work visit, a month ago. At that point, there was a discussion about an extended fund of $15 billion, and apparently they have reached a staff level agreement with the Ukrainian authorities on a 4-year support program, which is of $15.6 billion, which is a lot, right, for Ukraine, and it will mean a lot of reconstruction support. At least this is um, how I see it. Maybe I misinterpret the use of this fund. I was wondering. I know it's been in discussion for some months, a month at least, a month of at least since the International Monetary Fund chief was in Ukraine to discuss this, to start the discussions. So I was actually wondering if it's like a loan, if finance can, if you can explain to me if this kind of works like a loan for the country, because I don't quite understand, don't quite know how the International Monetary Fund is working at the national level. Like how are how is money going to
Yes. One. All right. So all right. There you go. Got your question. Yes, it's a loan. Two, from my understanding, it's actually going to be used before reconstruction. Right. Ukraine has to get through the war first. They have a lot of monetary needs. Just keeping their military up and running, paid, keeping their pensioners paid so they're not starving and they're not going unhoused, keeping their medical system working, right? So Ukraine's going to need some of that money during the war. However, it is a loan on the most generous terms possible. From my understanding, though I have not read the loan document itself, with that caveat, it's a bit more of like the IMF loan is going to be payable, shall we say, when Ukraine's crisis is over. So that's at least when the war is over. And I would say that Ukraine will probably quite easily argue for a year or two after Russia stops shooting at them. So they have a long time before they're going to have to start paying any significant amount back on that loan. And while I am normally pretty skeptical about IMF loans, because the IMF does a very poor job of giving loans to very corrupt politicians, be they democratic or dictatorial, either way. And then they steal the money out the back door, which then the citizens are left footing the bill, right? Very common problem with various Latin American strongmen, happens way too often in Africa, etc. So in this case, though, Ukraine actually wants the IMF for everything, even more than they want the money. They want the IMF to come in and check out all their controls, how they are running accounting, how they are, taking on, how they have made progress against corruption, because the IMF does a lot of these things. And while normally a lot of that is often countries trying to get by and skirt with as little as possible, Ukraine's moving the opposite direction, because the Ukrainian feeling, and I think rightly so, is that their reputation is what they deserved in 1995 as a post-Soviet nation that had significant Soviet levels of corruption throughout their economy and throughout their societal structure. And that especially since 2014, that's just not the case anymore. This is no longer, that while places like, there's like a global corruption index and a global ease of doing business index and things like this, that Ukraine's government and Ukrainians generally feel that their country is getting a bad rap, and that's a problem for investment. And the IMF turns out to be a really good international institution to come in, check out all your national accounting controls, your accounting and regulatory principles, and all these very boring things. And what Ukraine's actually looking for is an international thumbs up that they're doing a good job and that they're open for business from somebody that isn't just them, because nobody ever believes national figures who say, hey, look how good we've done, because everybody says they're doing a good job against corruption and everybody says they're doing a good job in regulation, right? Every corrupt dictator says that they're against corruption. This isn't new. So Ukraine's really big into that. And because this money isn't going out the back door into a Mediterranean yacht, it's going into preventing the genocide. It's going into keeping their country running during war. And, that's a good use of cash. The repayment terms are pretty good, as in you have a really long time. So anything that helps prevent genocide today will help them make a lot more money in the future. So on the economics, I'm okay with it. Not being used for corruption, is being used for a massive country need. And I really like just how much Ukraine wants the other stuff, instead of just looking at that as this hoop they have to jump through and pretend they do the right thing to get it done. So I actually really like how the IMF and Ukraine are working together. And as I said, I'm normally very skeptical about IMF loans, only because you see things like them giving loans to like clearly corrupt politicians with known histories of lining their pockets with any money that comes into the government coffers. And that's just setting up a country to fail, while a corrupt politician winds up retiring to Paris or Miami or London or something. So that's why I like this IMF loan compared to other IMF loans, and think it's a good thing. All right. Good morning, Kire, but Bloke is up first. Good evening, Bloke.
Hi, Finance. How are you doing?
You sound like you're having a real good night.
Oh, I am. I totally am. But I have a question, and if it hasn't been raised tonight, that'll be great. If it has, my apologies. But when she was visiting Russia, the Russians said they would pay foreign debt with renminbi or yuan or whatever, right? Could you explain to me what that means? Because it sounds to me like they're trying to pretend that the US dollar is not the international currency and they're going to create a new one. That's my naive take on it. And I'm completely ignorant about finance, and I would like someone to explain that to me.
I got you. So first off, the international dollar circa like 1950 or 60 was like 80 or 90% of global trade right after World War II. That's dropped down heavily to, I want to say, man, off the top of my head, I think it's 45% or something. But I mean, the other major currencies are things you expect: euros, yen, British pounds are the next major currencies of global trade, right? And they all have the feature of being basically able to be settled anywhere, based in countries that have clear legal systems and courts of law and open monetary policy. All of things which Russia and China don't have, right? Nobody wants to deal with the Russian and Chinese legal system if they're not Russian or Chinese. Neither of them have open monetary systems and and clear courts of law. So that's why they're not used as major global trading currencies. You are allowed to settle your currency like you're allowed to sell oil for whatever you want if two parties agree, right? So if Mohammed bin Salman instructs Aramco to sell oil to Germany for euros, there's no problem with that. If he instructs them to sell it to Japan for yen, he's going to have no problem there too, right? But when you start using some lesser currencies, the more difficult it is to trade that currency. The Indian rupee, for instance, is notoriously difficult to trade. They are a democracy. They do have courts of law, but they have a very closed monetary system. They only allow the rupee to be settled in India on Indian exchanges and in Indian banks, basically. So because of that, it's notoriously hard to do things with your rupees. If you get them in your bank account, you have to have them sorted in India and do things with them in India, which is obnoxious. And there's all sorts of rules and regulations around it. So the yen both has horrific rules and regulations, and it has a very closed, controlled monetary system. If they are actually going to let Russia pay for things in Africa with yuan, right? That would be a change in the Chinese monetary strategy, and would be, in fact, to me, the only major news coming out of this, besides the very obvious that Russia and China both agree they like disinformation, and both agree that they are major gaping rears.
Okay, so you don't see this as a threat to international monetary policy or anything like that? Like it's not. I guess what I'm worried about is the replacement of the U.S. dollar as, you know, the trading currency worldwide, right? So is you know, are Russia and China trying to strike a deal
Let me ask it a different way. Why are you worried about that, bloke?
Because I don't understand finance, and I would like you to explain it to me. Petroleum. Petroleum is priced in U.S. dollars, right? What would happen if it was priced in another currency? For example, the exchange rates are calculated on US dollars, right? What would happen if that was calculated against another currency? So those are my questions.
You think of exchange rates calculated in US dollars? There's nothing that says they have to be. Currency traders all day trade yen to euros and euros to francs, Swiss francs here, and euros to South African rand, a freely floating but far more volatile currency. So there's lots of currencies that are freely floating that you can trade on open markets that are not dollars, and you do not need to trade dollars for them. You can trade directly from one currency to another without touching dollars. Not on that list is Russian rubles or Chinese yuan.
Okay, so when Russia says it's going to sell, it's going to settle their foreign debt only using Chinese yuan, what does that mean? That means that renminbi. Does that mean that renminbi has more collateral? It has more credibility. It has more stability in the world. Just try to break it down for me. I'm a real idiot when it comes to this stuff.
It means that the Chinese are the only people willing to bank with Russia. That's what it means. So Russia has an issue.
That's it. That's all it means.
Yeah, basically. Yes, but that starts to matter at enough scale, right? So Russia is selling China a bunch of oil and gas, right? It's selling China petrol products. Part of the deal is they agree to keep selling China discount oil and gas, right? Basically, 4/5 of their natural gas revenues went to Europe. 1/5 was going through China already under, I think it's called the Greater Siberia Pipeline. There is a singular Siberian pipeline, but to expand it to get the biggest gas fields are sort of closer to Europe. If they want to exploit those and sell them to China, they're going to need to build massive more pipeline infrastructure. And to expand the pipelines in Russia that are there now requires a bunch of experts that just left. So can be done, but their project is, we're going to say, delayed. But when they do sell all the gas and oil that they do sell to China, China pays them in yuan. Okay? Well, Russia needs to do something with that. And so, because they're piling up the Chinese currency, right? China's not paying them in dollars or euros. They're paying them in Chinese currency. Russia's okay getting Chinese currency only so long as they can spend Chinese currency on something they want. And if they can't find stuff they can spend Chinese currency on, that whole trading relationship kind of breaks down. This is actually part of the problem with the Indian-Russian trade relations, which is that Indians don't want Russian rubles and Russians don't want Indian rupees, and they haven't figured out how to work that part out. That's actually a major issue going on in between those two countries. You do not hear me shedding tears right now. I'm very happy they're having problems, mainly because India is a democracy, and I'd rather they not be in Russia's orbit. But for China, if they want to keep the status quo up of having Russia accept lots of Chinese currency for the discount petrol products that they want, they need to let Russia do something with that yuan, right? Because otherwise they have a bunch of piles of paper that they can't do anything with, and nobody wants that. And while, yes, there is a good amount of stuff China makes that Russia would like to buy, while that is true, Russia would really like to be able to buy a lot more other stuff with it too. And insofar as China sounds like they're freeing that up for happening, Russia is absolutely willing to take all that yuan that's piling up to go buy and pay for stuff sort of everywhere. And it does make sense that they might want to settle up stuff in Africa for both countries because, you know, they can sort of control, they can do smaller amounts of trade for larger political effect because it's not that much trade compared to, say, what you trade with India or what you trade with a much bigger country if you're trading with a medium-sized or smaller African nation. So if they can get African nations using yuan, there is a possibility that it will have impact, as in that becomes part of their orbit, right? That's, you know, what currency you use does have some effect for how you consider structuring your banking, how you structure your financial relationships, right? That's the concern people have. Now, historically, the Chinese have not let their currency float freely to make this work. They haven't let it be easily convertible all over the world. So for this to work, they're going to have to free things up, and that would be a sea change in China.
Got it. They're not going to do it because they can't afford to let the currency float. Is that it?
They can afford it, but it would be real interesting if they did. And they might try to do it in really limited fashion, right? Like, you know, they might try to do it in like just the Central African Republic, the, you know, one of the like poorest countries in the world, because like it's not really floating the currency if the Central African Republic takes yuan in and out for its business because it's so small compared to everything else. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It's starting to make sense now. So, I mean, you know, all these people on the internet that saying it's the end of the world because, you know, Russia and China have made a deal to replace the U.S. currency. You know, that's all bullshit, right? That's basically what I'm trying to get at.
Well, right. So two things. One, it will not end the deal. It will not end the world if the U.S. dollar is not the reserve currency of the world. It won't even end the American economy, right? Or the American stock market by itself. That tends to be more a
yeah, okay.
result. Amelia, if you raise your hand, I'm happy to call on you. We go by hands here in order. Otherwise, we all talk over each other. Thank you very much. And please mute your mic when you're not speaking. All right. Thank you very much, Amelia. You will be next. Yeah, so I hope that explains it, Cloak. Yeah, I don't expect China to make all those changes. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll do it in that much more narrow way that I suggested, just trying to get a handful of African countries to be sort of in their orbit, in the Chinese-Russian orbit, and in a more permanent, for lack of a better term, vassalage situation. And that's not good by itself, but it's not end of the world. U.S. economy fails, U.S. banking fails, etc.
All right.
Correct.
Thank you. Thanks for walking me through that. You know, it's just one of these things I read and I need to understand, and I need someone to explain it to me. And that's what I really appreciate about you, Finance. Thank you very much. So thank you for answering my question.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Bloke. Anytime. Happy to explain that one. Yeah, I am definitely not a doomsayer, and I always think that most people's comments on reserve currency is overblown, to say the least. Prestige things don't actually pay you money, and I like things that, you know, pay real people real money and make real factories create real products and increase standards of living. And the reserve currency status is actually not particularly great at that. So we're going to move on to Curry. Curry.
Thanks, Finance. I came a little bit within the last 20 minutes to the conversation. I'm not cognizant of everything that was discussed, But I want to say about MriyaReport. I'm an American. I'm retired. Um, been always interested in world events and so on. And so, and in your area of interest and expertise, this is a little bit out of my world. But I am a retired gentleman from northern Minnesota. I'm my parents were children of the Great Depression, went through World War II, and so I have some concept of what the Marshall Plan meant to some of my uncles and aunts who fought during the Second World War, and what that meant to Second Europe, to Europe after the Second World War. Again, I didn't hear much. I was listening the last 15 or 20 minutes, and I was, to me, as a novice American retired gentleman, some of the aspects that you were describing were frankly out of my purview. I mean, it's almost like playing three-dimensional chess. But I want to say, as respect to Ukraine and also respect to MriyaReport.com, I'm really I've had the opportunity to listen to MriyaReport as a I live in northern Minnesota. We've had a lot of snow, so while I'm shoveling snow, I'm listening to the MriyaReport during the day. And thank you for the education that each and every one of you has brought to me. I'm fairly informed individual. Have always been involved in politics and so on. And finance, as far as finance is concerned, I'm frankly a real novice. But I want to say is that as far as let me put it this way: the Marshall Plan worked after Second World War Europe. And it restored economies. It brought food to the table. It brought hope. It brought industry. It brought work. And I think, in my maybe naive idea, is that we're going to need another Marshall Plan for the Ukraine. And the upside of it is we're not dealing with people who were our adversaries during the war, but we came as friends before and during and after, and I think that speaks well. I think that is a plus. I mean, I'm in Minnesota. I'm a state of immigrants or descendants of immigrants. You go down to the larger metropolitan area, Minneapolis and St. Paul. We have the Ukrainian Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church, and those who came as immigrants. I tell you what, we are well suited. We're well prepared as Americans if we're willing to not only protect Ukraine right now with all the means that they need to protect themselves from Russian aggression, and afterwards. Because I tell you what, I know Ukrainian people. Peter Shushko, a well-known musician in this state, he did all the music for one of the Ken Burns series for the Civil War. I know Ukrainian people. I had no doubt when they were threatened that they would thrive, and it's incumbent upon us, not only militarily but financially. I mean, today and when the war ends, and when their provinces are restored and liberated, we are going to need a new Marshall Plan, or at least some form of it.
to rebuild, restore not only the buildings but the people. I'm of the retired class. I have some certain skills, and we have some certain I think state memberships. That's not the right term. I'm thinking in German or Finnish. There are certain associations that through some of the medical communities in Minnesota, and I'm sure others, who are donating and have the opportunity to help heal those who have lost limbs or hurt. And I think, and I'm of the retired class, and I know most of the people know are really compassionate. Worked with children, traumatized adults through various things, and all of a sudden, okay, they finish a career. I'm going to, and my gift is languages. I speak Finnish and German. Not so well at Finnish, but I'm pretty good at German. I have time on my hands, and I don't think many of my American community are listening today, but I'm going, and I will repeat this maybe tomorrow sometime. You have gifts. Some of you have worked with people who have need prosthetics. You have really good knowledge, medical knowledge, to help those who have lost limbs. You some of you who are in the psychiatric community, you have real gifts to help those who have been traumatized. And okay, you finish your careers. I want to say this, like Viktor Frankl said, "Trotz allem sag ja zum Leben." In spite of everything, say yes to life. And I'm going to challenge. I don't think many of my American friends are listening right now. I just happened to get back from a task I have to do for my family, and I'm going to repeat this tomorrow. You have time. You're retired. You have resources. You can do the basic thing. Donate to MriyaReport to whatever the extent of your ability. But if you have real talents, psychiatric care, rehabilitation, you know how to work with people who need prosthetics, I'm telling you what, I'm going to challenge you. Just do it. And so that's what I want to say. Thank you. And finance, I didn't get to hear everything you had to say, but you've all, we've had so much snow in northern Minnesota. As I've been listening during the day when I'm shoveling, I've been listening to the various reports. Thank you, MriyaReport. I'm a monthly contributor, and I want to challenge all of my American friends who might be listening, and even those abroad, wherever you are, in Australia, England at this time, just give a little. It makes a big difference. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, thank you, Curry. I do appreciate it. Yeah, certainly. Giving a little is excellent. If you can give a lot, that's great. But giving according to your ability to do that. There's a Jewish principle here: one should not impoverish themselves when giving charity. So we understand. For some of you, maybe that's a cup of coffee, and for others of you, that's $30,000 is as much to you as that cup of coffee is to someone else. And if you're the cup of coffee person, that's great. It's appreciated. If you're George Soros, I want to see a $30 million check, sir. You can afford it. But no, thank you very much. Seriously, Curry, it is much appreciated. If it's snowing in Minnesota, for those who are foreign and just waking up, when Minnesota snows, it's like 2 feet at a time. He's not exaggerating. It's truly something to behold. Mr. Senate, how are you?
A very good morning to you, Finance. I was just going to say, it would be so cool if we got some of that Jewish space laser Soros money. Imagine how nuts that would drive them. That would make me laugh so hard.
No, I have said that he's the only person I'll accept a personal donation from because he can afford it. I also want to see $30 million from your aid, but only George Soros is allowed to donate to me. I'm Jewish. I've never gotten my check. If Soros wants to donate to me personally, he can also afford to like put a bunch of money towards saving Ukrainian lives. But if Soros wants to send me that check, I've been accused of getting so many times. Welcome to send it anytime.
I want to jump in on this.
I want that money.
I want to jump in. I want in on this conspiracy. I have not been paid yet. It's just like NAFO, right? You know, I'm waiting for my brown envelope from NAFO, and I haven't received it. And I need to make a protest to, you know, whoever is in charge of NAFO. That might be our next co-host, Tim. He must be in charge. Tim, I need to be paid. Could you speak to CISA?
You're paying Bloke and being our next co-host. Tim, can you both pay Bloke and pick up for me? Because I am pretty pooped and donezo. So if you're ready to co-host, I'm ready to call it a night and say thank you very much, everyone, for listening.
Absolutely. Drop whenever you're ready. I'll get the background goblins to co-host me. In the meantime, I will say that I'm not Jewish and I have been paid. So I don't know what you guys are doing. You're obviously suckers.
Which agency paid you? You know, because I've been rolling up the rim, you know, to get CSIS to pay me, but they haven't yet.
Mossad. Just talk to Mossad. They're the ones who are in charge of all of it. Just like there's no point in talking to CSIS, MI6, Langley. Like they're just, you know, they just do what they're told. You've got to go to the boss.
Awesome. Thanks for the tip. Great to see you, Tim.
Yeah. Bloke, do you need some help so that you can get more Texas barbecue?
Sorry?
Did you need some help so that you can get more Texas barbecue?
No,
I
need sleep now. I am about to go to bed because I've had Texas barbecue and I'm just about done, you know. But I will tell you that Texas is amazing and I love it here.
I lived in Texas for a spell. It has its benefits and it has its beautiful points. Here comes Yehuda. Stay on and say
All
hi
you
to
need is the
Yehuda, Bloke.
barbecue. You know, as long as someone knows how to barbecue, it's good enough. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's all about the barbecue.
Yehuda's coming up. I think I've said too much about the about the Mossad thing. I think I'm about to get in
Didn't hear.
trouble.
By the way, Tim, I have DM'd you a message. You know, I know you British get on your bangers and mash and stuff like this. So I've DM'd you, you know, a picture of some actual sausages and actual meat on a plate. So, you know, suck it up.
Thank you, bloke. Good morning, Yehuda.
Good morning. No, I did not hear your Mossad trope.
That was just our friend in finance complaining that despite actually being Jewish, he hasn't been paid. And I was saying, you've got to go to Mossad. You know, there's no point in talking to Langley. They just do what they're told.
Soros. I got to get my Soros checks in. Anyway, I wish. What was I going to say? No, the second win here. We're rocking and rolling. Just was reading more of the communique, the joint statement from what do you call it? China and Russia. Probably the silliest communique I've ever seen. About half of the points made no sense. The water's wet type statements, but it was funny. They threw in a couple of jabs at America, demanding they eliminate their chemical weapons stockpile. So it's just weird, just a strange communique. I guess all the staffers for Xi Jinping there and Putin were like, okay, what can we say? Because we've done nothing. We need to come up with some stuff that looks like we actually talked about something. Because the conversation probably went, are you giving me weapons? I need weapons. And China's like, probably no. I'm like, okay, I hate you. Let's have the communique released and we'll have a drink from different bottles, of course, because we both don't trust each other. Very bizarre, super bizarre. Anyway, it wasn't the big, the big to do that some people, I couldn't believe it. I mean, there are a lot of talking heads on Times Radio, which is usually, it's a hit or miss. I find sometimes really good, sometimes they just have nothing, burgers. But some people, some talking heads, were saying very concerned about what China could do. China's not doing anything. China's sitting this one out. They know a loser when they see it. At least they can figure that one out. And Tim, of course, China is a lot more prone to those things called sanctions, are they not?
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to be a worry for China. Um, the idea of secondary sanctions. This is already something that the international community is making a fuss about. I'm trying to remember.
And
remember
what do we
the
mean by that, Tim? For secondary
so
sanctions to the audience, right? Like, what? Put it this way: what I should have set you up better. Um, does China have a free hand at just giving whatever it wants to Russia?
no, if it does, no, it doesn't, right? So the you have sanctions and you have secondary sanctions. So sanctions are applied directly by one country or a group of countries or an international organization to another country or group of countries. So it says, right, we're not going to sell you military or dual use equipment. We're not going to sell you hydrocarbons, and we're not going to sell you, God, I don't know, ball bearings, right? So stuff you need to fight your war, we're not going to sell it to you. Or we're not going to allow your banks to do business with your companies and your citizens and your entities. So that would be a direct sanction. That would be, say, the US, the EU, the UK, Canada, whoever, saying to Iran that our entities and our people cannot do business with you and cannot sell you certain things. A secondary sanction is where you recognize that there is an indirect that these things that you are forbidding are happening in an indirect way, or they're happening through indirect parties. So you will say either that your companies can't do business with a country that is fundamental to supplying to the sanctioned country, or you say your citizens can't do business with businesses that are involved in the supply. So say you have
Let's use an
yeah.
example. Like what? Sorry, Tim. So let's use an example. So basically, to sum it up, because that's way too smart for someone like me, Tim, and shame on you. You should know better. Um, to the sanctions for dummies, basically. For me, it means that China's not helping Russia because they like Ukraine, right? It's not because they want to see less Ukrainians die. They probably don't care. But they're worried that all of their businesses that have bigger business in the West, if they start moving things to Russia, or they use banks to do things with Russia, that they're going to get smacked. Is that a kind of the Coles? Is it the Cliff Note version? Is that a good assessment? Do you think?
Basically, yeah. I mean, the strict definition of a secondary sanction is where you're sanctioning entities that aren't subject to your immediate jurisdiction. Now, this is a kind of extraterritoriality. The US is big on this, and it annoys people. So the way the US is able to sanction so powerfully is because number one, it considers anything done in US dollars to be its problem. And number two, basically every multinational company in the world, bar very, very few, have some kind of thing going on in the US, right? So this was to use a worked
Banking.
example. Yeah, banking, exactly. So to use a worked example, when the US sanctioned Iran, the European Union really had no issue with Iran. And a number of European countries, particularly the UK, had quite a lot of business in Iran, actually, and they didn't want to lose it. But the UK also has a number of large global banks, including HSBC, Barclays, Standard Chartered, etc., that have significant operations in the US. And so the US said to these companies that were doing business in Iran and these banks that were financing and facilitating this business in Iran, they said, guys, right, you've got a choice here. Totally up to you what you do. We're not telling you where you can and can't do business, but if you either do business with Iran or you do business with the United States. You cannot do both. And of course, Iran is not a particularly important economy. I mean, a lucrative economy if you have
If you
the
like terror.
moral fiber of a yeah, exactly. If you have no moral fiber, it can be very lucrative because not many people do it. But Iran is not the United States, right? It's not a 25-30 trillion dollar economy. And you know, if you're on Uncle Sam's shit list, it matters a lot more than if you're on Iran's. Put it that way. So that's effectively a secondary sanction.
It's kind of fair, Tim. It's kind of fair, is it not? It's fair. It's like, look, you can do what you want, but if you want to play on our playground, we don't want to play with you if you're running off to the other playground. It's not, if you want to go to the dinky, dilapidated playground and play, guess what? We just don't want to do business with you. You can't come in and you don't have access to our market. You don't have access to our consumers. And as much as China and Russia make fun of the States, I always find it very funny, Tim. Your consumer market, your consumerist-driven capitalist society, blah, 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 blah. Well, guess what? That's how your economy functions, right? You don't like it, don't sell here. That's what I would say, Tim.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's fair. It's totally within the sovereign rights of a country to do this. And their markets are their markets. If they want to exclude companies from their markets because they're doing business in markets they don't like, that's up to them. It does tend to annoy third countries, though. So if you say if you apply secondary sanctions to, say, the many French supermarkets that still do business in Russia for some reason, then this is probably going to annoy the French government. Now, annoying the French government doesn't matter an enormous amount, but this is not risk-free, right? There is downside to this, and it does tend to piss people off, especially countries that don't really buy globalization.
This isn't a dumb. I'm not setting you up. I don't know the answer here. This isn't a softball. Isn't India a big problem in developing markets? Are they adversely affected or more pissed off than others because of these effects? Like, is it not going to scare huge other developing economies or leaders of those economies to say, "Ah, crap, let's just walk away from anything with Russia because it's not worth it"?
Well, this is the thing, and India is probably a bad example. So India is a very, very, excuse me, a very, very deeply protectionist country. For a country its size, it doesn't trade an enormous amount, and it's also very, very suspicious of international trade. It's kind of it's internalized this kind of essentially Marxist understanding of how imperial economics works and worked rather, and it's used this as a sort of this is very deeply ingrained in the Indian psyche. So they're very suspicious of being drawn into the machinations of global trade because they think that they'll get screwed. They are also very aggressively. They're also very kind of aggressively neutral, if that makes sense. They were a keystone of the non-aligned movement. They've always been quite
sure were.
That definitely wasn't a KGB operation, but they
and everyone knows the non-aligned movement did so many good things. Oh, sorry, I'm talking. I think our phone. I think there's a lag. Sorry, I was going to say the non-aligned movement at the UN did wonders for humanity. I did want to tell you, Tim. Sorry, that Decoding Trolls tagged you and I in a very interesting little tweet, and it says Ukraine's allies' GDP is 46 trillion, and Ukraine's enemies' GDP is 23 trillion. It pays to be Ukraine's friend. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Well, he's got his hand up now. He's here. I didn't know. I thought you couldn't get up, so that's why I was speaking on his behalf. Anyways, but what I think the point is, obviously, the developing world is far more rich than our Chinese and Russian and whatever. I don't even Decoding. Did you include India in that number? I don't think you should have. Sorry, Tim.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish the point about India. Now, the way India thinks is it's very, very suspicious of entanglements. It's very, very suspicious of being seen to take one side or another in any kind of struggle between power blocks, and any kind of international coalitioning. So I don't think this will change. I don't think you can appeal to India's fundamental morality on this. The India acts in foreign policy under the auspices of the UN Security Council, and it does things very, very by the book. And it has this kind of not exactly neutrality, but that's kind of what they're aiming for. They want to avoid entanglements. And they have part of their national mythology is that India has never fought an aggressive war. This is bollocks, of course, because India participated enthusiastically in every single war the British Empire ever fought. And also there was Operation Polo, the annexation of Hyderabad, and then Operation Vijay, the annexation of Portuguese Goa in Portuguese Goa in 1961. And of course, there was the Pakistan issue. So it's a national mythology. Of course, it's not true. But this is one of the guiding principles of the way they think on the world stage. So India is probably not a country we're going to get a huge amount out of. I could do an Indian history segment if we have a quiet moment.
Gotta go now. Thanks, Tim. No, I'm just kidding. We could do an Indian history segment later. But yeah, sorry. I guess what I was trying to say is that that there are a lot of countries that could be very, very bothered by the Americans and the West, turning on or tightening or making it much harder for other countries who want access to Western markets to deal with anyone that deals with Russia. I think that's the take-home message I'm trying to communicate here. And Tim, you're just too smart. I'm sorry.
Yes, absolutely. This is important. If this starts to smell of secondary sanctions, that is absolutely something China cannot afford, and there will be a safe, whatever China is machinating, there will be a face-saving mechanism for them to come back from whatever they're doing if there's even the slightest smell of secondary sanctions. China definitely can't afford that right now. Their economy is very, very parlous. Their political system is, well, it's crap to start with, but it's not looking very good. It's not looking particularly good either at the moment. So yes, that's a very good thing to bring up, Yehuda. I'd like to go to Decoding because he jumped up and stuck his hand up. Decoding Trolls, good morning.
Okay. I was before, but it's okay.
Oh. And I'm the co-host. Corona, please wait. Decoding, welcome.
I'll go ahead, Corona. Go. Great name.
Fine.
By
I
the
don't
way.
know the rules. Sorry.
I just wanted to correct the record. As some of you might know, I'm an aficionado of India, as much as any Westerner could be. I go there a lot. I first went there in 1993. And so what Tim said might have been valid in 1993 to some extent. But the revolutionary change, which anyone who's been to, as I have been to Bengaluru in the last few years, I've gone there a few times, the revolutionary change, Infosys, they managed to get the British Prime Minister elected. India is just not that country that Tim described there. It was maybe in 1993. Second point is India is led by an autocrat, an authoritarian, completely on the lines of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin and Xi. I don't mean that in a negative way. I just mean every aspect is about patriarchal, non-participation, non-inclusiveness, exclusiveness, willing to kill to get their way, and anti-democratic in any sense of the word democratic, which involves them not getting their apparatchiks elected. So it's important to note that.
Decoding.
Third,
tell us how you really feel about India.
So that is Modi is not India. Modi represents the BJP, and again, I followed their rise very carefully since 1993. BJP is not India. BJP takes a Disneyfied version of a particular aspect of Indian popular culture, which expresses a very, very narrow aspect of Hinduism and Hindu first ideology, and captures an entire country and projects that on the world. So it's really important to distinguish between Modi and India. On the non-alignment issue, yes, you're right. I mean, I remember meeting children in a very very posh theosophist boarding school in India in 2017, and they wanted to talk on Ukraine and all of these 16-year-old children knew all about MH17. It really affected them, really impacted them. They really had a sense of justice about Ukraine. And so the non-alignment movement is like, we can look at that now sneeringly because we kind of understand a bit about tankies. I didn't understand anything about tankies until 24th of February 2022. I didn't realize it was a whole thing. So many people in India, out of very good Buddhist sentiments, don't believe in war. I mean, Modi has lost 10,000 square kilometers of India to China, to the CCP, and that's Rajiv Gandhi's calculation, over the past 3 years. 10,000 square kilometers of it. And he's pretending it hasn't happened. And so this is his submission to saying, and most Indians, in most of our cultures, most people aren't aware of most things. And but many of us are. We're watching it, and Modi is not India. So I just wanted to inject that in. I know it's slightly off the point. And my final point is, it's precisely because India is so engaged in global trade that they took the opportunity to get cheap oil, etc., etc., etc. And then, of course, Modi fits the ideology, non-alignment or whatever, to fit this. But if you look at the numbers, in 2019, Ukraine's largest export market for agriculture was India. And this is why this disappoints me so much to see Indian policy to it. And it is not, it belongs to Modi and his autocratic allies, his greedy allies, but it does not belong to the Indian people. Because they're not consenting knowingly to this. They're being fed vast amounts of information by an disinfolklore machine as good, as brilliant as Russia's or China's or Iran's. And B, they're not being given the option to.
But it's
so I'll leave it at that
that,
out, because I know it was about a slightly different point, the whole thing, but you just provoked me, Tim, and in the nicest possible way. Out.
And in another vein, the party did receive enough seats in parliament to form a government. So there was buy-in at some point by the Indian population, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's a populist party, and it's an amazing democracy. It works and all of that. But there's a lot of dirty tricks. There's a lot of violence. People are killed. So we can't talk about it being proper democratic consent always. And he's definitely the rightly elected thing, but he doesn't represent all of India. I would say.
I hear you. Fair enough. And such is the mechanism of parliamentary democracy. Not everyone votes for that same party. Let's give the Swiss some credit. Should we give the Swiss some credit? Do you see what I did there, Tim?
Yes. With that, we will go to Corona Zero, who is Swiss and wants to talk about credit. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very
Get
much.
it, Corona?
Sorry, I just didn't understand the rules, and we Swiss are quite fickle about queuing too. But my apologies. It's an innate cultural thing. I'm sorry about that.
Can I make a comment, Corona?
Sorry.
Is it kind of like gold for Nazis? That kind of ethic? I'm just kidding. I'm just attacking you.
It's all good. It's all good.
Sorry.
It's like the Indian genocide in the US. We all have our dirt, and I understand.
Yeah, well, I'm not American.
I'm sorry
it's
about
fine.
that. I
I hear you.
misunderstood. No, but
It's
I'm
all right.
I'm part of the activists that actually hates what the banks did. So no offense taken there.
I'm just being.
No, it's all
mean.
good. It's all good. So if people are interested, I can quickly speak about Credit Suisse, what the interior
political impact of it is and how it might affect Ukrainian policy of Switzerland. Is that an interest there? Because before there was a tweet pinned about Credit Suisse. Okay, excellent. I got that. Okay, from
Absolutely.
the phone. Okay, awesome. So I'm a lawyer. I'm not specialized in banking law, but I've worked as a student in UBS, just as a lowly student. Know a lot of people who work in banks, Credit Suisse, other banks. So the general mood now is super angry, like really angry, because we had to save UBS for 50 billion in the banking crisis of 2008-9. And now the current package is like 9 billion guarantee, a very cheap, basically a cheap price of Credit Suisse to buy. UBS could buy it with a very cheap price, which also affects our pension funds. And then the 200 billion financial injection of the Swiss National Bank. And this, I think, is a turning point in Swiss political history. I've been saying for a long time, I advocate for COVID policies, climate change, and also Ukraine, that the Swiss government is completely incompetent. And people are sometimes angry at me about that. So I'm not saying it's a right-left issue. I'm saying they're all incompetent. You know, we have a coalition directorial style government, but now this has shown, I think, for a lot of people, because now it's about money, and that's what Swiss are really concerned about. They've really shown the true incompetence, and that's one thing. And the second thing is that the people who are responsible for the debacle, they're more on the center right, and they're also the ones opposing most of the policies to basically abandon this stupid notion of neutrality, which is very contradictory too, because we're giving arms to Saudi Arabia, who fights a war in Yemen, and Saudi Arabia is a horrible regime. So we were trying to change that. Neutrality always has to be reinterpreted, and so this political force will be weakened. And from middle, so there's also the Christian Democrats, which are middle, which are very pro-Ukraine, to left, which are also very pro-Ukraine, with a few nut jobs on the very left. As always, the fringes are nutty sometimes or often. So it will strengthen the center and the left, which will then maybe enable more, in the medium term, more support for Ukraine. And one thing also, what some commenters are now saying, it's like, you know, Switzerland, what's very despicable in my country too, is that, okay, the whole neutrality, it is a discussion and it has to be had. There are some legal arguments. But what Switzerland can do very easily is give an amazing a boatload of humanitarian aid. There's no problem there. And Switzerland is giving a very small amount compared to the money we have. And the argument of the right conservative was always, yeah, we don't have enough money. But now they're just bailing out Credit Suisse in a very quick, very rapid fashion of a lot of money. So that argument obviously doesn't hold true. We knew that all along. But I think it will also make the argument easier then. And I think it's just something shifted right now. I feel it in the air in Swiss politics and society. There was all these issues before, as I said, COVID policy is bad, climate policy is bad, and Ukraine's also bad, anyway, from my side. And now people are, because now people are affected, you know, their pension funds affected, they know people work, and it's just like, it's something shifted of the old Switzerland. So in the very short term, there might not be more support for Ukraine because now we have to pay that, and they're occupied at Credit Suisse. But afterwards, the forces that are pro-Ukraine will be strengthened, in a nutshell. That's my interpretation of it as a non-banking lawyer, but obviously has some knowledge and a very good knowledge of politics.
Corona, may I jump in here?
Sure.
For our audience who doesn't know, besides silly clocks and chocolate, what can the Swiss give Ukraine that they really want? What's missing here? Or maybe explain to the audience these strange third-party agreements where something made in Switzerland. Go ahead, sorry.
So Switzerland actually has quite a big arms industry, and we produce. And now, correct me, I'm not that well on the military side, but we produce the shells for the Leopards. Is it correct? You're much more military experts here on the stage, which Germany has, but they need a license to re-export. So Switzerland blocks that on neutrality grounds and other military equipment. And the other thing, what's the most despicable of all, we had some old air defense systems that were actually supplied by Britain a long time ago, and the Swiss army just destroyed them, and there would have been no re-export problem because they're originally British. Again, I'm not specialized in these kind of arms law. It's a very specialized field, but there's definitely, you know, there's one thing that there are certain discussions about neutrality. We do have a neutrality, and that's not, we can now say, you know, we're just going to give everything to Ukraine. That I agree, as I did some international law, but within within the possibility we have, we can give an amazing amount of money for humanitarian aid, and there's much more possible also with arms. I mean, you can do nothing, or you can do a lot within what is possible, and they're doing nearly nothing. So that's, people on my side, the pro-Ukrainian side, are very angry, obviously, and just especially considering we're exporting arms to bloody Saudi Arabia. I mean, come on. So this makes the whole thing very absurd. If you were not exporting arms at all, well, yeah, then it would be consistent, but it's not. I mean, you know, the war in Yemen, which is horrible, and we can control what Saudi Arabia. They're saying, yeah, they're using it for internal purposes, whatever, policing or something. But how can we control that? I mean, it's absurd, patently absurd.
So, Corona Zero, coming back to Credit Suisse and Credit Suisse, you mentioned that there was to be another government bailout. I thought, I've not been following this very closely. I thought UBS were buying them, or is that combined with a government support package from the Swiss government?
I might have muted his mic because of feedback, so you might need to unmute yourself, Corona.
Okay, so can you hear me again? Is there?
Yeah, you can.
Sorry, I had the problem with my headset, and now I'm just on my phone. I'm sorry, I need to get a new headset. My headset just broke. So UBS was bailed out in 2009 for 50 billion. So that made people angry. And now Credit Suisse has also been bailed out. I mean, they were bought, but UBS didn't want to buy them just because they're like, am I allowed to swear on a stage, or is that not allowed? Because
no. Prefer not.
Sorry, you prefer no. So they are a pile of, you know, you can think. I mean, the thing was a toxic waste.
Rubbish.
A pile of rubbish, a toxic. I mean, they're financial toxic waste. Put it classically like this, and so UBS had to be incentivized to buy Credit Suisse. So the deal was simple. UBS, they enforced the deal through law, through emergency laws, where they said the stock price is this. So which meant de facto they used kind of like eminent domain on the stockholders. Because they enforce the price. So that's number one. Number two is they then gave a guarantee to UBS that if there's any kind of liabilities, the Swiss state will guarantee 9 billion Swiss francs, which is about $10 billion or so. So a state guarantee for the newly formed mega bank. And the big thing is the Swiss National Bank. And this is, I mean, it's massive. A 200 billion injection, a financial injection into the new company. And you know, Switzerland is a country of 8 million people. So our national bank is providing 1/5 of a trillion Swiss francs. I mean, this is massive. This is, somebody comment.
Is that sorry, can we just clarify a couple of things here? It's important to understand that a guarantee is a contingent liability.
Of course.
It's not a cash liability, so it may never be needed.
Of course.
Also, when it comes to the 200 billion injection, is that actual cash, or is that like a repo line or a swap line or a line of credit?
So I'm not. It's what the way it was explained to me by an economist. Again, I'm not a specialized in banking laws. Basically, the Swiss National Bank, which can just create money, Swiss francs. It puts this money on a zero account of the newly formed account. That's how it works technically. So it is money that's put there, but maybe they don't need it. And I don't know what exactly the conditions are in repayment. With the UBS, no, there will be a repayment. But still, there is the possibility, and even the possibility of it angers a lot of the people in my country very, very much. And then go on.
So for the people who don't know what the heck you two are talking about, which is mostly everybody, it sounds like these commitments are, if they're not, as Tim was definitely explaining, it might not be an injection of cash, but a promise that if you need it, it's there. And this is all done to boost consumer confidence and general support for these institutions. Is that about right?
No, may I correct? No. As far as I was told by an economist in Switzerland, The 200 billion is an injection of cash by the Swiss National Bank. Of course, the stipulation is that the bank hopefully doesn't use it, but it is actually cash by the Swiss National Bank. It is a financial injection. The 9 billion, that's just a state guarantee. So hopefully they will not use it, but it has, I do have some expertise in competition law, antitrust law. It has antitrust implications. And what did happen is that the stockholders and the bondholders, some of the bondholders were, their property rights were basically, I don't know what the term of art in English is. In America, you call it eminent domain. So because the stock price was just halved by government decree and said, okay, this is now the price. So that happened. So people lost money, and pension funds lost money. You could say it's a bunch of rich people, but pension funds lost money. So it is a massive intervention, and they used emergency powers. It's not in the Constitution, and we actually had a too big to fail law, and that was not even used. And it's also the regulator failed, the Swiss federal government failed, and the Swiss National Bank failed, because they all have like some sort of regulatory or oversight role. So I think the thing is, it's not too much, because not all the Swiss understand the technicalities either. So it's not about that, but it's a massive bailout with people, pension funds losing money. Some kind of weird super bank is being created. There's no more competition on that level. It has a state guarantee. It's half a state bank for some people. And it just shows the utter incompetence of our ruling class, and it makes people angry.
Sure. I mean, I understand the political optics, but I think we do have to
Sure.
we do have to stay grounded in reality here. The example I'll use is the British bailout of 2008, 2009, because it's basically the same thing as what's happening here. Now, the British government put in place guarantees worth around. Sorry, I'm just going to mute your mic because you're really noisy. They put in place guarantees worth around £800 billion. That's a lot of guarantees, a lot of contingent liability. They also ended up offering similar guarantees to the southern counties of Ireland. Again, largely contingent liabilities to keep people's confidence up. What the package actually ended up costing the taxpayers in cash was somewhere around the £40 billion mark. So the effective nationalisation of RBS meant that they lost about 40 billion on the share price because RBS was way overinflated. So I do appreciate, but as you say, the figure people have in their head was that, oh, we spent 800 billion pounds bailing out the banks. That's not true. And even if you're structuring, what you said was a gyro account at the Swiss National Bank, as you say, the Swiss National Bank can print Swiss francs. It can put them on a balance sheet somewhere and say, here's a facility for Credit Suisse if they need it. That's not a sunk cost, right? That's just a facility. It's a line of credit. It's moon money, right?
Yeah,
Tim, this is complicated. To me, how did the Swiss get this economy just from those funny clocks and Toblerones?
No,
it's incredible.
So that's actually that's one of the reasons why I don't particularly like the banking sector, because our wealth, the banks are important. I would not deny that, but this is we have a lot of our strength because we were neutral, and we were blessed with not having any natural resources, which is a huge blessing. Natural resources are a curse mostly. So we had to invest in education, and so there are a lot of like big and multinationals, a lot of industry, like ABB is a Swiss company, Nestle an evil company, but still it's a big Swiss company. There's a lot of like turbines, Sulzer, Service before that was bought up. So we had a lot of industry, a lot of suburban trains, Stadler Rail. Google has the biggest research center outside of the US because we really invest a huge amount in education, in high tech, and that's what I want. I personally, as a Swiss, I don't want these banks and Credit Suisse that in every sort of criminal stuff, again, I'm not swearing, in any criminal stuff in the past 10 years, when something happened, it was either HSBC thank you, British or Credit Suisse that was involved, it seems. And so this is bad. This is bad for our country. I want industry. I want real stuff. And we have that. And we have a high tradition of that. We do cable cars. So we have, there's the small planes that may be also very important in some wars, the Pilatus planes, a lot of car supply stuff, a lot of high tech, great startups. I used to have a small startup. It failed. Great scene. I want that. This bank thing, these banks, they're just corrupting the country. We need them, of course, but not in that way. And we don't need kind of state subsidized banks. I mean, this needs to stop. So, and I think a lot of people feel like that. We have to strengthen our industry, which is already very good. That's how it became rich. Industry, engineering.
Thank you very much, Corona Zero. As much as I would love to talk to you all day about the Swiss economy, which is a very interesting thing, and it's not just cuckoo clocks and Toblerones. Well, I mean, 60% cuckoo clocks and Toblerones, but the rest is important as well. I'm joking. We are a Ukraine-focused space, so I would like to circle back. Thank you for coming up, Corona Zero. Very interesting little segment there. Let's go to decoding trolls. Decoding trolls.
I'd love to hear from Corona how about redefining neutrality, because this is something I've been thinking about a lot, and I'm trying to do it in my own small way, which is to reframe Russia versus Ukraine as Russia versus the international rules-based order that we established after the Second World War. And President Zelensky often, that's what he's doing when he talks about us saving Europe. It's a really deep argument, and it avoids this neutrality thing, because Switzerland can't be neutral on it. It signed the UN Charter. It committed to defending its own territory, and it committed to the principle of other countries being able to defend other countries' territories at their invitation. And so, and part of me comes from Ireland, and I'm really sorry Ireland is neutral, although, as the former Prime Minister mentioned a lot, we're politically neutral. No, we're militarily neutral, but we're not politically neutral. But if I look at how difficult it will be to explain what I've just explained in a few sentences to the normal people who are, because all post-colonial societies get neutrality foisted upon them, and that happened. The British insisted on it, and then the Irish people have taken it on as themselves. So it is a form of mental colonialism, which has passed its time. And when I look at the prospect of trying to change this consciousness, I'm looking at the Matterhorn on top of some other big Swiss mountain, and maybe the Matterhorn isn't even Swiss, but it is on Toblerone, or it was. So how are you doing in Switzerland as well? And the trauma of this collapse, this economic collapse, can go both ways. Britain Brexited because a populist party exploited the pain which it caused to Joe and Jane soap on the street, and now they've ended up in an even worse catastrophe. Ireland, after its catastrophe, I think it did quite well in terms of institutional changes and things like that. But it can go both ways as well, unfortunately, because I remember the joy of 2008, thinking, great, these banks are getting bailouts from all these people who've been saying the state has no role in anything. And in certain countries, it went different ways, as it has in Silicon Valley. I don't expect any of these bros to now go, oh, great, we love government now because they bailed us out. And the moment we thought we were going to lose our cash, we cried to them. So I would also counsel caution about thinking this trauma will definitely lead to positive change. But yeah, I'd be really interested to hear about how you redefine neutrality and what thoughts you have on that as a lawyer as well. I'm a lawyer, and what successes have you had on that, Corona? If I'm not.
And just to be clear, Switzerland, I don't think is a post-colonial society. If I got my European history right, do I?
Neither's Ireland, for that matter.
That's true. We're still part
shots
occupied.
fired.
Well, I
Shots
see Switzerland
fired.
in terms of its cantons, so it's actually an imperial society. But anyway, let's not get lost in the woods.
Okay, okay, good. May I speak? Because I was asked a question. I don't want to monopolize the stage, but I was directly asked a question. Is it okay, co-hosts? I don't see a negative, so I'll speak.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes, of course.
Awesome.
Please do.
And I'm
Please
sorry
do.
for the noise. I'm getting a new headset tonight or tomorrow. Now I'm on my crappy phone.
He's on a mountaintop with a
Not quite.
Toblerone and it's windy.
I'm actually in Asia right now. Quickly. So long story short, so the neutrality, the coding troll said something very smart. Switzerland's not post-colonial, but it was foisted upon us. Why is Switzerland neutral? Well, the Vienna Congress of 1815, because Napoleon was defeated. Switzerland was a cornerstone of Napoleon's empire, and Switzerland's strategically important in the center of Western Europe. So the powers that be at the time, Metternich and the others, decided first people wanted to have a piece of the action, but then they decided that, well, Switzerland is neutral, and Switzerland was not neutral before. I mean, we had mercenaries. Well, we had them to all sides, but still. And then it became part of it. We made it our own, and it became part of our mythology, of our national founding myth of the modern nation state. But it's always been reinterpreted. All these things are not fixed. Now, as for the neutrality law, I'm not specialized there, but in a strict sense, Switzerland can completely support a side if the UN Security Council decrees that there was an attack on a country. As we well know, Russia is in the Security Council, so it blocks it. So that's a problem. But now there was this resolution of the UN, and what the redefinition that's happening is that if there is a resolution of the UN condemning, I don't know what the exact conditions are, condemning, basically saying there was an attack, that the non-aggression principle was violated, and in English, sorry, I forgot, what's the term of art, that a country can't be attacked, and which happened in the UN Security Council, and there's like a 2/3 majority, then Switzerland could help. Maybe not to the exact same amount as if the Security Council sanctioned it, but I think that's a very smart idea, and that actually came from center forces. And then there is also within. I mean, there is this thing. Of course, we have laws and stuff, but laws can be changed. I mean, there is just this glaring inconsistency that we can give arms to Qatar, we can give arms to Saudi Arabia, who are not paragons of human rights. And Yemen, I mean, the war in Yemen is, I mean, we should all speak about the war in Yemen. It's atrocious what's happening there. So there is a glaring inconsistency there without being specialized, and that needs to be redefined. And of course, as we said, it is quite clear that this. I mean, it's very, very clear that this is an unprovoked war, an attack of Russia, and so why do we need this formalism of the Security Council? I mean, I agree that maybe Switzerland, if the situation is unclear, should not be the first country like Britain did. One of the maybe few good things that Boris Johnson did, that Britain did that. So I'm not sure if that would be Switzerland's role. If a conflict first is unclear or before it even happens, but once the dust has settled a bit, which is very quickly in Ukraine, and there is a UN General Assembly resolution which is supported by 2/3 of the states that are part of the General Assembly. That's a very good principle. I mean, I'm a lawyer specialized in nonprofit organizations, and when we have nonprofits associations, the supermajority usually is 2/3. That means, yeah, that's sometimes 3/4. But that's the
Corona
principle.
Yeah, Corona. So if I was to promise you, because 1815, I think that's like, I don't know, I'm not good with math. That's like over 100 years ago. If 1815 is bothering the Swiss in terms of the national psyche to help Ukrainians not die, if I promise you that France won't invade you, would you think the Swiss would then maybe take a stand? Because this whole neutrality thing, it just sounds to me like the money is good, so it's a good tack to take. But what would spur this? I'm not trying to attack you because you're Swiss. I don't really care. I'm just having a bit of a laugh with your funny clocks and chocolate. But on a serious note, is there anything that, I mean, mass graves and Bucha and Irpin,
Would that spur cause a commotion in Swiss society where people say, "Who cares about our this national ideology?" It's been over 200 years since that 1815 date. I got a calculator out. Joking. But is there anything that would change Swiss national? Yeah, I know. I'm just playing around. I can count. What would stop? What would change?
Okay, may I quickly clarify a few things, and then I have one polite demand. So number one, I think the support in Swiss society, as far as I can tell, is overwhelming for Ukraine. So the problem is not the Swiss society. I mean, people see these horrific images, and we do have a humanitarian tradition of the Red Cross. There is that part of the society, and it's overwhelming. It's the majority, but the problem is the government that is dragging their feet. So people are very moved. There is massive demonstrations in support of Ukraine. We took a lot of refugees, as we always have had. We always take, in the Austrians, the Germans, the Swiss, we always take a large part of refugees. So there is a massive support there in society, but there are these forces. And the thing is, as the coding troll said, it's not the 1815 thing. It happened and then it stopped. And there was, I think, to be more precise, the neutrality did help in World War I and World War II. Yes, there was the Nazi goal, but it wasn't only the Nazi goal. It's a complex thing. It's not that Switzerland was quite strictly in some ways, in other ways not, but in some ways was neutral, and that had some deterring effect. And I think that's what's in the memories of people of my grandfather's generation, who is now deceased. So it's more complicated because it's something that evolved. It was foisted upon us, but then we made it our own. It's like, I don't know, why is there corporal punishment in Singapore? Is it an Asian thing? No, it's a British thing that the British did, the colonial British people did, but now the Singaporeans think it's a Singaporean as Nazi Lemak, which it's not. So stuff gets foisted upon, and then you make it our own. So I think the support is massive, and there's a massive fight going on. But as always, there are power structures, and these are sometimes a bit slow to react. And I think the Credit Suisse thing will help our side, because the power structure that still cling to this old school kind of neutrality are now weakened through the Credit Suisse thing, in my interpretation. Of course, it's all developing. And one polite demand that I have a level playing field. Where are you from? So I might make a slight snide remark to level the playing field. May I ask? You don't have to answer, but if I may.
Who, me?
Yes, you're not American.
I'm not American. I'm a Canadian.
Okay, Canadian. Okay, well, I'm not going to go there then in the mass graves. Okay, good.
Mass graves, huh?
Natives.
Well, okay.
Hey guys, it's me. I'm here this morning, and you know what? I love economic stuff, but it's just too early for me. It really is. My brain is absolutely fried. I cannot keep up with what you're on about. I'm so sorry. Is there any chance that we could speak to Radu, who is here, who has been transporting, I believe, a mobile hospital to Ukraine? And I would really like to talk to him because, well, I'm co-host and I'm like that.
Hello, good morning. It's 8:32 in the morning in Romania, and I haven't slept since yesterday because I had to edit the video that is in Nest, an update on the hospital for 6 hours because I'm not a professional and I don't know how to edit the damn videos together. And well, you can all see what's there. I'm not transporting. Everything it's done in Ukraine. It's funded by Romanians, about 90%. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. And yeah, I just wanted to know how the project was going on. Is it actually finished? Have you done what you need to do?
If you will watch the video, you will see that the extraction vehicle is only about 25% ready. They just made the frame on it, and they have to armor it because, and that's a double armor, Svebor armor 608 millimeters that will resist armor piercing bullets. Because that's the extraction vehicle that will go to the front lines and will take the wounded soldiers or civilians, because it's not only for the soldiers. Of course, there are wounded civilians on the front lines, and it will take them to the bus. That's the main unit that everybody saw on the other post that on Twitter. It's already on the news in Ukraine and in Romania and in some parts of Europe. And that is the how to call it? That's a emergency room. Where you can simultaneously do about four operations, four surgical operations on different levels of oh my fucking god! I just broke Coca-Cola. Sorry. Different levels of problems, diagnosis. You know, you have to cut limbs and stuff like that. That ER room, it's has already all the stuff that is needed to operate right now, but unfortunately we don't have the other vehicles already, meaning the extraction vehicle and the logistic vehicle, which is composed by what is needed. I'm not a medic, so I'm not in the medics. What is needed to sanitize the tools that are used in the surgery, and 4 beds for the medics to get a rest, because this hospital will work on the front lines 24 hours, 7 days a week, exactly like MriyaReport. And it will be operated by Polish and Ukrainian medics, volunteers. So this is basically awesome. Thank you, Poland, and thank you, Ukrainian doctors that are doing this. And it's financed by Romanians through my Facebook page. I already spent 100,000 euros on it. Yesterday I made the last payment needed. So this will be ready in about 2 or 3 weeks, and after that you need all the paperwork with the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Defense, so it can be homologated. I don't know how you call it in English. Registered, and everything will be checked that all the medical stuff is going properly, it's working properly, so it can save lives. The doctors that saw it, they say it can save about 60 lives a day, 60 people a day in normal injuries, or 30 severe soldiers or patients a day. So just if we make the calculus in 100 days, that would be a lot, and that's only in 3 months. I hope that the Russians won't bomb it. It will be called Oleg Gubal Mobile Hospital, after the name of a friend of mine with which I've been for almost 3 months on the Eastern Front, and he died on November. And I wanted to invest in this project because I want his kids to have something, not only one of the many heroes of Ukraine, but to have something special, because his little boy, he doesn't understand that his father has died, and he was writing to Santa Claus in November to bring his father back alive. So yeah, that's something that none of us would want to feel or to understand first-handedly. So yeah, this is about it, about the hospital. And my last project is getting ambulances into Ukraine. I bought 7 already, and I have money for 1 more, and probably there will be 8 ambulances that will go. I already spoke. Yehuda already knows from yesterday that I've spoke about it. Those ambulances will go to the front lines and to the civilian hospitals, some civilian hospitals, and some will go to the front lines. And my next mission will be for about 2 or 3 months, extracting civilians that cannot move, cannot walk, elderly, from Bakhmut, Chasiv Yar, south of Crimea, stuff like that. If there are any questions, I am here for you.
Thank you so much, Radu. Sorry, I didn't mean to drag a whole speech out of you. But I
No,
really
don't worry. Don't worry.
I just really wanted to find out where you were up to with everything, and I think it's amazing work that you're doing. Absolutely incredible. To even come up with the idea of making this armored medical bus, and it does look very impressive. You've thought of virtually everything that I could possibly think of. I just
No,
think
that's not me. That's not me. That's a medic. That's quite
the
a hero.
team.
Ukrainian medic from Ukraine, of course, that saved about he and another team of doctors. He saved in the first month of the war. He saved about 550 people from Chernihiv when Chernihiv was surrounded, with their own cars. So they are already stars in Ukraine, and they had this idea, and they wanted. But when I found about this project, it was after I met Podolyak, Zelensky's advisor, and the soldier took me to that place. But when I saw it for the first time, it was just a bus, a Solaris bus from Poland that was donated to them, an old Solaris, and a small ambulance. And they said they will need about 30,000 euros to finish it. And after that, they needed more and more and more and more and more, because the project got way more complex and more complex and more complex. And now it's a unique project in Ukraine, probably in the world. We have even a boat. You can see it in the video. We have a boat, so we can move the wounded over the over the water if is needed. So that's the idea is from a medic called Angel, for obvious reasons. That's his call sign.
Oh, I love that. I love that, and thank you so much. I believe
No
Prince
problem.
has a question for you, so I'll go to Prince.
Well, he actually answered it in what he was saying, but I did want to take the opportunity to at least say hello to Raju. I've been following this project for a little while,
Hello, Prince.
and I absolutely love what you're doing. And you had when you started talking, you didn't mention the boat, but I saw that you added the boat in this video that you released today, and that just it's
Yeah.
like you have thought everything has been thought of. I know it's not all you, but you know, everything has been thought about. I've seen videos of transporting wounded soldiers like on a plank of wood across a small river. So now that they, you know, they'll have even a boat that they can do that with, which is just going to be wonderful. Absolutely everything is covered, and it's so good to see. I appreciate what you do, Radu. Thank you.
It's not a problem. I would like to thank to all the Romanians that donated on my Facebook page. I don't have an NGO, so they trusted me as a person to then donate to my personal account. Of course, I have reports for on what I'm spending. The idea is that there is a story in the back of this project. So Angel started this project, but he didn't have money to finish it. A few days after I saw it, Oleg Gubal died. He was on the in a car that I donated to the army. He went on the road with a driver. They step on a mine, and he died on the road to Veliki Burluk hospital. So the idea is that a lot of people could have been saved if something like this would have been available at the right time, at the right moment. So the idea is that this is the first project. I hope it will get some Ukrainian attention, some international attention. I don't know. It's not about my PR. I'm just a guy. I'm just a regular guy. It's nothing special about me. I'm just a political consultant in a small country in Eastern Europe. But this PR, this exposure might set an example for others to do the same, because one of these complexes can cover about 50 to 75 kilometers of front line. So imagine if we would have 10, 20 of these, the ratio of wounded that would survive, severely wounded that would survive, it would increase, and that means a lot of saved lives. That's why I'm basing all my donations on, you know, now I'm buying ambulances. I'm doing this for a while. I'm investing in this project. I donated and drove a fire truck to Bakhmut in January myself, under artillery fire, and it was really, I don't know, fun and hell in the same time. And I'm basically, all I'm trying to do is not to buy stuff that kills people, even though I know that that's important too, but trying to buy non-lethal stuff that helps saving lives, because that's important too, again.
Oh my goodness, so sorry. I couldn't get back to my couldn't get back to my unmute button. I was trying then, and I was like 3 pages away, and I was like, oh no. Thank you so much, Radu. I really appreciate everything that your team's doing. You're obviously making a difference. Something like that is going to make a massive difference.
I hope so. Thank you. If anybody wants to see what's about, you can see it. It's in the nest. It's right in the left side. I just posted, and Prince was kind enough to put it on the nest, and you can see there. And down on my Twitter feed, you can see all the projects and everything that I've done so far. I've gathered around 500,000 euros myself from Romanian donors, and I hope around the world is happening the same, because Ukraine needs all the help. I see.
I couldn't agree more. We have War Doggo up. So I will let War Doggo have a little word with you. Good morning, War Doggo.
Morning, dears. First of all, apologize for the voice. These days I'm having troubles a little bit. Rado, thanks a lot for your efforts and for efforts of many people behind you who are doing the best they can in the environment of trust. Medical evacuation is really important part of saving lives, because like every military medic will always say that there is the golden hour since the injury happened, and that validates on the battlefield, not only for military, as you rightly mentioned, but also for civilians. Don't ask why civilians are still on the front lines. Those who ask why people are there probably once have to come and try to convince the person who lived all his life in his own house and in his own land to move somewhere. Sometimes they just simply decide to stay over there, and unfortunately that also creates a trouble for those who are doing the medical evacuation. There are a lot of medical evacuation groups in Ukraine, obviously being part of the military, part of the and inviting volunteers, medics for important job to be done on saving lives, because saving lives helps Ukraine to fight for freedom. And we know that freedom is not only a word, but many countries have been passing that way, fighting for freedom and serving their lives for freedom. The project that you do and people behind you who are helping with that are doing a great thing, just simply because, as you rightly mentioned, there are not many armored medical evacuation vehicles like that, and those that are also dedicated for medical surgeries. They are not, majority of them, they're not armored, let's call like that. So it's great combination of what you need and still being protected. And you rightly mentioned one thing about the environment of trust. Every person who gets in that horizontal connections, understanding what people in Ukraine need, and being trusted among the community of horizontally connected people. And the war is there for a long time. There are many people knowing each other, and there are many people in our different countries. You are in, as you said, small country of Eastern Europe. Some is in Romania, some in Czechia, some in Poland, some in Slovakia, and many other countries, from Baltics to Morocco, from east to the west, from north to the south. Many people connect to each other, and in the same environment of trust that you mentioned, deliver help and make the difference. That's important, and that's for me pretty, how to call it, sensing an important thing, because this war
I can't hear you anymore. Is it only me or?
Oh, War Dog
as you said.
sometimes
Apologize,
have,
I'm
yeah,
having troubles with connection, right?
that one.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that's because connection in Ukraine sometimes, especially when you're moving, is not great. It's
Yeah.
not great. Apologize for that. So
Not a
apologize
problem.
for that. Yeah.
Not a problem.
Wish you only the best. I wish that that project is not alone, because this is the, how to call it, this is the precedent. This is the precedent of how to call it, taking care and making the difference. And many people horizontally connected can help on the way.
Yeah.
Thanks and take care.
I thank you for your kind words, and you take care too. If you're in Ukraine right now, that from what I understand, please take care and be safe, and hope maybe we will meet each other, because in the next weeks I will go to Ukraine too, again, for I don't know, fifth time, sixth time already.
I appreciate so much of what you do, Red. I know you've taken the fire truck, right? Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fire truck. I drove it right in the middle of Bakhmut in January. I was 500 meters away from Wagner. Yeah.
You're putting yourself in dangerous situations for the benefit of others, and that is something that is, not something everybody will do. And I loved how you worded it, and you said that you're getting you understand that this is a war, and that there people are going to get hurt and stuff, but you want to give the stuff that helps when that kind of thing happens. And we know that this is one of the harder areas that has been for Ukraine to deal with, because they can't easily helicopter injured soldiers out of the areas. So the next best thing is an armored mobile way to get them out, and it's just fabulous. And you said you were getting 5 more ambulances here in the coming weeks. Is that right? You said.
I already bought 5, but in total there will be 7, and maybe if the donations are keep going, I will get 8, 9, something like that. Hopefully, as many as I can, because yeah, it's only me and 60,000 people that are following me on Facebook, that they are donating. So they might sound a lot of people, but not in reality. They're not that much. If you think about it, Romania has a population of 19 million people. So yeah, if each and every one of us would understand the importance of this war, and I'm not talking about the people that are listening here, because of course it's evidently that everybody here understands it, but if each and everybody would understand the importance of this war, even at the basic level of the Charter of Human Rights, the right to live, the right to have a life, and even starting from that, and we can go from a moral perspective to religious perspective to whatever perspective. We have to be on Ukrainian side, and each and every one of us should help them win this war, which is unjust, illegal, unprovoked, and immoral, and that it's basically stepping off all the international law and all the rules that are making our society safe. So basically, it's about all of us. I wish everybody would understand this, and because it's about all of us. It's not only about Ukrainians. It's not only about Romanians or Poland or Polish or the Hungarians or Baltics or Moldavia that it's neighboring the Ukraine. No, it's about all of us, because like this project is a precedent for maybe other projects that will copy this one. If we allow Russia to again cross over the red line of international laws and international treaties, then what do we have left? We have anarchy. You know, we don't have an international system that really works, and then another authoritarian power would say, I can do that too. I can use my force against a neighboring country. Why not? Because if Russia could do it, why not I could do it? And from there on, you can go to the lowest level and to the individual guy or individual people, and bullies would say, why not use force? Because if the states are not obliged to accept the rules and the laws, why would individuals would? So it's about all of us on so many levels.
You're so right. Tim or Mockers, are you guys back? Okay.
I am back. Apparently, Tim ran away. Tim ran away. Bye, Tim.
Yeah, I think you might have missed a message. Yeah, but Radu, you have put that so perfectly, and I think War Doggo probably has a response. Sorry, Mockers, for sort of taking over, but
Oh, you're all right.
yeah,
You carry on. I'll go back to bed.
let's let War Doggo talk. Go ahead, War Doggo.
But there is not much to add to it, to the right words that Rado rightly mentioned, that what's happening just simply don't fit the 21st century. There were the ages where rule of force was the law, but there was a certain many reasons why it is not like that in a modern society, and that's something that makes societies modern and like certain rules that everybody would like to live. Those rules are bring safety, bring comfort, and bring understanding that you are protected. That's unfortunately something that Russia is trying to challenge, because they want to fish in the dirty water, and that's dirty water unfortunately cost many lives, people in Ukraine, and they challenge something that with their behavior that is 21st century, not in any manner. You rightly mentioned that there are many people, subscribers, who help and support who step in when there was a need. Even here in our space, where Mockers team, Yehuda, Finance, Domen, and many other good people who 24/7 help this space run absolutely voluntarily 24/7. Speaking about Ukraine, by the way, if you are listening that space and you still did not retweet the space, please do so. Let others know that there is such kind of discussions ongoing. But even apart just speaking about Ukraine, many people here who were co-hosting before, for instance, Ryan, uh, other people, they are making the difference, coming to Ukraine on the ground and supporting. For instance, when we did a project recently to equip one unit with radio communication devices encrypted, many people, listeners, also stepped in and helped a lot. We did that project, and that project already, those radios are already going in Ukraine, being delivered to people on duty who are requiring that. We will also report, and that's absolutely different project, different scale, but this is an example of many people also here among us listening, always around like 500 people 24/7 speaking about Ukraine, being able to step in when there is a need, and thank all people for that, because like helping each other makes how to call it, in the hour of need, makes human be human, and that's totally different about Russians. Thanks. Hagen love from Ukraine.
Hugs and love, lovely War Doggo. While you guys are here, would you like me to give you the numbers that have come out overnight? Would you like to hear them, War Doggo? Okay, the hearts tell me yes, so I will indeed read out today's numbers. I thought for a moment they were the same as yesterday, only because the top figure is actually 920. I think it was 900 and something yesterday, that's all, so I got confused. So yeah, 920 liquidated personnel. I mean, that's more than a battalion group, I believe, and Tim will tell me for sure in a moment. 5 tanks, 8 armoured personnel vehicles, not as many as yesterday, but still a substantial number of stuff to be losing. We have 3 artillery systems and 2 MLRS and 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. Obviously, these are your big ticket items, I think. This is the stuff that does a lot of the damage, and the more of that disappears off the battlefield, the better, as far as I'm concerned. There was a drone strike last night, and there was actually more than I thought. 16 drones were taken out yesterday, and we are aware that there were cruise missiles shot towards Odessa, and 2 of those were taken out. There is 6 vehicles and fuel tanks noted, but and this, it's getting to be a daily occurrence. This, we have 4, yes, that's right, 4 special equipment. So it could be radars, it could be any sort of specialized equipment, sort of bridging and EW stuff, anything like that might fall under that category. And every time I see something in special equipment, I think that's something that they can't just easily replace. So yeah, that cheers me up a great deal.
Thank you very much, Mockers. To answer your question, yes, 900 men is almost 2 battalion tactical groups, in fact. So a BTG is between 400 and 600 men. So let's say it's 2.
Well, it's extremely forgetful to just lose them somewhere, isn't it? Shocking on a daily basis as well. I also have the Defence Intelligence Update, and I've got to say, whoever did it this morning didn't have their coffee either, because it's like 3 lines virtually. I mean, come on, British intelligence, put some effort in the morning. Would you like it?
Yes, please. Let's do that.
Okay, so here we go, the latest intelligence update from the British MOD for the 22nd of March. And like I say, they're a bit shady this morning with their short announcement, but here we go. Over recent days, Ukrainian forces initiated a local counterattack to the west of the Donetsk Oblast town of Bakhmut, which is likely to relieve pressure on the threatened H-32 supply route. Fighting continues around the town centre, and Ukrainian defence remains at risk from envelopment from both the north and the south. However, there is a realistic possibility that the Russian assault on the town is losing the limited momentum it had initially obtained, partially because some Russian MOD units have been relocated to other sectors. So, the UK MOD, they're having the same faith that they've had in the Russian armed forces and Wagner from the start, really, there, you know, and also noting that some of the armed forces themselves have been moved out of Bakhmut to try and storm other areas, which I think they're having some very limited success. When I say very limited success, I think they've taken a village here and there, and the rest of the places they've got themselves absolutely schwacked. That's my word for instead of a swear. So yeah, they got themselves absolutely wrecked at Avdiivka. There were talks of them fighting in Avdiivka itself yesterday, but today it would appear that was pushed back again. So yeah, it's more of the same on that. And I would say that the British MOD, even though it's rather short and sweet, their intelligence update today pretty much sums up how they generally feel that, you know, they've been smashing their heads against Bakhmut, and the Ukrainians have been making absolutely sure that it's really eliminate what's that word? Expensive. That it's really expensive for them. And well, even though they're seen in the town centre, they're not really taking over the place. They're finding themselves up against some very strong resistance. So I would suggest that more of the same, and the British MOD do not now think that they're going to be able to take Bakhmut in any significant way or even surround it. So yeah, I think we're all starting to feel that, aren't we? We keep seeing them trying to surround Bakhmut and getting themselves in trouble. And as far as I can tell, it's going to continue to be like that. You know, if they want to continue to go into Bakhmut, if it's become such a political hot potato for them now. And you know what? I almost think that President Zelensky has also made a point of making it political, because that way it's much more important to the Russians to take this place. And it's just one big meat grinder for them. So the thing is, would you rather fight at Bakhmut or the next village or the next village? You know, everywhere the Russians go, they absolutely can destroy stuff. So holding them in one place is actually saving other areas from being completely razed to the ground. And so I think it is actually, it's an important thing to be doing, to be making this place the focus, because it means that the Russians will focus on it as well. Oh, this is important to you. Well, we're going to take it. Well, you know, all the people they've poured into there, and it's. I called it yesterday the Bermuda Triangle for Russian stuff, but also Russian, also Russian fighters. It would appear. Let's just say that they're going to spend an awful lot of time clearing up afterwards.
And this is the fun. Sorry, Mockers.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fun thing about Bakhmut, right? Is that it matters a lot more for the Russians than it does for the Ukrainians. I think that's a fairly that's a fairly uncontroversial thing to say. The Ukrainians hold it, to my mind, for two reasons. First and foremost, that the line has to be somewhere, right? So the Ukrainians, they have population centers further to the west that they need to protect. So looking at Kramatorsk, looking at even Kharkiv. So they know that Russia will do genocidal things if their troops end up in those areas. So they have a population to protect. They have to draw the line somewhere. That line might as well be Bakhmut. There's a secondary consideration here that it seems very important to the Russians on a political level that they take Bakhmut. Therefore, the more Ukraine can do to frustrate that, the better, right? It's a worthwhile political exercise for the Ukrainians to screw up Russia's political plans in Bakhmut, even if it doesn't hold any particular military value to the Ukrainian side. On the Russian side, it's extremely important that they take it because it's something they've invested a lot politically in. It would be, I think, the only significant city, what's left of it at least, they've taken. In the escalation, they've taken Mariupol, they've taken Melitopol, they took Kherson. They haven't scored a significant city since then. So there's a lot of political significance to it, and they've made a lot of noise about this. Their propaganda is going 90 miles an hour about this, and so to step back from it now, I think would involve, would be very difficult for the Russians to save face. So it matters far more to Russia than it does to Ukraine. Ukraine hold it because they might as well. They have to draw the line somewhere, and also, if they're holding them at Bakhmut, it means they're not taking more Ukrainian population centers and they're not killing more Ukrainian citizens. So there's kind of an asymmetry of priorities here that very, very strongly favors the Ukrainians. And if the worst comes to the worst, and the Ukrainian position in Bakhmut does become untenable, then yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much to the Ukrainian side, right?
You were asking me to agree then, weren't you? Sorry, I was just answering it.
I demand your enthusiastic acquiescence to my rambling.
In that case, yes, Tim, I totally agree with whatever you just said. Thanks.
Thank you, Mockers. Let's go to decoding. Decoding, welcome back up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
In fairness to British intelligence, that's a wonderful phrase. What limited momentum they had. I think that's the very definition of damning with faint praise. Yeah, as Tim, just to add to what Tim, some of you will have read this in Folklore 12, which is about this and how at a certain point in the autumn or in the fall, Ukraine realized that the mythos that Russia or Muscovy was attaching to Bakhmut or Artyomsk, as they call it, was such that any resistance to an easy Russian victory would have an outsized proportional impact on the, I suppose the French would call it volonté, or the spirit, the motivation of the Russists. And so it has proven, because we, whatever we read about these tensions between inside the Russian military, between the Prigozhin units and the army units and all of that stuff about ammo, this is all the product of Ukraine resisting this far. And it's provoking, as we can see, enormous tensions within Russia, not least the number of Russian dead, which, although of course in Russian propaganda they show their own dead and say they're Ukrainian dead, but as we've discussed before, when Mama wants to get her fence painted in as the spring comes in Baligo backwards in Muscovy, she's going to notice that Ivan isn't around, and so that's a mode of communication. That's Ukraine communicating directly into Baligo backwards in Muscovy, because whatever nonsense Muscovy comes up with for why Ivan didn't return from his business trip to Ukraine, the mother is going to be looking at this unpainted fence or unfixed roof for quite some time. And indeed, many of the mothers there will be missing Ivan because they love him. But I'm referencing a Wall Street Journal article where one mother's main gripe, she was pro-war in Ukraine, but her main gripe was that Ivan wasn't going to be able to fix her roof now that he was dead. And this mythos, I mean, it's reached, this mythos that Muscovy is trying to attach to Bakhmut has reached absurd proportions. And if you know your enemy and their psychological tics, as Ukraine does very well, then it can play to this. So the other day we hear Strelkov, this odious Strelkov, stroke Gherkin, going on about Stalingrad and Bakhmut. And I wrote about this the other day because this is precisely why the Russians made the mistake of invading Ukraine and why they're losing. Because the mythos attached to Stalingrad it's so off the scale, you really need to squeeze it in. It's like one of those things that you have to squeeze in to be really small, like one of those raincoats that you have that you can never squeeze back into the bag because it needs to be too compressed. But Stalingrad, here they're attacking, here they are the Nazis, and someone like the odious Strelkov understands this. So it's clear he's in bad faith. And he's trying to portray this ruthless genocidal attack on Bakhmut as somehow putting themselves in the position of the Ukrainians. So again, it's this mirroring. But Ukraine can go with this because it knows how this cult of heroic failure and this always looking backwards to fit the present into the old myths, which themselves were always false in the first place, because as I saw from the first 5 minutes of that film on Stalingrad, basically Stalin decided to throw the forces into a hopeless situation because he thought, like rats in a sack, they'd find their way out of it. It's completely insane strategy, which they're still following today. And Ukraine is very cleverly, and also accidentally, with Antichila's fortress Bakhmut, it has now become part of the 21st century mythos, and it will take its place with the Battle of Kiev, the Battle of Kharkiv, and the Battle of Kherson as one, and hopefully the Battle of Crimea soon, as one of the great nation uniting moments of the 21st century for Ukraine or for Europeans or for David fighting Goliath. And Muscovy, as far as we can see, is still pursuing this crazy strategy. And again, understand your enemy. They'll keep on doing it. So as Tim said, why not do it here in Artyomsk, which, as I argue in the Sim Folklore 12, that conjures up. So when you say Artyomsk, as it is said 1 million times a day inside Muscovy on every single news broadcast, along with Ukrainians are shelling civilians. But Artemovsk has been, it's a mantra, it's a magical symbol, because most Muscovy people in Muscovy who support the war will remember the one time they drank Artemovsk champagne. It was on their wedding. You know, it was just before they started their own, their nightmare marriage, and among the Russians. And so every time this is said on the news in Muscovy, it transports the listener into this, just, you know, the time maybe they spent a couple of weeks on the vines there. It's a beautiful bespelling thing, rather than the hellscape most of us can see, and that power is understood by Ukraine and clearly by President Zelensky. And apart from the military value of you know, we've got to fight somewhere, so let's hold them there, the symbolic defeat for Muscovy, whatever happens from now on, is remarkable. Yeah, I'll out.
Well, in my personal view, the Russians have already lost at Bakhmut because they've lost so much. So even if the Ukrainians were now to sort of, you know, step back to new defensive lines and just say, oh, you can keep Bakhmut, have it, nothing left of it anyway. Even if they did that, the Russians have still lost because they weren't able to take it of their own accord. They weren't able to, you know, to do it without absolute mass of waves and waves of human waste, unfortunately. I don't mean that in the human waste, I mean that in waste of humans. The just, you know, the individual doesn't mean anything to Russians in the war. The individual is part of the machine, and whereas it's completely opposite the other way. It's not a machine, it's a team on the Ukrainian side. And I think that is where I sort of see the distinction, that in Russia, for some reason, the army or the armed forces are expected to be just this sort of rolling machine, that's going to, you know, roll over everything that they point it at. And perhaps in the past, in some places, that may well have been very true. But I see now that that tactic doesn't work when your opponent thinks, when your opponent is able to outmaneuver you. And of course, when they say that their stuff's the best, and it turns out it really is not. You know, if you fib to everybody about your stuff being the best, and then actually when it comes to the battlefield, your stuff is really not the best, but perhaps you should have thought about that before you started, you know, fielding these things which either don't drive or don't shoot. And perhaps, you know, if you were going to decide to have a big war, you might have checked some stocks first and checked to see if all your tanks had engines and things, or that they were actually capable of being upgraded or even updated, because we've seen rows upon rows of tanks with green moss growing on them. I can guarantee you not one of them is going to be making it to the battlefield. We've seen the amazing Armata, which requires a coach and horses to get it going. And the whole thing shakes like a shed where in a high wind when the gun fires. You know, that if you were going to go into a war, you would have thought that you might have checked a few of these things first. And I suppose in the climate of Russia, maybe they did. The top guy in the army goes, right, okay, have you got all your winter uniforms? Have you got all your men? Have you got all of these full BTGs? And
the guys have gone, oh yes, yes, everything's brilliant, everything's fine, because they know it's not. And yeah, that level of corruption really has, thankfully, ruined all the plans of the Russian state. Just for being itself, it's absolutely ruined its own chances. And it's a karmic. Well, it is. It's a piece of karma for me that the Russians cannot, no matter how big they talk, because of who they are, they cannot achieve what they think they can. Just purely because if they don't have the money to buy it, they cannot build it, because they didn't think to invest in that part of their society. Yeah, it's a very strange thing for me that they have pretty much built their own machine to fall down. And Navalny talks about, specifically wants to crack down on corruption, and a lot of people think that that's great. But if Russia were not corrupt, can you imagine how much more trouble they would be? Just purely because they would be able to plan better. Yeah, I personally, I'm glad they're terribly corrupt. War Doggo, what say you?
Thanks, Moggers. The point is that kind of, how to call it, authoritarian regime of Russia and past Soviet Union, they are good for oppressing own people. They are good at enslaving different nationalities. They're good at launching like horrible social experiment, which Soviet Union was trying to create an average person without remembering the history, without his own cultural or political preferences or heritages. But when the stress test comes, and that stress test is or like any kind of global economical things that are impacting everybody, or they are getting to their level of insanity that they go attacking their neighbors as the survival strategy, which is exactly the case in Ukraine. That stress test shows that the engine is done from crap and sticks, and it's not survivable in a sense of not being designed for that. It was designed to oppress own people, to enslave own people, but this like is a parody. Is a parody that doing that they still make a decisions on trying to attack neighbors and always getting it as how to call it, if I get away strategy, but that's not the case with Ukraine. Hugs and love from Ukraine.
Well, exactly that, War Doggo. If they were able to get away with it, and what we have seen, I think, and possibly this has lulled them into a false sense of security, that their own people have been so very subjugated that they never sort of, hit back. They might have their opinions, they might have their ways of, making it known that they're unhappy, but they don't really do an awful lot about it, because obviously they will end up in a terrible place for speaking out. And I think it's lulled the sort of the Russian thinking that Ukrainian people will be the same. They will, also be brainwashed because they watch the Russian TV, and they will also be passive in the face of a violent invasion, because their own people would be. And some people accuse us of thinking like the West, and well, we can't help that. But I would accuse the Russians of thinking like the Russians, and not really realizing that the neighboring country, no matter how close to brothers or cousins they might think they are, the people and the society is so very different. And I think that's one of the main mistakes that the Russians have made. They're like, these people are just like us. And, well, they're absolutely not. And the proof of that is this strong current of resistance, which they've always had in them. And, well, we can see through history, the Ukrainian people have always had this fighting spirit. And I think it's something that the Russians had beaten out of them an awful long time ago. What do you think?
If you walk, for instance, the center of Kiev, if you walk the center of Warsaw, if you walk city centers of every Baltic state, for instance, you may find some weird fortresses in the middle of the city centers of different countries. And those fortresses, they come dated back in the previous even before previous century. And when you start thinking why in the middle of the city one government would, or like organization would need a fortress, the answer gets pretty easy, because the government was the occupational one and they needed a fortress to hold that city or to hold that land, defeating the appraisals on that land. So by that we're getting pretty much close to understanding how in the previous centuries monarchy Russia or Tsar Russia managed to hold that lands in an area of their influence simply by oppressing and holding with the military power, building the fortresses in their cities, to holding the army in the middle of their cities, to simply show them their brother love of their Russian Empire. So that's not something new. That has their roots since the centuries. But as we are saying many times here on the space, this is the first conflict so well documented and understanding who is on the evil side doing the evil things, and understanding who will win after that war, and knowing that Ukraine will win and Russia will lose, because what they do is not right, and so many people feel and understand that with their hearts and with their brains. Thanks.
Thank you, War Doggo, and much hugs and love, obviously. Sorry, Decoding, you popped your hand up then, and then you might have thought differently of it. Did you want to add something?
Well, I was just going to say, I liken it to the Casino de Monte Carlo, which I presume Tim is very well. He knows a lot, and basically the house, as I was taught by my father very young, the house always wins. And Russia made a gamble in obviously in February, but it was clear within a few days that it had lost the gamble. But it's kept on putting its all its whatever's on black or on white. And so it's one thing to make the mistake of doing this gamble, but it's quite another every day, as Blinken puts it on. It's they make the gamble again every second, and they've done that every second since early March, when it became clear this was going to be a catastrophe for them. And I think you're right, Mockers. It is karma, because karma, I mean, legally speaking, is just cause and effect. And so if your governance system enables you to make this catastrophic gamble, then the effect of that will be, won't be, well, it could be that you'll recover from this and improve your governance system. But the more likely impact is that your governance system will just get worse and worse and worse and keep on compounding the error. And this is what they keep on doing, which is extraordinary. And if they're listening to this, just say to your bosses today in the FSB, as you're trying to summarize whatever we're waffling on about today, to your bosses, just say to them, look, this is an error. I think we should withdraw completely from Ukraine. And I'm sure you'll get promoted for doing that out.
Well, to be fair, Decoding, that is really good advice, but maybe some people aren't ready to hear it yet. Good morning, Chris.
Morning, Mockers. Just a quick one, because I'm mid-Malamute and everything and that. But I was talking the other day about the this mini-series, The Last Tsar, or Tsars, I think it is actually, but which I'm waiting for some feedback on from people like Decoding and all the rest of it. So I'm not going to say it's gospel, but I'll tell you what is very interesting in relation to what you were saying earlier, Mockers, right? And that is, as he's portrayed in this mini-series, Tsar Nicholas II and in his wife and all the family, well, not all the family actually, but some of the family, had absolutely no understanding of what the people actually thought and what was going on there, right? So they had Rasputin in the mix. So they thought, Rasputin and the Tsar's or the Tsarina, is it? The Tsar's wife, anyway, right? Were having an affair and all the rest of it. And on top of that, she was German. So they didn't much like that. And they definitely didn't like the fact that, millions of them were getting killed, fighting the Germans in the war. So there was, it just sort of it was one of the things that resonated with me, Mockers, when I watched that. And I went, oh, okay, right, exactly the same thing, complete lack of knowledge and understanding of, what the people really think and that, right? And therefore, absolutely no idea that even when they were banging on the gates of the palace and that, right, that a coup was imminent. No, because they always thought that, yeah, okay, they're a bit upset and that, but they'll be okay. They'll be okay. At the end of the day, they love the Tsar, and that's what everybody kept saying. Oh, the people love you. The people love you, the Tsar, and that, right? They wouldn't rise up against you, or certainly wouldn't come and capture you and then put you in a cellar and shoot you all. No, that would never happen. So that was anyway. So that was a point on that. But I say I'm still waiting for somebody to tell me whether they think it's a good depiction of the situation then. And the other thing, War Doggo, was very, very interesting as well. And in terms of what he's saying about the little forts within the city and that, because again, the studying that I've been doing and that, when you look back to the start of Muscovy, that's exactly what they did. Was basically, when they started expanding Muscovy, they basically went, and took over a near city or a near region, killed all the people that were sort of important or against them in any way. And then now I know, and as Wardago says, then they build a little fort in the city, and they need a bloody fort as well, because all the people basically every day want to kill them. So fascinating. Must go, but thank you for everything. Speak soon.
enjoy being howled at by the Malamute. Thank you, Chris. Go ahead, decoding. Sorry, go ahead, decoding. I might have muted my mic when I said that.
Yeah, well, Chris, the lack of empathy is something which fascinates me. And if we remember Douglas London a while ago on the show, I asked him something, and basically his answer was, well, Putin understands the mechanics of the human personality. So he knows how to push a button, how to identify a vulnerability, push a button, and get that person to act in a certain way. And this is obviously this is the mode of operation of the torturer. And so they don't have any empathy necessarily. They just know that if you electrocute someone, that they'll probably sell out their mother or whatever. But ultimately, there's no automatic thing about empathy there. And if they did really, truly have empathy, they would understand that Ukraine can do to them what they are doing to Ukraine, which is use the weaknesses of the enemy and exploit them, as say we were just discussing with Bakhmut, or knowing that Muscovy has this sense of heroic failure, the cult of heroic failure. It can keep on drawing Muscovy in. And so, whenever Macron or Schultz, I mean, they seem to have stopped doing this now, thankfully, but whenever they were, kind of trolling or saying, let's talk peace, well, go to Moscow. And I was very, in an optimistic way interpreting this was, well, from the Muscovites' perspective, this is goading them. This is giving them hope. So every time Tucker Carlson or one of those odious people encourages the United States to stop arming Ukraine, a little light bulb in millions of minds in Muscovy goes, okay, just one more push. And if we know this, we can kind of encourage this in a certain limited way. I mean, it's a fine line, obviously, because the enemy, because we have empathy for how they think, but they have no empathy for how we think. So this is apart from obviously having no empathy for the 100,000 people in Mariupol who were killed, more than 10,000 people in Severodonetsk who they killed, native Russian-speaking Ukrainians. So I'm not even talking about that empathy, but I'm talking about empathy for your enemy at the practice that you're most skilled at, which for say Putin is provocation hostage, this whole provocation hostage dialectic. And obviously, as Wardoga was saying, that they have no, and you were saying, Marcus, they have no empathy for the Ukrainian people, who are supposed to be the same people as them. And so the idea that they would have empathy for us as Westerners and know how we will act is absurd. And the proof of the pudding is actually in this continuing the absurdity of this invasion. This lack of empathy, of course, is a characteristic of the authoritarian personality, which about 30% of any population are right-wing authoritarian followers, that they will follow the will of their anointed leader slavishly. And anointed leaders, social dominators, is on the social dominator psych scale, are the leaders who are both right-wing authoritarian followers. So this is how it explains you have all of these odious people from Putin downwards who themselves slavishly follow these self-defeating tics or practices, and at the same time they do to their underlings what is done to them, and they just hate equality, but they also have no empathy for the other. So that's how it's easy for them to other the other into Nazis or into these the categories of people that they can then annihilate without any sense of guilt and with a total sense of joy. And a lot of the Russian disinfolklore teaches this lack of empathy. So the story is about X, but actually what's going on is it's forming the mind of the listener, of the consumer, into thinking this is normal behavior to celebrate when you kill 100,000 Ukrainians or etc. So they're kind of teaching this lack of empathy, which then has a causal effect on their lack of competence on the battlefield, because they continue long after they should. So to conclude my essay on empathy and Ivan and Ivanovna, it's both a blessing and a curse, but let's stoke the lack of empathy when it benefits Ukraine, and it stokes their pride, their self-pride in Russia to continue this genocidal war, because we cannot go through this thing ever again, ever. And the best way to guarantee that is to soak up as much of Russia's force power and its future as possible. And thankfully, Ivan and Ivanovna are cooperating with us in this task and fulfilling this goal to an extent that, it is a blessing. Ukraine is blessed by the barbarity and the stupidity of their enemy, because hopefully it will save their children and their children's children from having to go through this again. Out.
Thank you, Decoding. I think another element that you're perhaps not considering here is the philosophy of international relations that Russia seems to follow, and that is kind of hard realism, right? And you see this with a lot of kind of takes from people who end up being pro-Russian, such as Mearsheimer, is that they totally discount ideals and morality as any kind of driver of international relations, and this is where the Russians became victims of their own strange worldview in Ukraine. They weren't expecting the Ukrainians to resist. Number one, they thought that on a purely realistic level, they were in possession of overwhelming power. The Ukrainians wouldn't even bother. And number two, they expected the West to be so afraid of the possibility of, quote, escalation, unquote, a standoff between nuclear armed powers, that they thought that the West wouldn't come to Ukraine's aid in any meaningful or effective way. And of course, they were totally wrong on both counts, because not only was the realism not on their side, but also they totally ignored the idealism. They totally ignored the basic desire of political systems that aren't shitholes to do the right thing and to behave with decency and honor and neighborliness. And so they took their ideology, they ran with it. Their ideology made contact with reality, and of course, their ideology was the one that had to blink. Let's go to Wartobio. You've got your hand up.
Yeah. You said about the idealism, and that's the right thing, because you start thinking about something more important, helping the one who is in need, helping the one who is who is less capable than you are, supporting less protected, and so far and so on, when your basic needs are covered. In case of Russia, in case of Soviet Union, in case of Moscow, in case of Tsarist Russia, people there were never prosperous. They were always in the survival mode, let's call it that way. They were always on the priority to survive, and their evolution was always, if you think, was always backwards, as also the practice showing us in terms of the things happening currently in Ukraine. In order to get the idealism, in order to get something more important, just your stomach being full, you need once your stomach be full, which was not actually the case for Russia and for Russians. And I mean, their evolution part was always, you know, since the centuries, and this is beautifully described, like simple and visible, by Mr. Professor Timothy Snyder. He said, like, for centuries on that lands, the ruler, the Tsar, was the one who managed to pay to the horde. That was the rule of law on those lands. You pay me, oppress your people, and that's how you get the loyalty. That's that's totally opposite. If you think, like, in the Western culture, in the Western history, there were the royal families, there were the tradition of the royal heritage, and so far and so on. On the Russian lands, it was today Russian lands. In the previous time, who pays more is the Tsar. That's that's the reality. That's something that brought their mindset evoluting, but actually degrading. State that you can invade a neighbor to keep him in the area of his influence. They did it several times in the history, but it will not work out that way because of the reasons we were discussing so many times here on the space. Thanks.
Thank you very much, War Doggo. Now, Tim, I have a little something which I thought I would bring up about the drone attack on Jankoy. Just a little bit of what's known so far. Would you like me to go through that?
I very much would.
See, I'm kind like that. So obviously we know that a Ukrainian drone hit the railway station at Jankoy, and is reported to have caused damage to the infrastructure as well as possibly wounding one person. Have you noticed when things go wrong for Russia, it's only one person that's ever killed or wounded? It amuses me. Of course, the local authorities have tried to play it down. So the independent Astra Telegram channel reports that at least 5 addresses have been seriously damaged. 4 of those belong to the railway station itself, so the locomotive depot station, security building, the inventory and fuel depot. And then the 5th is an agricultural store. In the store, a 33-year-old local resident received a wound. He is reported to have been taken to hospital. So the attack on the station itself resulted in a power outage at the locomotive depot. The local authorities have publicly portrayed any damage as far less severe. Jankoy's head of administration, would you believe he's called Igor Irvin, said there was an arrival of drones, several objects were damaged and a private house, but nobody was injured. I'm quite sure somebody was injured a little bit further back, yeah, but anyway. In the city centre, next to school number 7, a grocery store also caught fire. It was stated that there was damage to the power grid, but nothing more. It is also stated that the reason that grocery store caught on fire was because air defence may have landed on it. Air defence that's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, obviously. Similarly, Russia's appointed head, Sergei Askinov, said in the area of Jankoy, the air defence system was in action. According to preliminary reports, debris damaged a house and a shop. Unfortunately, one person was injured. So obviously, this rail infrastructure at Jankoy is really important. Everything goes through this particular spot. And the station is considered what they would, well, it's a central node. So any disruption at that point would be very detrimental for Ukraine, not Ukraine, Russia. Oh, silly. I'm only on coffee number 2, sorry. Yeah, so that would make things much more difficult for Russia to pour more stuff to the front. And I'm quite sure there's no panic. What do you reckon, Tim?
There is most certainly no panic. Rumors of panic have been greatly overstated. We should definitely not panic because nobody else is panicking. Everybody, please don't panic.
There are also unconfirmed reports of Ukrainian naval drones attacking the Black Sea Fleet at Sevastopol. There were some explosions reported, and well, I'll be honest, the footage is terrible. I've seen better footage of ghosts, but there is certainly something that explodes. So something was going on there for sure. Just don't know what it was entirely. I'm sure we'll get a bit more information about that as the day goes on.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I have a little snippet relating to dictator Xi's recent visit to state visit to Moscow. Now they're currently in day 2 of the state visit. Well, sorry, day 2 of the state visit was yesterday. And they have apparently signed a series of agreements on strategic cooperation. And at the center of this, of the rhetoric around this, has been Xi's proposal for peace in Ukraine. Now, this is a very interesting peace proposal. We have taken it to bits on the space before, so I won't go into it into enormous amounts of detail. But basically, Xi's peace proposal is, how about the West stops supporting Ukraine and Ukraine does exactly what Russia tells it to do. So basically, Xi's proposal would enable exactly what Putin wants. Putin no longer believes he can score an absolute military victory in Ukraine because he can't. And so the aim at this point, something that would be very welcome at this point, would be for Russia to, quote, freeze the conflict, unquote. So keep and consolidate its territorial gains. So not only the illegal annexation of Crimea, but also what Russia holds in Kherson Oblast, Zaporizhia Oblast, and the Donbass. But also essentially pickle that in aspect with a ceasefire that enables him to do his thing in the territory that he illegally occupies without pesky Ukrainians firing missiles at him. Now, the peace plan is an obvious non-starter because there's no such thing. It's basically a surrender, and it has been called out as such by the West. Now, the White House National Security spokesman has said that he doesn't see China as being capable of being an impartial mediator. That much is obvious. International mediation usually works by a totally disinterested party coming in and saying, often a party that's on reasonably friendly relations with both sides and is trusted with both sides, involves that party coming in and saying, look, here's how we can resolve this. Here's how you can help each other resolve this, yada, yada, yada. Thinking of, for example, the role of the United States in the Northern Ireland peace process, I guess would be a fairly good example of that. Now, the White House has hosed this idea down with cold water. And of particular note was the White House National Security Council spokesman, Mr. John Kirby, who has pointed at Chinese propaganda as one reason why China simply can't be trusted and simply isn't seen as impartial. And this is where Xi is very much a victim of his own stupid brand of politics, particularly his own stupid brand of foreign policy. Now, a few years ago, when Xi took over, the tone of Chinese diplomacy drastically changed. So it went from being fairly muted and fairly understated to being basically very aggressive. So under Deng Xiaoping and Hu Jintao, the rhetoric coming out of Peking was very much kind of cooperation, was very much statesmanship, avoiding controversial issues where possible. This dramatically changed under Xi, and the charge was led by a chap called Zhao Lijian, who was a spokesman for the Chinese Foreign Office. And the tone became a heck of a lot more aggressive. This is known as wolf warrior diplomacy. This is named after a series of Chinese films called Wolf Warrior, which is, I don't know, I guess it's kind of Chinese Rambo. So there are a series of action films where there's the main character is an ex-Chinese special forces chap, and he goes around the world doing things that are in China's altruistic and benevolent interests. The villains are usually Americans, American mercenaries. There's even a sinister, scheming Brit kicking around in the background. They're actually quite good films. They're well put together. The plots are quite good. The acting's quite good. The special effects are very good. Action sequences very good. I mean, they're entertaining. You get the impression they're not meant to be taken particularly seriously, but boy, does China take them seriously. This is like being an unironic fan of Rambo for patriotic reasons, right? They don't have a sense of the ridiculous over this sort of thing. And so this was coined wolf warrior diplomacy because it's naked aggression. And you see this all over Chinese Twitter. So the privileged few, the party carders who have the honor of being allowed to use social media, they all have Twitter accounts, and the stuff they pump out is just absolutely preposterous. These people are all diplomats and government officials of China. It is the least diplomatic stuff I think I've ever read. It is straight up propaganda. It is straight up bollocks. It is straight up aggression, demonization of all things Western. Like it's just so utterly counterproductive. And it's basically taking a leaf out of Russia's book. It's just barefaced, aggressive, lying, demonization, pretty racist. China's quite a racist place. They don't like foreigners. They have absolute contempt for foreigners, particularly the government. They are very, very xenophobic. They're very, very chippy, and this kind of shows through in the tone of the Chinese diplomatic service, so-called diplomatic services tweets, and the tweets coming out of the Chinese government official channels. And so this hasn't gone unnoticed. This is not, if you compare and contrast with the way that Western diplomats and Western government officials behave on social media, it is very much, I am representing my country here. I have to behave with a certain amount of dignity. I also have a basic human duty to tell the truth as far as is possible given the political situation. And so there's this general, it's generally quite muted. When Western politicians and diplomats criticize other countries, they generally do so in very, very middle of the road terms. So they say, this is far from ideal, although this is unexpected, or something like this is unexpected, or this is unhelpful. No, China doesn't do that. China just insults everybody, and it's very counterproductive. And it means it has placed China firmly in a box. That means that it can't be trusted on anything to do with grown-up statecraft. And my point about China on Ukraine is they had their chance back in the initial escalation of 2022. They had their chance to condemn this. They had their chance to call on Putin to withdraw. They had their chance to call the war what it was, and they missed it. They had their chance to be statesmanlike.
They had their chance to show global leadership, and they, for whatever reason, probably just political chaos, they decided not to do that. So that horse has very much bolted. Since then, their tone hasn't changed. Face is very important in China. So saving face, keeping a consistent position, even despite that position being obviously wrong. This is very important in Chinese culture, particularly political culture. And so, unsurprisingly, no change of tone followed, even when it became very clear that Putin was committing genocide in Ukraine. So China's attempts to recover the torch of a globally significant power has fallen on its arse, with the White House pouring cold water all over their pathetic attempts to resolve this conflict in Putin's favor. So there's a little update on what dictator Xi doing.
Sorry, my app's going to crash in a minute. I think it's all gone very slow and laggy. But yeah, it seems that Xi got a terribly good deal out of his negotiations. Don't you think?
It does. I've not really been following the substance of the negotiations very, very carefully, but I do need to look into that further. But in the meantime, Chris, your hand went straight up.
Yes, Tim. Well, just to if I may, I was making on Twitter yesterday, which I know you saw, and I don't know whether you agree with or not. But my 2 points are this. Well, actually, they're all related to China's interest in Ukraine, which I've always felt that there was from the beginning, and I still believe that there is. Right. And my 2 points are: number one, that a wheat deal was signed with China, between Russia and China, on the 24th of February 2022, right? Whereby magically Russia was going to have loads of wheat and grain and sunflower oil, not mentioned, but loads of stuff like that to send to somebody. Could have been China, right? And of course, funnily enough, what did we see? Well, if we remember back to the very early days of the invasion, we saw trucks ready to take away grain from Ukraine and then take them to seaports, and then for those seaports to start shipping grain, right? Now, it's perhaps a weird coincidence, right, that China is desperate, right, for wheat and grain and that to feed its pigs and its people, right? So that may just be all a massive coincidence, but I don't think so, right? And obviously, we know that Putin and Xi got together, just before the invasion. And then the other thing is that I mentioned was the fact that the Chinese were stopped taking over Motor Siege, which I know Axel knows a lot about Motor Siege and that. But for those that don't know, Motor Siege is a aero engine manufacturer. It is going to be, if not already is, a manufacturer of engines for the Bayraktars, and that it is, a very advanced aero engine manufacturer, far more advanced than the Chinese and the Russians and that. And the Chinese thought that they had Motor Siege all sewn up. But the Ukrainian government stepped in and stopped that from happening. Right. So the Chinese lost face there as well, didn't they? So those are two, I think, instances of China's interest in Ukraine, in my opinion.
Absolutely, and this was a point that Jingu made when he came up earlier on. But I see Axel is jumping up to the panel, so presumably he wants to talk about Motor Siege.
Axel, good morning.
Hello there. Yeah, I think
We're talking about engines.
yeah, I just heard whilst walking those poodles, I just heard what Chris highlights, and I tend to agree that there is an insidious, if not deal, then at least understanding. But it includes a third point, not just the continued delivery of wheat and grain to China, which China obviously counterbalances and wants to have, and needs for its own population, because with their own eroded soils, bad agricultural management, and substantially poisoned environment, and often also lack of appropriate water, they have difficulties growing these crops. They just can't manage agriculture properly. I'm not advocating, say, intensive versus extensive one way or another. I'm just saying that they just can't operate properly. And they've probably managed to erode their soil sufficiently. However, Motor Siege being part two, it's not the only company they had an interest in, but Motor Siege is definitely one of the key entities. Chinese wanted technology transfer from and control over, or joint control over. But thirdly, they also have acquired the rights to soil, and massive amounts of rights to soil. And that is something which needs to change. And our Ukrainian friends still need to break the contracts with, because they, in recent years, the Chinese managed to acquire, in various ways, long-standing leases and long-standing agreements to buy out from Ukrainian entities soil and transport it off to China. And that was their idea. It's not a propaganda idea. It's not a crazy thought. It actually exists, and exists in writing, and it exists as plans. Now, that means they would take away part and parcel of the black soil, or in part skim it off in those areas where they have these holdings. Now, these holdings are significantly larger in terms of size than the state of Luxembourg, many times. It is an important feature of Chinese propaganda that they would never do harm to others, but it couldn't be further from the truth.
Thank you very much, Axel. Shaggy.
Good morning, Tim. Hope you're well. I take it you're well.
Spiffing, thank you. Yes, I'm very well, thank you.
Jolly good, jolly good. Is today the day that Xi and Zelensky are supposed to be holding a virtual phone chat thing?
You're supposed to. Now, I've heard mixed things about this. It was pointed out to me yesterday that actually the meeting, the phone call between Zelensky and Xi is more of a rumor, and it's a rumor started by the Financial Times and everybody else based on their reports on that.